Hit that. Need to hit that.
Yeah, hit that.
I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Friday, May 3rd, 2024. The time is 10:03 in the morning. My apologies. I don't have a good excuse for starting late, but at least we're here. This hearing is on 5 measures that the mayor introduced on April 2nd. With regard to the proposed budget for fiscal year 2025. Fiscal year 2025 starts October 1st of this year. The 5 measures are Bill 25-784, Fiscal Year 2025 Budget Support Act of 2024. Bill 25-785, Fiscal Year 2025 Local Budget Act of 2024. Bill 25-786, Fiscal Year 2025 Federal Portion Budget Request Act of 2024. Bill 25-787, Fiscal Year 2024 Revised Local Budget Emergency Act of 2024, and Bill 25-788, Fiscal Year 2024 Revised Local Budget Temporary Act of 2024. What did I just say? So the mayor sends a budget for fiscal year 2025. That's the Fiscal Year 2025 Local Budget Act of 2024. She also submits legislation to revise the current year budget. That is the Fiscal Year 2024 Revised Local Budget Emergency Act of 2024. And to support those 2 bills, because they require some changes in the law, she has submitted the Budget Support Act, which is Fiscal Year 2025 Budget Support Act of 2024. It is common that the council will add a number of measures to the Budget Support Act. I do encourage council members, colleagues to limit efforts at stuff that isn't directly related to the budget. So there's always that push-pull with regard to the Budget Support Act. All but one of these measures will be, I think 2 of these measures will be presented. Give me a second. So we have a legislative meeting and a committee of the whole meeting. The committee of the whole will mark up on May 29th. The Local Budget Act will be, and the Budget Support Act will be presented for markup on May 29th. The Federal Portion Budget Request Act, I'm proposing that the council will mark up next week. Usually there's very little public testimony with regard to that bill. It's our request to the Congress with regard to the federal appropriations, which is outside of our Local Budget Act, measures such as the Tuition Assistance Grant, TAG. That's one example. So that will be considered this coming Tuesday. And the revised or supplemental budget for fiscal year 2024, typically we present that and consider that at our second reading on the Local Budget Act, which will be June 12th, I believe. Those are Wednesdays. So our markups are a little different for each of these bills. We have a lot of witnesses. And so witnesses will be on a 3-minute clock, which is typical for a committee of the whole. But I will be watching the clock carefully so that everyone gets a chance to testify. Having said all that, I'm going to recognize colleagues to see if they have opening statements. And I'm not sure the order of arrival, or actually I am. Councilmember Trayon White.
Good morning, Chairman and colleagues and community. I want to acknowledge these 5 measures before us today, but I also am concerned about the equity in this budget. In my 7 years here, I've never seen a budget so lopsided and so against the people. When you learn about the FY25 budget, and this financial plan is made up of almost $21 billion. That's the most money we ever had in DC budget's history. And funds of 11.8 billion in capital improvement funds, which also is difficult to explain or understand the cuts being made for those who need it the most, who are often overlooked. I was disheartened by the elimination of the Poverty Commission, designed to create a lens and workforce to look at how we can move people up the ladder to live, stay, and thrive in Washington, D.C. We even saw the lack of workforce development programs for our seniors in the district, who are some of our most vulnerable residents, needing additional assistance for those who are fixed incomes. There are currently only 21 slots available for our 50+ program to DOES for our seniors, which is an atrocity to those who paved the way for us to get here today. The American Job Center also lost funding by almost $1 million. This is apprenticeship information and training decreased also by 679,000. We are joined this morning by our educators, those who are on the front line advocating and in the trenches caring for our kids when we have to go to work and do what we do. And so we want to thank them and their advocacy this morning. And we are standing in solidarity. I know I am. In pay equity, we asked them to take time out, go back to school, go to work when we didn't, take care of our children when we're trying to provide income for our families. And I heard one lady say she goes to work at 6 o'clock and returns about 6. And that's each and every day. And the least we can do is pay them their just due. Everywhere I look around the city, I see the disparities around housing, healthcare, education. In fact, we are in jeopardy of losing almost 200 teachers. Of that, almost 90 of them are in Ward 8. That's insane. And so I don't want to go on because I know it's evident that this is a very important time in our history of Washington, D.C., when we have 313 witnesses to testify about this budget. And looking through some of the testimony, they are not good. It's evident that we have to do something. So the ball is in our court as a council to figure out what we care about the most, because I believe the budget is our more document. And so we have to use our due diligence to right size this budget. And bad things happen when good people do nothing. And so it's our turn to do something good for the people of the District of Columbia who do stuff for us, to do what we do every day. And I'll digress from there, Chairman. I want to thank you. I'll be in and out of this hearing, but my staff is intently looking at this hearing to collect information for those who are in the trenches doing the work and keeping our city vibrant today. Thank you, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to bypass the opening statement, but I do want to thank everyone that will testify today. Those watching, you may not be able to tell, but the room is packed out with our early childhood educators and allies calling for the reversal of a cut to the pay equity fund. I am too standing in solidarity. I want to appreciate the chairman for his commitment in reversing those cuts. And as we go forth today through this testimony, I'm mindful of how much work we have to do to continue to make a equitable DC. But I'm in for the fight and in for the work. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it back over to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Truman?
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. I think today's the day for all of our witnesses. I'll be brief as well. I mean, there are things in the mayor's budget that I agree with. There's a commitment to long-term prosperity through the investments downtown. There's a commitment to accountability and funding things like Secure DC. I think those things are important. But another thing that is important, is critical, a third leg of the stool, is supporting opportunity and supporting the safety net. And I don't think that this budget has done those things. And we in the council are going to need to do that. I think as we do that, there are themes that the mayor has talked about today and in the past, shared sacrifice and pathways to the middle class. And I think those things should be our watchwords as we're working on improving this budget. In terms of pathways to the middle class, the room is filled with people who are committed on the pay equity issue. That is a classic pathway to the middle class and enables our middle class families to be able to be in the workforce and manage their lives in ways that are critical. I want to be supportive of all of the efforts to get that fixed, but there are other things out there that we need to fix as well. And I think hopefully we can all come together and find a path where we can improve this budget significantly so that it achieves our goals as a city.
Thank you, Councilmember. So I'm going to call witnesses. Some are participating virtually, and so I'm going to call as many witnesses as I can, but I love people in person, so thank you all for being here. I can only call 4 at a time. So when the table gets filled up, that's when I'm done calling folks for that round. Rachel White, Senior Youth Policy Analyst, DC Action. Kimberly Perry, Executive Director of DC Action. Vanessa Lopez, also with DC Action. Audrey Kesselbaum, a policy analyst with DC Action. Rukaya Anbar Shaheen, also with DC Action. She's online. Mary Catherine West. Online. As you sit there, you should be able to see the clock. And so please be mindful, 3 minutes. And I'm not going to feel guilty if I cut you off because you're all from DC Action. So I'm the same group. Miss Rachel White is not here. No, you are here. It's Kim Perry who's not. Okay, you only get 3 minutes. When you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Kawanza Billy. I'm the Youth Mobilization Manager for DC Action, reading on behalf of Senior Youth Policy and Analyst Rachel White at DC Action. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Rachel White, Senior Youth Policy Analyst for DC Action. We use research, data collection, collective action, racial equity lens to break down barriers that stand in the way of all kids reaching their full potential. We are also the home of DC Kids Count, an online resource that tracks key indicators of children and youth well-being. DC Action is the home of 4 coalitions, including the Youth Economic Justice and Housing Coalition, which advocates with young people 18 to 24 and youth-serving organizations in the district for policies, funding programs that expand access to comprehensive support and serves youth experiencing homelessness through their needs to successfully transition into stable and productive adulthood. I'm here to talk with you today about the necessity for a thoughtful, thorough plan to address and end youth homelessness in the district, and the need to sufficiently fund and honor the contracts of youth homelessness and how service providers, with the ultimate goal of better serving the young people in our community who lack safety and stability in their lives. The Youth Economic Justice and Housing Coalition has spent the past 9 months conducting research to better understand the root causes of significant increases in youth homelessness in the district, the true scope of the problem, what systems are in place to serve young people, and to what extent these systems are effective. What we found, unsurprisingly, is that the data on youth homelessness, much like the systems itself, is fragmented, fractured, and extremely confusing. It's nearly impossible to solve a problem when you have no idea how big the problem is or what approach to solve it. This is why the district needs to commit to a commissioning and updated strategic plan to end youth homelessness. The Interagency Council on Homelessness should be provided funding to do a deep analysis of the youth system so that funds can be maximized to disrupt the pipeline of young people experiencing chronic homelessness as adults. We know there are dozens of excellent community-based organizations staffed by dedicated employees that are focused on helping young people sustain sustainability and healthy futures, but these organizations' ability to provide accessible, seamless, and comprehensive service for young people is severely limited by the lack of adequate funding and timely payment from the district government, erratic termination of grant agreements, and the failure of DC to honor contracts and comply with Nonprofit Fair Commission Act. And DC minimizes the issue with homelessness. So we're asking for 2 employees to convene the working group for young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Perry is online.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson.
Good morning.
First, I'd like to express my gratitude to you and all of your council colleagues who have nearly unanimously denounced Mayor Bowser's elimination of the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund. Thank you for championing this fund from its inception and committing to fund it through an equitable revenue mechanism. As you know, in 2021, the Homes and Hearts Amendment slightly raised income taxes on our highest earners so that our early educators could finally earn the compensation and benefits commensurate with their education and experience, just like the rest of all of our educators. This is a budget strategy I like to think of as shared abundance, where we create a more vibrant and inclusive district for everyone. By contrast, Mayor Bowser calls this budget shared sacrifice. Well, why does it feel like the sacrifices are falling on young people and hardworking families who are doing their best to make ends meet? I know the DC Council can once again transform this budget into one of shared abundance that makes necessary investments in the long-term well-being of our children and our families, even in these tough times. My staff will speak to many of these points in further detail, but to highlight our asks, we urge you to create a better budget by one, restoring the entire $290 million the mayor cut from the pay equity fund and reversing the $10 million cut to the child care subsidy system. At a time when the district's aiming to strengthen businesses and get employees back to work in person, childcare is critical to achieving that goal. It's the work that makes all other work possible, and it's work that deserves fair pay with benefits. Two, by enforcing and funding the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act to ensure our nonprofits are fully paid for all of their indirect costs. Years of flat funding and no adjustments for inflation has led to a crisis for providers across all of the coalitions we facilitate, especially the youth homelessness sector providers. Providers need to see at least a 10% increase in their FY25 grants and contracts. Three, by increasing out-of-school time funding to adjust for inflation, we support the sustained enhancements from ARPA funding levels, but again, flat funding is just insufficient, especially as the district works towards universal access. OST is essential for youth development, particularly for our Black and Brown students east of the river, where there are limited opportunities and where providers are often least able to turn to private investments to sustain their programs. And finally, reversing harmful budget cuts to the Earned Income Tax Credit and baby bonds. Let me get this in. These programs, along with the creation of the local child tax credit, are some of the most important investments we can make to reduce child poverty and the extreme racial wealth gap here in the district. And Chairman Mendelson, raising new revenue
You're
is
over your
critical.
time. Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Perry.
you so much.
I do have a
I'll stay
copy of
on
your
for any
statement.
questions.
Vanessa Lopez.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Lopez from DC Action. I'll be reading a testimony for an early educator who is unable to be here as she is teaching our youngest residents. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Estela Perez, and I am an early educator at Petite Scholars. Petite Scholars is a member of Under 3 DC, a coalition committed to securing a strong start for every infant and toddler in DC. My testimony today will focus on the importance of restoring funding to the Pay Equity Fund and maintaining funding for programs like DC LEAD that help educators like me get higher credentials. Before coming to the US from El Salvador, I was studying psychology, but I couldn't keep studying because of rampant crime in my country. I've been an early education teacher in this country for about 5 years. Before that, I was taking care of my kids in my home, the majority of whom were Hispanic kids whose parents couldn't afford to pay for their childcare. Then I got a job at Petite Scholars. I really feel good about this work because it's my passion, learning from kids and working with them. But I am not a babysitter. I am an educator. The children in my care are like sponges who learn by example and play. I teach them vocabulary in Spanish and English. I'm fascinated by these kids, and I get really happy when I get to see that they are learning. Since receiving higher compensation through the Pay Equity Fund, I've been able to pay off some of my credit card debt, started saving for a rainy day. I've been able to pay for my parents' medical treatment in El Salvador and pay for housing. I am also in the process of getting my associate's degree thanks to DC LEAD. Because of these two programs, I am motivated to keep studying. If I were to lose these funds, I would have to find another job. Since everything is more expensive without these funds, I don't think I'd be able to afford basic expenses. It would ripple through my life and cause me and my family additional stress. Please understand that many families are depending on these payments, and we need your help. We depend on the Pay Equity Fund and the health insurance it provides. Without it, we would go back to learning a low salary, and we might have to find work that is more stressful but higher paying just to get by. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. And I have a copy of the statement. Thank you. Audrey Kesselman.
Good morning, all. My name is Audrey Castleman, and I'm an early childhood policy analyst at DC Action and the Under 3 DC Coalition. I want to express my gratitude to the council members who have supported and worked with us to protect the Pay Equity Fund. I especially want to thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for your commitment to restore $217 million of the Pay Equity Fund by not replenishing the fiscal stabilization reserve through appropriations in the financial plans. As DC Action said in our recent statement on the matter, the mayor and the CFO should never be balancing district budgets or funding reserve balances on the backs of dedicated early childhood educators and working families. We urge the council to reverse all cuts to childcare programs, including the Pay Equity Fund, PKEEP, and the Child Care Subsidy Program, which my colleague Rakaya will discuss further. My focus today is on the Pay Equity Fund. We have two asks. One, restore the full $290.2 million allocation for FY25 through FY28. And two, pursue progressive revenue raising strategies to meet the Pay Equity Fund's increasing costs. We ask the council to fully restore the Pay Equity Fund at a bare minimum. Salary cuts for early educators just 1 year after the program's launch run counter to the intention of the program. While reinstating $290 million across the 4-year plan, the amount that Mayor Bowser cut in her proposed budget, is critical to protecting the salaries and health benefits of early childhood educators, these funds alone will not do so. The projected cost of the program for FY24 is $87 million, but the approved allocation was only $69.5 million. OSSI plans to make up this gap using $17 million in carryover funds from the first 2 years of the program. This budget imbalance is a result of higher than anticipated educator credentials, a new higher salary W-2 contract negotiated just before the program launch, and the mayor and the council's decision to cut $4.4 million from the program in FY24. The impact of this year's funding gap is already evident. This week, we learned that OSSI is not allowing any new childcare centers to enroll in the Pay Equity Fund for the final quarter of FY24 due to funding limitations. This means that centers that may have faced greater barriers to participating in the program cannot benefit this year. These programs subsequently risk losing qualified teachers to programs that pay more and risk families losing their seats for the fall. We've known all along that the pay equity costs would naturally grow, as all labor costs do. We must account for these costs as we create our budget, just like when budgeting for public education for older children. We're proud of the achievements of the Pay Equity Fund to date. Now is the time to build on this success by fully restoring the fund and planning for its expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castleman. And thank you for staying within the time. Ruqayya Ambar Shaheen.
Good morning, Chairman
Morning.
Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Ruqayya Ambar Shaheen, and I'm the Director of Early Childhood at DC Action and the Under 3 Coalition. I'm also a member of the Early Childhood Educator Equitable Compensation Task Force. I echo my colleagues' thanks, Chairman Mendelson, for your commitment to introduce a budget with the Pay Equity Fund restored. I'm also grateful to the majority of other council members, including my own, Councilmember Zachary Parker, who have been critical of the proposed budget's elimination of the program. In addition to fully funding the Pay Equity Fund, we ask that the council restore funds to the Child Care Subsidy Program and to PKEEP in the FY25 budget. Both programs are pillars of the district's early childhood system. The Child Care Subsidy Program, which supports the well-being and development of young children while promoting economic stability for their parents, is facing a $10 million cut. This critical program is a lifeline for thousands of DC families for whom licensed childcare is otherwise out of reach due to high costs. As a new federal rule went into effect on April 30th, states are encouraged and required to enhance their programs in a number of ways that could increase costs. Further, in OSSI's 2023 report on the cost of care, OSSI highlighted that childcare subsidy reimbursement rates fall short of the true cost of care. Although OSSI raised reimbursement rates since the publication of the report, they remain significantly lower than the cost of care. This forces providers to operate on a deficit or make choices in the interest of cost savings rather than quality. As district early learning programs lay the educational foundation for children facing the greatest economic injustice, it's imperative that they have the resources to allow them to prioritize creating quality, nurturing environments. Finally, we know that the district does not currently serve all families who need help affording childcare, and that unaffordable childcare has devastating impacts on children, families, and the district economy. HHS finds childcare is unaffordable when it exceeds 7% of a family's household income. In the district where the average cost of infant care is over $26,000 annually, the subsidy program serves just a fraction of the population that could benefit. Given the current state of childcare affordability in DC, the district budget should be increasing, not decreasing funding for the childcare subsidy program to ensure that more families are able to participate and to increase reimbursement rates to make participating providers whole. We urge you to prioritize fully funding the childcare subsidy program at $80 million in local funds across OSSI and DHS. We cannot build a prosperous district on the backs of families and childcare providers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. And Mary Catherine West.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff. Thank you all for the opportunity to address the committee. My name is Mary Catherine West, and I am the chair of the DC Home Visiting Council and program manager for early childhood at DC Action. Today, my testimony will focus on home visiting as a critical support for DC families and the district's role in sustaining home visiting programs in the FY25 budget. Home visiting is a free, voluntary, and individualized service that connects families, expectant families, and families with children 5 and under with a trained professional who comes to the home or another safe place to assess family needs, educate and support parents, and connect families with community resources. Primarily serving district families with low incomes and additional barriers to resources, home visiting consistently improves family economic stability, school readiness, and health outcomes for both parents and children. Home visiting programs operate under the Child and Family Services Agency, DC Health, and the Department of Healthcare Finance, which are overseen by committees chaired by Council Members Henderson and Lewis George, who have demonstrated exceptional leadership and commitment to DC families and their support for home visiting services. In FY25, we asked the council to preserve DC Health funding for home visiting, restore home visiting funding in the Child and Family Services Agency, and increase funding in the Department of Healthcare Finance for the Nurse Family Partnership Program and for an updated financial impact statement so that DHCF can implement the Home Visiting Services Reimbursement Act for Medicaid. My written testimony contains more details about these asks. To best illustrate the impact of home visiting, I will share the reflection of Ms. Jocelyn, a participant. She said, "My experience with home visiting has been better than any other program I've been in when it comes to casework and working with me and my baby. My favorite part has been truly being heard by my home visitor and having a person to have a conversation with over my concerns about my health. I have seen changes in myself because I am able to talk about certain things and I have somebody to talk with about topics like breastfeeding, how to put up the bassinet, and resources about my birth certificate and ID. It has been a lot easier to have home visits than having to go to an office for things that I need help with. As far as resources and supplies, they're coming to my doorstep instead of me having to figure it out alone. There are a lot of moms and parents in general, especially low-income parents, who need programs like this to get resources because not everyone has the direction for help. Cutting budgets for early childhood and family health supports, including home visiting, will disproportionately harm Black and Brown residents, reducing access to this resource for current and future families. But there is an alternative. Raising revenue by taxing wealth would afford DC additional resources to invest in our communities while also helping to correct the racist harm in the tax system. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. If there are questions, we have a limit of 5 minutes. Councilmember Fruman?
I want to thank the witnesses for their testimony, but I don't have any questions. Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony and your work.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, but I do want to make this clear for the record. I may say it a few more times. The cut to the pay equity fund, which the mayor put in the budget, which she put in the budget because the chief financial officer was insisting that the budget and financial plan had to expend funds to replenish the reserves. The mayor didn't agree with that. I don't agree with that. The mayor and I have been pretty much lockstep, pushing back on the chief financial officer. As you may know, a couple of weeks ago, the mayor and I both wrote to the attorney general asking for a formal opinion with regard to whether the chief financial officer had the authority to do this. So it is correct that the mayor's had thought to propose a reduction to the pay equity program, but not the elimination. And she should not be criticized for the elimination. any more than the council should be, because it's not what she wanted to do. And we both have been pushing back on the chief financial officer. And it is our intention that we will reverse that payment to the reserve fund because the law doesn't require it. And to that extent, at least replenish the fund. So I just wanted to say that I don't have questions for you all. The four of you are here who would get gold stars if I had them to hand out, and the other two who participated online. Thank you all. Let me move to the next group of witnesses. Riley Danilko, who's also with DC Action. Jorge Membrano, who is Director of Youth Advocacy, DC Action. Travis Bally. Erica Williams, who is Executive Director of the Fiscal Policy Institute. Ann Gunderson, also with the Fiscal Policy Institute. And that gets us to our four. Let me see, is Michael Johnson present? Or is Michael Johnson here? If so, he'll be next panel. Okay, that gets us then to page one. Ms. Danilko, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff. My name is Riley Danelko, and I am the Senior Policy Analyst for Out of School Time at DC Action. I'm testifying today to ask the council to protect existing investments in the OST and ensure that FY25 funding levels account for increases in overhead operations. Protecting FY24 OST grant budgets in the DME cluster will help ensure that the more than 30,000 youth who participate in OST programs funded through these agencies can continue to receive the diverse benefits of after-school and summer programs. OST programs are lifelines for youth and families in the district. Protecting local funding for OST means that the more than 120 organizations that receive Learn24 grants can keep their doors open in the communities they serve. Please note, however, that the $27.4 million for OST grants in the Learn24 office actually represents flat funding year over year. Flat funding hinders community-based organizations' ability to keep pace with costs of inflation for expenses like rent, supplies, snacks, insurance, and staff salaries. The committee should ensure that OST grant budgets account for increased programming costs due to inflation, as well as growing indirect costs. The Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act allows nonprofits to claim a 10% indirect cost rate. This amount should be understood as supplemental to, not included in, direct costs when comparing grants to serve the same number of youth year over year. With that in mind, we estimate that fully funding indirect cost rates in compliance with the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act would bring the FY25 budget of the Learn24 office to $33 million. We urge you to help find these additional funds to keep organizations whole. In addition to protecting Learn24 funding, the council must preserve funding for DPR's Recreation for All community grants. This grant program, first launched in FY23, provided more than $4 million of support to community-based programs, activities, and events that engaged youth, provided recreation opportunities, and promoted skill development. The grant program was continued in FY24, but the mayor's proposed budget for DPR in FY25 includes around a $1 million reduction in this grant program. If this is true, the committee should restore these cuts so that youth who benefited from OST activities funded by these grants in previous years can continue to do so. Looking ahead, it is critical for the council to raise new revenue for future years to enable implementation of the Universal OST Amendment Act of 2023, which aims to close the gaps in program access by 2035. OST is transformative in the lives of young people, but subsidized programs in DC are currently serving only around 40% of students. If the district is serious about improving youth attendance, academic outcomes, and public safety, then increasing OST opportunities is imperative. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Danilko. Jorge Membrano.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and esteemed council members for the opportunity to address you today at the start of a marathon day of testimony. My name is Jorge Membrano, and I'm the Director of Youth Advocacy with DC Action. As you can see, there are a lot of us here today from DC Action, representing the voices of babies, children, youth, and families from all over the district. Today, I'll be speaking as a parent, therapist, and social worker who has seen firsthand the effects and ripples across a lifetime from singular decisions. The mayor's budget is full of potentially catastrophic ripples. To give you an example, funding for school-based behavioral health services has decreased by 10 million. When I was a school social worker, I provided individual and group counseling on grief, trauma, violence, anxiety, depression, gender, and sexuality. I had a caseload of about 40 to 50 students in any given year. That's a single social worker. Making cuts to school-based behavioral health services instead of reinvesting dollars into innovative social worker recruitment and retention efforts means that hundreds, if not thousands, of kids will be denied a safer space to address their mental and behavioral health needs. To add a ripple to that, the average age of onset for most major mental health disorders is about 15 years old. Early screening and intervention for youth is the greatest tool that we have to prevent those youth from becoming adults who are battling major mental illness. According to DBH, district Medicaid and local funds paid $184.4 million for mental health services claims as of mid-year fiscal year 23, with adults making up 89.4% of those claims. The number of adult consumers served has increased by 16.7%, and there was a 42% increase overall in expenditures from fiscal year 22 mid-year to fiscal year 23 mid-year. Early intervention isn't just sound clinical practice, it saves the city money. I'll add another ripple. According to the youth count survey administered by the Community Partnership, 32% of youth experiencing homelessness in the district reported impaired mental health, with most diagnoses, including depression, anxiety, and PTSD, being at around 15. Mental health and homelessness have a bidirectional effect, which means that they affect each other. Early intervention could be the difference between being housed or unhoused, being able to secure and hold on to employment, or becoming trapped in a cycle of poverty. As you can see, we can start drawing a clear line from school-based mental health services to adverse life outcomes from a single decision. Finally, I'll add one last ripple. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that I'm able to be here today because of wonderful early educators, the majority of whom are women of color, currently caring for my 7-month-old son. As a parent, as an advocate, I implore you to fully restore the Pay Equity Fund. The thought of pulling pay equity funding from those educators who love on my son every day doesn't just feel immoral, it feels personal. They are the reason I get to be a social worker and advocate with my DC Action colleagues. They are the reason I get to go to the office and invest in downtown. They are the reason I invest in local businesses. They are the reason I serve the babies, children, youth, and families in DC. I challenge this council to serve them with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Travis Bally.
Thank you, Chairman. I first want to say one sentence in my personal capacity as a Ward 7 resident, that I stand with Empower Ed in calling for the council to protect OSSI's community school program, to protect and extend flexible scheduling, to invest in permanent substitutes, and to invest in equitable, experiential, and outdoor learning. We need to give students, families, and educators the tools to succeed and thrive. I will now read on behalf of Under 3 DC a testimony from an early educator, Austin Lee, who's currently working. He is a lead kindergarten teacher, a proud supporter of Under 3 DC, and I'm going to start reading in his voice. My testimony today will focus on the importance of restoring full funding for the Pay Equity Fund to ensure a strong, effective, and connected early childhood system in the district. As a young adult, I was diagnosed with a kidney disease, and I was on dialysis while I waited for a kidney transplant. I did some volunteer work with the Children's National Hospital, but I was not physically able to work full time. I knew that once I was healthy enough, I wanted to work with children. That is how I became an early educator. In 2013, I started down the path to become an early educator, and since then, I've worked with infants, toddlers, and in pre-K. I was recently promoted to lead kindergarten teacher. I received this promotion because I am about to earn my associate's degree in early childhood education. I was able to pursue this degree only because of the Pay Equity Fund salary increase and the DC Lead Scholarship. DC Lead has been instrumental in helping me through the process of earning my degree, not only funding the classes, but also guiding me along the way to make sure I'm taking the right classes and providing help when I need it. I'm finally seeing the fruits of me going to school and things I worked hard for. The Pay Equity Fund has also affected my life because of the health insurance offered through healthcare for childcare. Because I have a pre-existing condition, this health insurance has helped me a lot. If the Pay Equity Fund were eliminated, it would affect my life now and in the future. I would not have the health care that I need. My transplanted kidney could be at risk. I wouldn't have funds for the immunosuppressant drugs I need to have a healthy kidney. My education would also be at risk. I don't know if I would be able to stay in the field of early education. Thank you for your time. Please restore all funding to the Pay Equity Fund.
Thank you, Mr. Bally. Erica Williams, who I believe is on the line.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of council. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. Despite calling for shared sacrifice in a time of budget constraints, Mayor Bowser's proposed budget and financial plan demands the biggest sacrifices from DC's lowest income residents, who, because of historic and structural racism, are disproportionately likely to be Black and Brown residents. The mayor takes an axe to transformative investments, including the Pay Equity Fund and our expanded DC Earned Income Tax Credit. She scales back a first of its kind in the nation program for child wealth building, our baby bonds program. The budget backtracks on commitments to housing affordability, rental assistance, ending homelessness. It forces cuts to school staffing. It swipes funds for environmental justice, and the list goes on. As is, the proposed budget will set back the progress that DC has made on poverty reduction, greater economic inclusion, and shared prosperity. And while the budget does propose to raise revenue, one of the major proposals is a sales tax increase, which disproportionately harms residents with low and moderate incomes. DC Council does not have to follow suit. We'd urge you to consider budget shifts, but also to consider the overlapping revenue proposals from DCFPI, the Just Recovery DC Coalition, and the Fair Budget Coalition, many of which stem from analysis of the Tax Revision Commission that you all set in motion. These proposals fulfill several goals. They raise revenue to keep promises to residents today. They improve progressivity and equity in our tax code, and they fortify our revenue system for the longer term. And I'll name just a few. One is to raise property taxes on high-value homes. We can raise taxes on homes with a taxable value above $1.5 million, affecting just 5% of homeowners if we were to introduce a marginal property tax rate structure on our single-family homes. We can raise taxes on households with the highest incomes. We can do that through limiting itemized deductions, which is a tax break that primarily benefits DC's highest income households. We can also raise marginal rates on income above the $500,000 income mark. We can strengthen our capital gains tax by, which is a major form of wealth accumulation for those with substantial wealth, by introducing a higher flat rate on capital gains. In 2020, 71% of net capital gains income accrued to the top 1% of DC filers who reported adjusted gross income above 1 million. So that would be the target. And we should also restore the EITC expansion and reject the sales tax increase. These two proposals combined are going to have a real big impact on folks in the bottom 2/5 of our income distribution. Those folks are going to see their effective tax rate rise above where we hoped it would be. Both proposals should be rejected.
Ms.
Thank you.
Williams, you're over your time. And I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide that. Thank you. Ann Gunderson.
Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ann Gunderson. I'm a senior policy analyst with DCFPI and a member of the Under 3 DC Coalition. I want to start by thanking you for rejecting the Chief Financial Officer's demands to repay the reserves earlier than what's required in law, and for committing to use the freed up funding to help restore the Pay Equity funds. It's clear that you understand the value and importance of this program. While restoring that funding is an important first step, I encourage the council to restore the full $290.2 million that the mayor eliminated across the financial plan. And current funding is inadequate, as evidenced by OSSI's recent decision to freeze new entries into the program due to funding limitations. This suggests that there won't be any carryover dollars to leverage in FY25. Additionally, the costs of the program are projected to continue to increase over time as educators attain higher credentials as required by law, and to increase salaries annually to maintain parity with DCPS teachers. Therefore, I urge the council to explore progressive revenue raisers like a capital gains tax and increased property taxes on multi-million-dollar homes to keep your promises to educators and adequately fund the pay equity fund. Lawmakers shouldn't balance the DC's budget on the backs of our educators or ask our lowest income residents to shoulder higher tax rates, like through the proposed increase in the sales tax. It's time for the top 5% to pay their fair share in taxes to support these critical programs. Beyond restoring the funds for the Pay Equity Fund, Council will also need to restore the authorizing language. This is an opportunity to better shape the law and expand the reporting requirements and data collection that OSSI must conduct. As the task force crafts improvements to the funding formula to advance implementation, its members will need more detailed information about how participating facilities are utilizing their awards, such as what share facilities spend on educator salaries and what share they spend on other expenses. The mayor's budget also cut the child care subsidy program and PKEEP, which supports community-based pre-K. The elimination of the Pay Equity Fund has gotten the lion's share of attention during this budget cycle, but the Pay Equity Fund is just one part of a larger early childhood system. The same child care providers who would bear the brunt of the cuts to the Pay Equity Funds are the same providers who will also shoulder the cuts to subsidy and to PKEEP. We have to stop asking those who do the most work and are paid the least to absorb yet another cut, especially when there's enough wealth in the district to support a robust early childhood system. I urge the council to pass a progressive tax package to keep our programs whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gunderson. And I think Michael Johnson's not here. You had said that. Thank you each of you for your testimony. I just have one question, Ms. Gunderson. You mentioned restoring authorizing language regarding the Pay Equity Fund. Could you, after the hearing, submit language, what you're talking about?
Absolutely.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you to each of the witnesses. We're going to keep moving. Erica Roberson, who's also with the Fiscal Policy Institute. Kate Coventry, who is with the Fiscal Policy Institute. Oh, yeah, okay. Emma Marabi. You are, okay. Emma Marabi. Jacqueline Salazar. Daniel Jiang. April Curiel. You are. I think I called April Curiel. Chizara Ratebay. Charlene Roach Glimpf. Jeffrey. I said April Curiel. Charlene Roach Glimpf is online. Jeffrey. Yeah. We're going to stop with Ms. Roach Glimpf. Ms. Robertson, you're up.
Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee and committee staff, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Erica Robertson, and I'm a policy analyst at DCFPI. Today, I would like to discuss DCFPI's analysis of the FY25 submitted DCPS budgets. DCFPI is grateful to the mayor for increasing the UPSFF and continuing to increase investments for at-risk students. but the projected staffing cuts raise concerns for how DCPS will provide an adequate education in FY 2025. DCFPI is grateful to the council members that have expressed commitment to restoring funding to schools. Given that schools in wards 5, 7, and 8 serve a majority of Black and Brown students and those with low incomes, DCFPI's analysis focuses on these wards. Some of our key findings include that schools in wards 7 and 8 continue to face concerning enrollment declines, underscoring the need for DC policymakers to commit to investing in by right neighborhood schools. Wards 7 and 8 have a disproportionate number of small schools. DCFPI continues to support the exploration of a small school weight to bolster small schools' ability to afford positions and programming. And 96% of schools in wards 5, 7, and 8 are losing staff, ranging from classroom teachers to custodial and other support staff. DCFPI urges the council to ensure that none of these schools lose staff in FY 2025 because these cuts undermine education equity. The council should work with the mayor moving forward to create a school budget model that ensures stability and equity after accounting for labor and inflationary increases. DCFPI stands in solidarity with Empower Ed in calling for council to protect OSSI's community school program, to protect and extend flexible scheduling, to invest in permanent substitutes, and to invest in equitable, experiential, and outdoor learning. We need to give students, families, and educators the tools to succeed and thrive. Nearly all schools in wards 5, 7, and 8 are facing staffing cuts. While some schools' staffing cuts seem to be in response to projected enrollment declines, this is not the case for all schools, particularly those in wards 5 where schools have a projected increase in enrollment. Staffing cuts lead to negative outcomes like larger classroom sizes, which research finds results in less students getting their needs met and educator burnout. Also, staff cuts result in students losing access to caring adults and a loss of key programming for students such as theater and foreign language. Staff help create the culture of schools, and students tend to be more excited to go to school when they know they will be greeted by a welcoming adult. The district is currently facing alarming rates of chronic absenteeism, and with the loss of vital staff, such as those who support social and emotional efforts, particularly in Ward 7, DC risks seeing these rates increase. The council must invest in adequately staffing DC schools and ensure stabilization of key staff year over year. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Robertson. I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide that. Kate Coventry, I believe, is not here. Emma Marabi.
She had to cancel.
Thank you. Jacqueline Salazar. Danielle Jung.
Good morning. Next week is National Teacher Appreciation Week, and today I ask the council to show their appreciation for educators by fully restoring OSSI's Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund, healthcare for childcare insurance coverage, and childcare subsidy program for the next 3 years. Early educators anchor our community and provide an essential service. They enable working families like mine in the business sector to thrive across DC. Working parents like my partner and I rely on early educators each day to grow our careers here. The council's historic Birth to 3 Act was a much needed correction to finally start valuing and resourcing the care sector with fair compensation and benefits. We cannot go backward now. My family lives in Ward 4, and my 2-year-old child, Lily, attends an early education center full-time in the Manor Park neighborhood. All children deserve nurturing and enriching relationships with excellent caregivers like Lily's. The Pay Equity Fund helps our center director attract and retain high-quality teachers, but the fund currently does not even fully cover the center's rising labor costs as teachers attain teaching degrees. If the council fails to preserve the Pay Equity Fund at or above its current level, I believe our center and childcare providers across the city will have to raise tuition in order to preserve teacher morale and quality of care. This will only push early learning costs further out of reach for families like mine. For brevity, I'll just say the council must do everything in its power to expand early educator pay, benefits, and childcare affordability now, not take it away. You cannot punish our hardworking educators as the mayor proposed. Cutting childcare supports is not the way to balance the city budget. Instead, the future success of our whole city requires visionary, creative leadership. Find long-term dedicated funding for these OSSI programs by taxing the business community that profits from employee-funded childcare, but does not pay into this system. Find revenue by raising my taxes and those of the wealthiest residents and homeowners in the city. Find revenue by building an equitable, progressive tax structure as the Just Recovery DC Coalition recommends. So in summary, what I want to say is, before you even consider any cuts to educators, please come to me first as a taxpayer, as a resident, and as a parent. It should not be coming from educators' pockets. The need is urgent, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. April Curio. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman Middleton and members of the whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the
Could you
council
speak
today.
directly into the microphone?
Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Cheryl McLean and I'm an early childhood educator at Bright Beginnings, Inc. I'm a resident of the Ward 8. I'm a supporter of the Under 3 DC and coalition committed to securing a strong start for infants and toddlers in the DC. My testimony today will focus on the importance of restoring full funding for the Pay Equity Fund to ensure a strong, effective, and connected early childhood systems in the district. You've already heard from dozens of parents, early childhood educators, and early educated program directors during this budget cycle about the importance of the Pay Equity Fund. I know you understand how essential it is for you. Essential it is for you to pass the budget that fully funds this program. You know that every ward in the district has a shortage of childcare seats, and that fewer than 500,000 families is seeking infant and toddler care, and they can't find it. You know that eliminating the Pay Equity Fund would cause educators to lose tens of thousands of dollars in wages, access to free, high quality insurance and financial security and independence. You know that without stable quality childcare, economic resilience and growth will be impossible for the district. What you do not know yet is why this mattered to me. I have been working in early childhood profession for 40 years. 40 years of my life of being present, showing up, even when I was sick and in pain, and it just didn't feel like going to work. This is not just a job for me. This is a passion. I love to see the children smile on their faces when they walk in the door in the morning. Educators are so much more than teachers. We are mothers, doctors, advocating for children in our care. To take back the funding from PEF is not fair. How do you think educators will live if the pay equality is no longer provided, security and stability we need? I've struggled all my life, living paycheck to paycheck just to provide for my 3 children. This cut is unacceptable on all levels. If this cut is passed, there will be so many families affected. Please do not go forward with this cut and block the action against early educators. We are counting on you to take action. Thank you for your time and attention on this matter. Best, Ms. Cheryl McLean.
Thank you, Ms. McLean. Desra Waitbay,
He's not here today, but my name is Amber Hodges.
you're testifying for her.
Yeah, my name is Amber Hodges. He's not here today. This is my testimony. Good afternoon, Chairman, members and council and members of the councils of the whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Amber Hodges and I am an educator at Bright Beginnings. And I am a Bright Beginnings member of Under 3 DC, a collision commitment to secure a strong start for every infant and toddler in DC. My testimony today will focus on the importance of restoring funding to the Pay Equality Fund and maintain funding for the programs like DC Lead that help educators like me get high accreditation. I have been an educator for 26 years. I started working right after I graduated from high school in 2005, making $8.25 an hour. My passion for children began in taking care of my younger brothers and watching children around the neighborhood since I was very young when I started. I didn't think much about the low pay, but over time, I had to start working multiple jobs to make ends meet. I noticed I noticed that to be able to survive in this expensive world, you really have to have a dual income household. In those 26 years, I have worked at many different centers around the city. I have also experienced homelessness firsthand. When the pay equality fund came around, a lot of things changed for me. I was able to provide for my 3 nieces and 2 nephews. I'm their only auntie. I was able to buy clothes, pay my bills and my rent, and still have money left over to live. My life, I could have finally splurged on things I have never able to do before. Thanks to DC League, I was able to return to school to get my AA, so I could even make more money. It was difficult to maintain work, caring for my family, and school. Sometimes I wanted to quit, but it was difficult. But now I am only 2 classes away from graduating. I am able to look forward to having to balance work and school anymore and have time to spend with my family and take care of my own mental health. When I heard the mayor was going to cut the pay equality fund, I was upset. I cried on my way to work. I cried at work, and I had flashbacks about being homeless, which was very difficult period of my life. I don't want to go back to that. Me and every educator in DC work very hard, and we deserve to be treated like the essential workers we are, like the firefighters, the police, and the doctors society need. We worked through the pandemic when we worked through the pandemic when most others weren't at work. We should be at the top of the convention scale, not the bottom. I had to remind myself that I wasn't alone. I went to the rally to save childcare hosted by Under 3 DC on April 4th and realized I was a part of a team and a movement that gave me hope. Now I'd like to.
Thank you,
remind-
Ms. Rogers. Sorry to cut you off, but your time's up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Charlene Roach Glimpf, who's online.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Dr. Charlene Roach Glimpf, and I am the owner, director of Petite Scholars Rhode Island Avenue campus in Ward 5. And I'm looking forward to the opportunity to open a new center in Ward 7 in the coming weeks. My testimony today will focus on the importance of restoring full funding for the Pay Equity Fund to ensure a strong, effective, and connected early childhood system in the district. Here's why this matters to me. I am proud that the district, through programs like the Pay Equity Fund, have helped increase early educators' average compensation by as much as 40%. This is the beginning to address decades of economic exploitation of the largely Black and Brown early educator workforce. We must maintain all funding for the Pay Equity Fund and also add money in the fiscal year 2025 to ensure that we continue to pay educators as they obtain higher degrees in their profession. My educators do not plan their profession year to year. They need to be able to rely on the council keeping the promise they made and not make any cuts to the Pay Equity Fund. Once we have kept our promise to teachers, I joined the voice of other early education directors at this hearing who need our own profession to provide a competitive wage. Otherwise, we will see an exodus of experienced directors going back into the classroom where they can make the same or more money. The depletion of our director workforce would have a negative impact on centers' ability to provide high-quality education, comply with the OSCE regulations, and manage all of the business functions that keep the lights on and the doors open in a center. That is why I urge the council to commit to full funding of the Pay Equity and Child Care Subsidy Program in the FY 2025 budget. This funding is a small amount compared to the enormity of the district budget, but it will have a massive impact on our children, families, and educators for generations to come. My full written testimony has been uploaded to the committee hearing portal. I am pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Roach Glimpf. I don't have questions for you. I don't have questions for any of the panel, but I do want to thank you for your testimony. And Ms. Rogers, thank you for your willingness to share. So you all are excused, and I'm going to go to the next group. Jeffrey Credit, who's listed as a student with Community Educational Research Group.
No,
Don't start yet.
okay.
Sally DeTalia. Yurka Gonzalez. Adam Berrigan Smith. I see a lot of people in motion, which is a little confusing. All right, you must be Adam Berrigan Smith and Jamal Berry. Jeffrey Credit, you're first and you're online.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Credit. I'm not quite a student. I am the president of the Washington Association of Child Care Centers.
Yes, but you're listed, you must have signed up as a student.
I don't think so.
Well, our witness reflects, doesn't matter, so please
Okay.
proceed.
Sure, thank you very much, sir. Treasurer of the Early Learning Collaborative and founder of and CEO of Community Educational Research Group with centers in Ward 7 and 8. I'd like to thank the council and everyone for this opportunity to speak and to acknowledge all of my colleagues in the audience and that were out for the rally earlier today. We are once again here to fight and advocate for that which we deserve: equal pay for equal credentials and equal work for all ECE staff in the district. The mayor's new budget seeks to abolish the hard, dedicated work done by teachers, advocates, stakeholders, and this very city council. The abolition of the Pay Equity and Healthcare for Childcare Fund will have a major negative impact. And I want to thank the chairman also for his earlier explanation of the CEO's involvement in the cuts. That was very helpful. Over the last 3 years of this program, teachers have upgraded their lives, purchased new homes, new cars, new apartments, and improved the living standards for themselves and their families, and contributed to the overall vitality of the city's financial growth. ECE staff can better care for their families through the healthcare provided them and the healthcare for childcare. In one stroke of the pen, the mayor has changed all of that. The ECE industry that has been so diligently built over the decades will come crumbling down. Qualified staff will abandon the industry, leaving it decimated. Quality will plummet and centers will close, leaving an even larger gap in the number of slots needed. Staff and their families receiving no-cost healthcare and reduced medical expenses via healthcare for childcare will potentially lose their coverage, sending their lives into possible turmoil. Just the contemplation of this action has had a profound effect. Staff, centers, and the entire ECE community have felt the stinging blow of disrespect from the administration. The district leads the nation in all things ECE. I ask the council not to decimate the work done over the last decades that have made ECE in the Washington, D.C. the envy of the nation. I ask the council not only to restore the pay equity and healthcare for childcare funding, but to add funding for pay equity for directors in an effort to make all ECE pay equitable. Thank you, and I'll have any questions, please ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Credit. Sally DeTalia.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Sally DeTalia, resident of Ward 2. I've been the director of an early childhood program in Ward 6 for 31 years. I'm also the co-chair of the Directors Exchange, co-chair of the Directors Group for Under 3 DC, a member of the DC Early Learning Collaborative, and I also proudly serve on the Early Educator Equitable Compensation Task Force. I'm here today first to thank you for your leadership regarding the Pay Equity Fund, as well as your courage to stand up for a program that we believe is so important for so many reasons, as evidenced by the fact that many of us here testifying today are asking to return the full funding to the Pay Equity Fund, which was gutted by the mayor's proposed budget cuts. There were over 300 educators, advocates, and allies outside this morning. They know the importance of the Pay Equity Fund. And many of those outside this morning and the over 4,000 educators who could not attend the rally would be drastically affected by not fully funding the Pay Equity Fund. And many of us here today are willing and eager to work with you and others to figure out the best way forward so that rather than panicking every fiscal year, we can create a system that works, that meets the promise, the goal, and the vision of the Birth to Three legislation. DC has long been a leader in early education. We changed the landscape nationally with the 2008 pre-K legislation. We must continue to lead by continuing to fully fund the Birth to Three legislation and most importantly, the Pay Equity Fund. We cannot change the system of early education for children birth to 5, the most important years for a human's development, without highly competent and highly compensated educators. And we won't have these educators without the Pay Equity Fund. I thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. D'Italia, and I have a copy of your statement. Denirka Gonzalez.
My testimony is in English on the council page. Okay. Buenos días, presidente Mendelssohn y miembros del comité plenario. Gracias por la oportunidad de dirigirme al consejo hoy. Mi nombre es Danielka González y soy educadora de la primera infancia en Centronía y residente del distrito de Palisades. Soy partidaria de Under 3 DC, una coalición comprometida a garantizar un comienzo sólido para la primera infancia en el distrito. Mi testimonio hoy se centrará en la importancia de restaurar la financiación total del Fondo de Equidad Salarial para garantizar un sistema de primera infancia de calidad. Según un estudio, los niños que asisten a cuidados de baja calidad durante los primeros 3 años de vida obtienen puntuaciones más bajas en pruebas cognitivas y de lenguaje a los 15 años que aquellos que asistieron a cuidados de primera infancia de alta calidad. En el 2007 se estimó que el costo anual del cuidado infantil de baja calidad en los Estados Unidos fue de $16.100 millones en pérdidas de ingresos, $14.200 millones en aumento de la delincuencia y $1.300 millones en aumento a la atención sanitaria. En cambio, el cuidado infantil de alta calidad puede tener efectos positivos y duraderos en el desarrollo de los niños en múltiples dominios. Estos efectos pueden traducirse en mejores logros académicos, resultados conductuales y salud mental en etapas posteriores de su vida. Con esto no quiero más que como educadora que las personas, o sea, ustedes que están a cargo de decidir si merezco un salario justo o no, tengan conocimiento del impacto negativo que tendría no solo a nivel personal y de institución, sino para el distrito si quitan el Fondo de Equidad Salarial. Como he dicho anteriormente, somos educadoras y esto lo entendí hace mucho tiempo. No somos cuidadoras. Las cuidadoras solamente cuidan. Las educadoras educamos. Implica formar con herramientas que necesitan para desarrollar todas sus áreas. Educador implica superación, implica la preparación profesional que debemos tener para poder brindarles a los niños educación que merecen y deben tener. El sector de educación es liderado por mujeres, mujeres afroamericanas, mujeres inmigrantes, mujeres valientes que han cruzado barreras. Porque miembros del primario, nuestro día no termina a las 6 de la tarde, ahí comienza nuestro segundo tiempo, tiempo de ir a la universidad, atender a nuestras familias. Y no pedimos más que se nos reconozca nuestro trabajo, recibir una remuneración de acuerdo a nuestra preparación y cualificación para el puesto que estamos ejerciendo. Estoy aquí no solo como educadora, sino como estudiante, colega y una mujer que día a día lidia con familias de distintas razas, culturas y religiones. El Fondo de Equidad Salarial no solo se trata de otorgar una compensación justa para los educadores, sino también se trata de equidad y justicia. Se trata de mantener la asequibilidad para las familias y garantizar que nuestra profesión sea respetada y valorada. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I appreciate the support and the enthusiasm, but there should not be applause during the hearing. I do want to thank you for your testimony. You provided an English translation. You're an early childhood educator, and you support restoration of the fund. Thank you.
Okay.
Adam Berrigan-Smith.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Adam Berrigan-Smith, and I am Educare DC's Advocacy Manager and a member of the Under 3 DC Coalition. I would like to begin my remarks by thanking Chairman Mendelson and the majority of council members for expressing your intention to restore funding for the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund in the FY25 budget. The district must honor its commitment to early childhood teachers and restore full funding to the program. We appreciate your continued leadership on this during a difficult budget year. Educare DC employs 80 early childhood teachers, and since the mayor released her FY25 budget proposal, we've heard loudly and clearly from them that if the district eliminates the Pay Equity Fund, many of them will leave teaching for higher paying jobs. Our teachers are unable to be here today because they are busy earning their well-deserved pay equity teaching in their classrooms, but they wanted me to share their stories about how the Pay Equity Fund has changed their lives. The following are quotes from 5 Educare DC teachers. I'm extremely grateful for the Pay Equity Fund. It helps me and my son find housing that's affordable for us. Without the pay, I would not be able to afford my rent, and I will again face homelessness. The work as an educator is great and what I'm passionate about, but without the funds, I may have to resign. I've recently bought my first home at 54 thanks to the Pay Equity Fund after years of hard work and saving what I could. Without it, I would have to leave teaching and find another job that pays more money in order to afford my new mortgage. The Pay Equity Fund has changed my life drastically. Cutting the Pay Equity Fund will make me feel betrayed, unappreciated, and will make me consider a new field. I love teaching, but I have to be able to provide for my family. And without the pay equity, I wouldn't be able to meet all of their needs. We have done all the requirements to be professional teachers in the early childhood education field, and we deserve to be respected as educators and be paid as such. The Pay Equity Fund represents a beacon of hope for early childhood educators, not only in our district, but across the nation. By recognizing the invaluable contributions of early childhood educators and addressing the long-standing disparities in compensation, the Pay Equity Fund signifies a fundamental shift in how our profession is perceived and valued. I urge you to remember these teachers' words as you work to finalize the FY25 budget. Over 4,000 early childhood teachers across the district are counting on you to keep your commitment to them and fully restore funding for the Pay Equity Fund. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bergen-Smith. Jamal Berry.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Jamal Berry is unable to be here today and asked me to read his testimony on his behalf. My name is Vanell Butler, and I am Mr. Berry's executive assistant, and I'll be reading in his voice. My name is Jamal Berry, and I am Educare DC's president and CEO, co-chair of the Under 3 DC Coalition's Directors Committee, and a member of the recently reconvened Early Childhood Educator Compensation Task Force. Over the past several years, I have come to the council to advocate for the creation and improvement of the district's landmark Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund. If you hear one thing today, hear this. If you eliminate the Pay Equity Fund or significantly reduce its funding, it will send a clear message to early childhood teachers that they cannot rely on the district government to keep its promises to them. I fear this will result in a mass exodus from the field, widespread teacher shortages, closed classrooms, and a devastating ripple effects throughout the economy. I would like to thank Chairman Mendelson and the majority of the council members who have said publicly that they are in favor of restoring funding for the Pay Equity Fund. We appreciate your support during a tight budget year and extraordinary pressure from the CFO. In March, 10 Educare DC teachers came to the Wilson Building for Under 3 DC's Advocacy Day to advocate for the Pay Equity Fund. We met with several council members in their offices, and the teachers shared deeply personal stories about how the program has changed their lives. During one of these meetings, one of our teachers started to cry as she described how the Pay Equity Fund helped her afford an apartment for her family after years of being homeless and staying with friends. She said, "I can't go back to that," and that the Pay Equity Fund allows me to be the parent my children need me to be. These educators dedicate their professional lives to caring for the community's children, and they deserve salaries that allow them to care for their children as well, too. I know the mayor has said that she cut the Pay Equity Fund because it would become unsustainable in the future, but I respectfully disagree. What is unsustainable is paying teachers undignified salaries and expecting them to remain in the early childhood field when they have the credentials to teach K-12 education and make significantly higher salaries. What is unsustainable is the pre-Pay Equity Fund status quo of underpaying early childhood teachers that resulted in teacher shortages and closed classrooms. I implore you to restore full funding to the Pay Equity Fund. With your continued commitment, we will recruit and retain highly qualified teachers and set our youngest learners up for success in kindergarten and beyond. I am happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. And I believe that completes this group. I don't have questions for any of you, but thank you for your testimony. Angela Williams, who's Center Director at Educare. Yanae Williams. Rachel Feinstein, who is Director of Government, DC Government and Community Relations at the Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington. Hannah Schiff. I think I said Hannah Schiff. John Engelbert. Franz Strasser Galvis. Njuri Azua. I apologize for mispronouncing that. The last name is Azuea, Azeuewah. Julie Lujan. Are you? Julie Lujan. Abriana Kimbrough. Brittany Harper. Lori Winter, Co-Chair Justice and Witness Action Network. Michael Hopkins, who's also Justice and Witness Action Network. Lashada Campbell. Paradise Mingo. Kishan Puta, who's listed as a public witness, but I know he's an ANC commissioner. Raul Echeverria, co-founder, CEO of Communikids Preschool. That's you. Excellent. Angela Williams. Yanae Williams. Rachel Feinstein. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, council members, staff, fellow panelists. My name is Rachel Feinstein. I'm a Ward 6 resident and Director of DC Government and Community Relations with the Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of fully reinstating the Pay Equity Fund. And thank you all for your support for this important program for the district. The Pay Equity Fund has empowered our city's private daycare workers and preschool educators to realize financial stability and investments in higher education. We have heard numerous stories bearing this out from the faith-based preschools we represent. One teacher has been able to seek an advanced teaching degree at the University of the District of Columbia because of support from the Pay Equity Fund. With an advanced degree in hand, she will be able to increase her earning potential over time. Another teacher recently became the sole breadwinner for her family due to her partner's unexpected illness. Thanks to the Pay Equity Fund, she was able to adjust and support her family financially. Without this program, she might have had to seek a second job or seek higher paid employment elsewhere, which would have been a loss for her students and their school. These are just two examples of thousands of educators who have been helped by the Pay Equity Fund. Our city made a promise to early childhood educators with the establishment of this program. That promise, we value and support you, and we are therefore making this financial investment in you. I think we can all agree that to eliminate or reduce this program now would be, as we say in Yiddish, a shanda, a great shame, one that does not reflect well on us or our city. Please reinstate the Pay Equity Fund so that the district can continue to lift up early childhood workers and serve as an example to the country of what we can do as a society. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Feinstein. And I have a copy of your statement. Thank you. Hannah Schiff.
Hello. Hello, Council. My name is Hannah Schiff, and I'm a parent of an almost 1-year-old that attends Barbara Chambers Child Care Center in Shaw. Today, I ask the Council to show their appreciation for educators by fully restoring OSSI's Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund, Healthcare for Child Care Insurance Coverage, and Child Care Subsidy Program for the next 3 years. My son is not just being cared for at Barbara Chambers, he is receiving an incredible education. Every day, his teachers lay the foundation for his academic success in school beyond daycare, his ability to express himself and use language to share his emotions and ideas, and his empathy and caring for others and the world around him. I have been blown away by the quality of his education, the degree of love and care for him, and the dedication of his teachers to the development of all the children in his classroom. I attribute so much of my son's growth physically, cognitively, and social-emotionally to his teachers at Barbara Chambers. A few highlights. My son is now bilingual. After just 9 months at daycare, he understands English and Spanish. This is due to the Spanish immersion experience he is having each day. He's already saying agua and leche. Being bilingual is a life skill that he will carry with him that started for him at just 3 months old. My son has covered at least 10 joyful, engaging academic units since he started daycare, from exploring pumpkins in fall to learning about farm animals this winter and seeds and pollinators this spring. He says buzz buzz for bee and makes all different farm animal noises. He's not even one. My son has tried a variety of nutritious and yummy foods that I do not have to prepare at home because Barbara Chambers prepares the meals in-house for all children. He's open to new foods and loves to eat. My son has learned how to drink from a cup, crawl, dance, and do hand movements to songs, and he is very close to walking from all of the play and exploration he enjoys each day. The Pay Equity Fund helps attract and retain incredible educators like my son's teachers at Barbara Chambers. These educators are beyond deserving of the level of pay that the Pay Equity Fund provides, and DC parents deserve this level of care and education for their children, as it fosters bright, educated, and caring future citizens. Please do not punish our hardworking educators as the mayor proposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Schiff. John Engelbert. I don't believe is here. Franz Strasser Galvis, I believe is not here. I can't pronounce your name. Najiri Azua
And Gary.
and Gary, that's the first name.
Yes, you got the last name.
Okay. Well, I'm making some progress. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson, City Council members and staff. My name is Ngari Azawa, and I am the Advocacy Manager at Bright Beginnings, an early childhood education center located in Ward 8, as well as a member of the Under 3 DC Coalition and the Fair Budget Coalition. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on behalf of the many families that we serve. The Pay Equity Fund is critical to the programs that we offer our children. Offering our teachers equitable pay guarantees our children the strong developmental foundations needed to serve as a base for the rest of their lives. The Pay Equity Fund goes a long way in assisting our teachers in meeting the cost of living where it is. I'm here on behalf of the teachers in my center, teachers like Linda Harrison, who has been in early childhood education for a total of 26 years, but has been with our center for 17 years. To quote her, the money from the Pay Equity Fund really came in handy. Getting that money gave me a chance to learn how to continue. I finally got the chance to create an emergency fund. That money gave me a lot of assistance. I got on top of some bills. I got to double up and I was able to send some extra so that it would not be so hard on me moving forward. I am here to also speak up on behalf of teachers like Ms. Ethel Morgan, who has been in early childhood education for 18 years. To quote her, if we as educators do not stand up for our children, who will? You think you have crime now? If those children have nowhere to go to school, you'll see something else. Our teachers feel like they are at the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to being well compensated for their work. To quote another one of my teachers, teachers never get their just due. The Pay Equity Fund made us feel like we were something. We are not just the teacher, we are the nurse, we are the doctor. When the children don't feel well, we are the comfort. Increased wages create stability within the workforce, which helps to reduce employee turnover. Stability and continuity of care are essential in serving our children. Eliminating the fund, especially during this economy, hurts our teachers' abilities to remain afloat through the impacts of inflation. Quite frankly, without our teachers, we would be unable to care for our children. Early childhood educators deserve a sustainable fund that will provide them with a viable career path to continue to do the work that they love. I implore the council to make any tax restructuring changes with the Pay Equity Fund in mind. I ask that you tax the wealthy to ensure that we can reverse the harmful cuts that are vital community investments. This goes a long way in building a more equitable tax system. This guarantees longevity and resources such as the Pay Equity Fund. This looks like increasing capital tax gains. This looks like taxing high-value homes. This looks like enacting a local business activity tax in the areas where wealth is concentrated. While the district is indeed leading the way in pay parity as a model for the rest of the country, sustainability of the fund is important, and creating a direct linkage between tax restructuring and the pay equity fund's dedicated funds is critical. It's not just enough to fully restore the fund, it's important to make sure that the budget takes longevity of the fund into consideration as well. Thank you so much for your time, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Elba. Julie Lujan. Abriana Kimbrough.
Good
who-
afternoon.
Yes, there you are, online.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I express my gratitude for the opportunity to present testimony. My name is Abriana Kimbrough, and I serve as the Early Care and Education Program Officer at the Washington Area Women's Foundation. Additionally, I am a member of the Under 3 DC Coalition, a collective dedicated to enhancing early childhood education in our region. So at the Washington Area Women's Foundation, we are committed to empowering girls and women of color throughout the Washington region. Our guiding principle is rooted in the belief that by amplifying resources and recognizing the leadership of women and girls of color, we catalyze essential change for the district. Since 2008, the Washington Area Women's Foundation has contributed over $4 million to early childhood education advocacy. We take immense pride in the progress made by these dedicated individuals and organizations in improving outcomes for our youngest learners, and who were at the front line of the implementation of the Pay Equity Fund. Philanthropy alone cannot bear the responsibility of investing in early childhood education. We stand in solidarity with fellow advocates and leaders such as Kim Perry and her team at DC Action, Cynthia Davis, who is both an advocate and the owner of an early education center, LaDon Love, the Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Provider Association, among others. It is imperative to restore all funding to the Pay Equity Fund. The Women's Foundation is asking the council to restore all funding and save the district's early education system. Thank you.
Thank you. Brittany Harp.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Brittany Harper, and I am an early educator at Bright Beginnings. I am also a supporter of Under 3 DC, a coalition committed to securing a strong start for every infant and toddler in DC. This is my first year as an early childhood educator, and it has become a passion of mine to be able to help and educate the younger generation. I am here to ask you to fully fund the Pay Equity Fund. It is important for me to be here to express how the money from the Pay Equity Fund has helped me tremendously, and also how the budget could and will hurt my family. With the raise that was given to us, I was able to move into a bigger home. It is more space for my family and I to be comfortable. It's a lot safer where I live, and my children are able to go out and play. Where we lived before, my children were scared to go outside. I was also able to get a car to be able to make it to work and also get my children to school safely. If this budget cut happens, it'll be hard for me to be able to provide for my family. I will not be able to provide food, transportation, afford the cost of living, pay for my children's medicine and/or hospital bills. We will no longer be able to live comfortably. Please remember the impact this program has had on my life and other educators in DC, and the impact ending the program would have on me. Thank you for your time and consideration. My name is Brittany Harper, and I am a teacher of Ward 8.
Thank you, Ms. Harper, and I have your statement. Lori Winter, who is online.
Well, it's actually good morning. It's earlier than I thought it would be. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Lori Winter, and I'm a resident of Ward 5. I am co-chair of the Justice and Witness Action Network of the United Church of Christ for Washington, D.C. Our mission is described in scriptures: speak up and judge fairly, defend the rights of the poor and needy. You cannot balance the budget on the backs of DC residents who are the most in need. There are implications for racial equity and future generations. I will address cuts to programs supporting childcare and housing justice. First, let's talk about the lives of our children and their families. I support the Under 3 DC Coalition and thus the importance of restoring the full funding to the Pay Equity Fund and the Child Care Subsidy Program in FY25 to ensure a strong, effective, and connected early childhood system in the district. Without stable, quality health care, economic resiliency and growth will not be attainable for the district. Likewise, without care to preserve gains in ending chronic homelessness, the district is neglecting other vulnerable populations and reducing the city's ability to improve public safety, school attendance, and the economic revitalization of downtown and local neighborhoods throughout the city. Thus, I urge the council to restore the emergency rental assistance to keep families in their homes, rapid rehousing for individuals, and the Housing Production Trust Fund to at least the 24 levels. Do not suspend the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act. Expand the inclusionary zoning program to cover downtown. Restore youth homelessness services. Restore incremental increases planned for permanent supportive housing vouchers. These vouchers provide long-term housing and case management and voluntary supportive services to individuals and families experiencing chronic homelessness. I also urge you to incentivize developers to think out of the box to convert commercial office buildings into affordable residential spaces. Without affordable housing and quality childcare, families cannot stay in Washington, D.C. and contribute to the city's economic renewal. Without affordable housing, young professionals such as social workers and teachers are not able to live in DC and serve its residents. Please do not sacrifice the well-being of this city's families to develop the developer's conception of renewal. Their idea of renewal does not build a resilient future for people.
Thank you, Ms.
Cutting the
Winter.
budget is not the
Thank you,
only
Ms.
way to
Winter.
balance a budget.
Ms. Winter, thank you very much. Your time's expired. I have a copy of your statement.
Thank you.
Sorry to cut you off, but everyone's on a 3-minute clock. Michael Hopkins.
Good morning, council members. My name is Michael Hopkins. I'm a member of the DC team of the United Church of Christ, Potomac Association, Justice and Witness Action Network. Our faith requires us to do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with God. We believe that Mayor Bowser's new budget and vision for downtown doesn't create enough affordable housing for low-wage workers, the chronically unhoused, and students. Low-wage workers can't afford to live in the city, and chronically unhoused folks are suffering on the street. Students and interns, especially from low-income backgrounds, turn down critical educational and professional opportunities because they can't afford to live here. Meanwhile, office buildings sit empty downtown because full conversion to apartments is too difficult and too expensive. Huge office floor plates don't mesh well with a city housing code that requires every bedroom to have a window. A unique problem emerges. How can we convert vacant office buildings into deeply affordable housing downtown while still creating economic value for the city during a tough budget year? Well, we can convert to dormitory-style housing that would feature bedrooms on all exterior walls, each complete with a kitchenette and desk. An interior common space would feature amenities like a kitchen, cafeteria, community lounge, fitness center, library, and a storage unit for each bedroom. Bathrooms and showers would be communal and would require minimal plumbing reconfiguration from the previous office layout. This type of conversion is significantly cheaper than full conversion to apartments and should especially be considered in office buildings that are weak candidates for apartment conversion. The bedroom units would be divided into monthly rentals and nightly rentals. Low-wage workers, students, and interns would be given priority for the monthly units. Several of these monthly units as well, perhaps 25%, would be designated as project-based permanent supportive housing. The nightly units would be rented to tourists seeking cheap, amenity-rich lodging downtown. The revenue from the nightly tourist rentals would allow monthly rentals to be deeply affordable. This type of housing downtown would have many benefits. Low-wage workers and the chronically unhoused would have secure and affordable housing. Students and interns could pursue more opportunities, generating long-term economic growth. Economic activity would grow with more tourist lodging downtown. Vacant office buildings would finally generate social and financial value instead of contributing to decline and blight. The city needs to make it a budget priority to facilitate the creation of dormitory-style housing downtown. The city should utilize a building it already owns or partner with an owner or developer to implement a pilot project, then create more if all goes well. There is a sample floor plan and a sample gross revenue plan attached to our written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. And I have your statement, Lashada Ham Campbell. Paradise Mingo. Ms. Mingo,
I'm here.
please proceed.
Yes. So I wanted to thank you, to extend immense gratitude for giving us the opportunity to have a voice and for also the work that is being put into, bring, the funding back to, for childcare. So thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Paradise Mingo, and my family and I are residents of Ward 7. I currently have a child with special needs enrolled at Community Educational Research Group on Marionberry Avenue in Ward 8. I am very satisfied with my early childhood education provider, which has helped other parents and me navigate complex paperwork around applying for our child care vouchers, as well as securing special needs services. That is why I support Under 3 DC, a coalition which is committed to securing a strong start for every infant and toddler in DC. The mayor's proposed budget completely eliminates the Pay Equity Fund. Cutting this program will stunt the growth of infants and toddlers in the district. I am proud that the district, through programs like the Pay Equity Fund, has helped increase early educators' average compensation by as much as 40%. This is the beginning to address decades of economic exploitation of primarily Black and Brown early educator workforce. We must restore all funding for the Pay Equity Fund and add money in fiscal year 25 to ensure we can continue to pay educators as they obtain higher degrees in their profession. I also want to advocate for the director at my early education childhood program, who also deserves a raise for her hard work. She should also be included in the Pay Equity Fund. Let us prevent cuts by adopting a tax system for justice. Once that asks the wealthiest of our neighbors to pay their fair share so that basic human needs can be met in the district. The Under 3 Coalition is on the path to creating and sustaining a high quality, equitable early childhood system. In order to do that, the council must ensure no cuts to programs like the Pay Equity Fund and ensure money is added to the account for natural cost pressures. Failing to do so will erase the progress we have made for our children. Thank you, and my full written testimony will be uploaded to the committee portal following the hearing. I would be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mingo. Kishan Puta. Kishan Puta.
Hello. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for your commitment to the families of our city and to the Pay Equity program. You can still hear me, right?
Yes.
I'll be very short today because I've testified with you before, and of course, I've been following this closely and was very thankful to see that things are looking up in terms of saving this program that so many of my constituents have relied on, have benefited from. I am an ANC commissioner in District 2E01. In this area, the public schools do not have pre-K 3. The pre-K 4 is so in such high demand, it is extremely hard to get into. So parents parents are really stuck, were really stuck until the pre-Keep program came along and the pay equity program came along to encourage more more expansion for schools like Communikids, which I think you've heard from and will hear from again today. They are Communikids is expanding in DC and it is high quality. We're lucky to have them. My family was lucky to benefit from it. Many of my constituents have been enrolling at Communikids. They pay when their kids are under 3, and it'd be nice if they didn't have to, but they do get in for free at age 3 and age 4, bridging the gap, saving them lots of money. My neighbors really talk about how their financial situation improves incredibly as soon as their kids hit age 3, and so we really appreciate that ability. Our Communikids also teaches language immersion, foreign language immersion, Spanish, Mandarin Chinese, and French options nearby, and that is something that the public schools don't seem to be offering in pre-K or really in elementary school. We're having to pay for it in aftercare now that my son's in kindergarten at Hyde-Addison. So in short, I just want to just say that my constituents have been asking me to support the pay equity program, and really thank you on this, and want to make sure that we protect this program from Congress and hopefully fund it with a dedicated source of funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Raul Echeverria.
Oh.
Hello. My name is Raul Echeverria, and I am co-founder, CEO, president of Communikids Preschool. Communikids is a full-day, full-year, high-quality early childhood education program in Ward 3, serving over 400 children and their families 18 months through pre-K4. And I'm here on behalf of DC families and teachers. Over the last decade, the district has become a leader in providing access to high-quality early childhood education and has developed some remarkable initiatives to make sure that our families here in the district enjoy some of the highest level of early childhood education services in the nation. Among these initiatives, the pre-K or the pre-K enhancement and expansion program and the early childhood education pay equity fund stand out. PKEEP has created an extraordinary mixed delivery system that provides free universal pre-K to district children. And indeed, the latest figures from OSSI in its fiscal year 2020 report shows that PKEEP enrolled 78% of eligible 3 and 4-year-olds during the 2019-2020 school year. This is an extraordinary achievement that needs to be celebrated. Alongside PKEEP, the Pay Equity Fund has created pay parity between early childhood educators and public school teachers. This fund has become literally a lifeline for educators and the entire early childhood care and education sector after the havoc that was created by the COVID-19 pandemic. Between February 2020 and November 2022, thousands of child development centers have closed their doors across the country, and as many as 71,000 early childhood educators have left the field nationwide. This has led to countless hours of learning being lost for children and have destabilized the industry. 4 weeks ago, we learned that the Mayor Bowser's proposed budget would impose savage cuts to the district's early childhood education system. This budget would impose close to $300 million in cuts to the district early childhood programs. If enacted, these cuts would significantly reduce the number of free preschool seats, increase the cost of childcare to families, and leave our city's early childhood workers earning poverty wages. These cuts would wreak havoc on DC's childcare and early education infrastructure and will lead, if enacted, to a severe shortage of affordable care in our nation's capital. We cannot allow that to happen. The district budget should not be balanced on the backs of our early childhood educators and the families that have young children. We understand that citizens must help each other, and to help each other, we need to be responsible and share the burden so that we are all, because we're all in this together. So let's make sure that these cuts don't take place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Echeverria, and I have a copy of your statement, so thank you for that. I do not have any questions for any of you. I especially appreciate those of you who are here in person, and so you all are excused, and I'm going to turn to the next group. All are listed as public witnesses: Ali Rizvi, Reina Martinez, Elena Romero, Mercedes Garcia Perez. Myra Lugardo, Anna Lopez, Catherine Kleppinger, Tiffany Jenkins, Shannon Ziegler, Lourdes Guzman, Amori Siban, Deja Scott, give me just a second. Rachel Rintelman, who's Legal Director of Systemic Advocacy and Law Reform at Legal Aid, Santos Cueva, Katrin Rivas, Catherine Lanfield, well, I'm going to go for a little bit. Ashley Alexander, who's Program Manager at Fair Budget Coalition. Ms. Lanfield is at the Fair Budget Coalition. Terrence King, who's CEO of the National Children's Center. Deanna Diaz, Natalie Newell, Molly McSherry, Jenny Black, Debbie Reynolds, Andrew Lee, who's with DC Strings, Dr. Ray Pitts, Michaela Deming, who's with the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Can't try to come later, we'll see. Dawn Dalton, who's also with the coalition. Richard Benjumia, Judy Estee, who's Executive Director of the Platform of Hope. Trying to get you company at the table. You are. Okay. Judy Estee, I think I called Aya Taylor, who's with Bedford the City. Martha Asifa with Empower Ed. Scott Goldstein with Empower Ed. I thought I saw him here earlier. Gracie Bushowitz, also with Empower Ed. I think I'm going to stop there. So I'm going to start at the top, even though a lot of these folks are not here. Ali Rizvi, Reina Martinez, Elena Romero, Mercedes Garcia Perez, Myra Lugardo, Hannah Lopez, Catherine Kleppinger,
Yes.
who's online. Please proceed.
Thank you so much for having me here today. Everyone, you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to start by saying that I am here specifically, on Zoom, specifically because my children's daycare teachers are in person. So I'm here to provide comments in support of the Early Childhood Pay Equity Fund. I'm a parent of 2 young children, ages 6 and 2, and both have benefited dramatically from high quality early childhood care and education. I'd like to think that we all agree that a budget is, a document that reflects the goals and priorities of an administration, and that our youngest children represent one of our greatest assets and resources for the future of our city. I'd like to also think that we can agree that early childhood education experiences can shape a child's entire future. I'm here today specifically because I have seen this firsthand through family friends of with 2 different experiences. One whose son began to present behavioral challenges by the age of 3. And fortunately, the child's teachers provided the family with documentation of incidents and behaviors that made them believe that that the son would benefit from additional support for suspected neurodivergence. The family pursued this support, and after 2 years of additional care, their son has graduated out of it and become a fully functional, very successful kindergartner. I was really marked by this because his success is due specifically to his early childhood teachers who had the education, the expertise, the perspective to recognize when behavior warranted further attention. So their awareness and their professionalism has improved his life dramatically and has set him on an entirely different path. On the other hand, I also have a friend whose daughter fell very ill at the age of 4 and was diagnosed with celiac disease. She's been enrolled in a school with high staff turnover, and between this year and last, she's had 7 lead teachers. As a result, the information on her medical 504 plan has failed to transfer from one teacher to the next, and she's repeatedly offered food that could reignite her symptoms. Her family has explored several options to keep her safe and has learned the hard way that, she now has to ask her own teachers, tough questions and look for gluten-free labels on foods. The family is now considering moving to Maryland for greater educational stability. I mention this anecdote because I think cutting the entire budget for the Pay Equity Fund will likely cause more teacher turnover and result in greater instability with truly life and death consequences for some children and families. I personally am here grateful that my kids have not faced either of these challenges. Our daycare has handled each of their food allergies with the utmost professionalism and care. One of the main reasons we stay in DC is due to this wonderful opportunity.
Ms. Kleppinger, I'm going to have to cut you off because your
Okay,
time is
fine.
up.
Thank you.
But thank you for your testimony. I do have your statement. And let me just remind folks who are testifying online, if you're in gallery view, you should have the clock, the timer in the top row. And that's a way of keeping track of the time. Those in person, I believe you can see the clock underneath me, but there's also on the table a clock. Tiffany Jenkins, I believe, is not here. Shannon Ziegler. Please proceed.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Shannon Ziegler, and I'm a parent and a resident of Ward 1. My testimony today will focus on the importance of restoring full funding for the Pay Equity Fund to ensure a strong, effective, and connected early childhood system in the district. You've already heard from so many during this budget cycle about the importance of the Pay Equity Fund. Therefore, I know you understand how essential it is for you to pass a budget that fully funds this program. You know that almost every ward in the district has a shortage of childcare seats and that fewer than half of families seeking infant and toddler care can find it. What you don't know yet is why this matters to me. My husband and I are parents of a 14-month-old little boy and are expecting our second this fall. When we found out I was pregnant, we started researching childcare options around our home and offices. We'd heard tales of the need to put names on waiting lists months in advance of the birth of a child just to have a shot at securing a spot. Our own experience confirmed these tales. We found ourselves on no less than 3 waiting lists and felt increasing anxiety as my due date neared, our son arrived, and no spot had yet been secured for him. Luckily, we had the time and knowledge to be persistent, go in person for tours, continue following up with the administration at these childcare centers in order to increase the likelihood our son received a spot. And luckily, he did. But it shouldn't require this level of monthly and then near weekly campaigning to ensure that families are able to find and secure safe, quality childcare options for their infants and toddlers. Our son now attends one of the Barbara Chambers childcare centers in Ward 1. The women who care for him and the other infants and toddlers there can be described as no less than the most important people in his life. Miss Christina, Miss Dina, Miss Anna, Miss Karen, to name just a few, are with him for the majority of his waking hours of the week. They are invested in his development, his health, his milestones, and care for him as if he was their own child. And they do that for every single infant or toddler in their classroom, 8 to 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. To even contemplate denying these childcare workers and educators equitable and living wages, proper healthcare, and the general peace of mind that having both of these things bring is, put simply, unconscionable. This is why I urge the council to commit to full funding of the Pay Equity Fund and the Child Care Subsidy Program in the FY25 budget. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Siegler. Lourdes Guzman. Amory Siban. Deja Scott. Rachel Rintelman.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Rachel Rintelman, and I'm the Legal Director of Systemic Advocacy and Law Reform at Legal Aid DC. I'm here today to share Legal Aid's concerns with the proposed budget. Despite being titled A Fair Shot, Strategic Investments and Shared Sacrifice, the budget disproportionately demands sacrifices from low-income Black and Brown residents. And far from its promise of strategic investments, the budget critically underinvests in the people of this city. I want to acknowledge the fact that this council has created and invested in programs that not only strengthen the social safety net, they also affirmatively move the ball forward in terms of reducing the racial wealth gap and starting to move families out of poverty. The council's efforts are commendable and have positioned the district to be a national leader in racial and economic justice. But those programs only work if they are funded. The mayor's budget slashes the social safety net and disproportionately harms the most marginalized DC residents. We urge the council to once again reverse these harmful cuts and to restore funding to these critically important programs. Today, I would like to specifically highlight the following budget needs. First, ERAP. The proposed budget cuts ERAP to $20 million, less than a third of the $62 million in local and federal funds allocated for rental assistance this year. We ask that ERAP be funded at a minimum of $62 million, but ideally greater, much more. ERAP is a lifeline for low-income families facing eviction. It's impossible to calculate the full scope of the need because DHS opens its portal only once per quarter and closes after receiving a set number of applications, regardless of how many people are waiting. However, with an average award of just over $5,800, the allocated $20 million would only serve 3,400 families, which is fewer than the 4,200 families who've received ERAP this fiscal year. Of course, tenants would not need to rely so heavily on ERAP if there were more subsidized housing. DCHA closed its voucher waiting list in April of 2013. 11 years later, there are still over 40,000 families on that waiting list. And in some ways, they're the lucky ones. There are lots of families who, for a variety of reasons, didn't even get on the list before it closed. The council must invest in new LRFP vouchers to pull people from that waiting list. Third, the council should permanently fund Give SNAP a Raise. We appreciate the steps the council took last year to pass the Give SNAP a Raise Amendment Act and to fund it temporarily. We also applaud the council for its work pressuring the administration to actually use the allocated funds as directed. But that was a temporary solution to a lasting problem. Now we urge the council to permanently fund this vital measure. Finally, the mayor's proposed 67% cut to the Access to Justice program would have a deep and profound impact on the clients we serve. These funds help survivors of DV obtain civil protection orders. They help tenants avoid eviction and preserve affordable housing. They help consumers defend debt collection and foreclosure proceedings. They help low-income residents secure food, financial, and healthcare assistance, and so much more. A loss of these funds would be an unprecedented setback in the district's commitment to access to justice. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and we hope that the council will restore critical funding to each of these programs.
Thank you, Ms. Rentelman. Sorry, we only have 3 minutes. Santos Cuevo, Catherine Vivas, Catherine Lanfield.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Catherine Lanfield, and I'm with Fair Budget Coalition, whose over 80 members advocate for policies to improve systemic racial, economic, and social inequities in DC. We are also members of Just Recovery DC. We urge you to raise revenue by taxing wealth to address both immediate and long-term needs of the district so that our city can be a place where all residents thrive, not merely survive. This budget season especially demands that we reverse the mayor's deep cuts, have equitable revenue solutions, and true shared sacrifice. We urge you to adopt 5 tax policies in support of racial equity. First, an increase in taxes on millionaires' wealth. Second, tax capital gains higher than income earned through labor. Third, increase the residential property tax rate on homes in the top 5% of assessed value. Fourth, improve and expand Schedule H property tax relief. And lastly, implement a robust DC child tax credit of $1,500 per child. In my decades as a social worker in DC, I saw over and over again what it means for working class Black and brown families to live with an economy that excludes them. I saw families suffer with agonizing chronic stress, wondering how they would pay the bills. They worked hard at jobs that paid poorly, lacked benefits, and had inconsistent schedules. They struggled to afford their housing, often located far from amenities that we take for granted in Ward 3. They faced mold, pest infestations, and their children had asthma at shockingly high rates from these unhealthy housing conditions. Even working full-time and sometimes multiple jobs, parents couldn't afford the rapidly increasing rents, at least not without cutting back on food, medications, transportation, and more. Many became homeless. Many others were displaced by rising costs and left DC altogether. Every single day was about juggling and making painful trade-offs. Meanwhile, from my family's view, life in DC looks great, with a completely different experience of the city. I and my family are very comfortable, privileged, and relatively wealthy residents of Ward 3. We have excellent amenities, public schools, parks and fields, loads of grocery stores, transportation, trees, safety, and even good entertainment options that we can afford. I know that my family and many wealthy neighbors are able and willing to pay our fair share, raise my taxes, grow true community safety through investments in community, close these racialized gaps in well-being that are so predictable in DC, implement the equitable tax policies in our platform. We can restore the deep, harmful cuts to vital services. We can move DC to a strong, bright future, and we can demonstrate true shared sacrifice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lanfield. I don't have a copy of your statement. Okay. Ashley Alexander, Terrence King, Deanna Diaz.
Yes.
Please proceed. Yeah, it's good.
Hello to all present authorities and colleagues in early childhood. The economic stability and viability of our district depend on crucial measures such as the Teacher Pay Equity Fund and maintaining health subsidies for our educators. If these programs are canceled, there will be dire consequences for the families. Without the funding for the Teacher Pay Equity Fund and childcare subsidies, we face the imminent collapse of childcare services in our district. This affects not only teachers, but also parents, businesses, and taxpayers struggling with the exorbitant cost of living in our city. Teachers will lose access to free healthcare, financial security, and the ability to support their children's educational progress. The Teacher Pay Equity Fund is vital for attracting and retaining highly qualified personnel in early childhood education centers, ensuring fair compensation and meeting the needs of the district's youngest children and their families. It is not just a necessity, it is a right, as for many years, the workforce of childcare centers has not been taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Mr. King, you have to speak up or I
Yes, sir.
keep
I'm right
moving,
here.
so. Please proceed.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the Council Committee of the Whole. My name is Terrence King, President and CEO of the National Children's Center, NCC. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you today regarding the mayor's proposed FY25 budget. Preserving the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund in the FY25 proposed budget is not just a financial matter, but a testament to our commitment to the quality education and community development. This fund, an example of success in achieving pay parity between early childhood and K-12 educators, has not only led to a significant increase in the salaries of our early childhood educators, but has also had a profound positive impact on our community. Its undeniable effectiveness has been a critical factor in NCC's ability to attract and retain highly qualified early childhood educators, thereby ensuring the quality of education for all of our children. NCC is a unique nonprofit organization established in 1958. We have served over 600 infants, children, and adults with and without disabilities in the Washington, D.C. area. Our comprehensive programs spanning from infancy to senior years are not just about education, but about bridging the gaps and well-being. With over 70% of our participants diagnosed with a disability, our programs provide crucial support through both our Early Learning and Intervention Center and our community support programs. The Early Learning and Intervention Center is situated in Ward 8. It is accredited by the National Association for the Education of Young Children, NACE, a testament to our high standards in early education we uphold. Our educators, who are not just employees, but dedicated professionals, provide a safe and nurturing environment for our children and families. Their commitment to our mission and has significantly contributed to the quality of education in our community, making preserving the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund even more crucial. Our inclusion model supports all children with different abilities from birth to 5 years of age. Our educators are advocates for our parents' professional growth. They are with them, supporting them every step of the way. At NCC, over 70% of our parents are employed, 10% are in workforce development training programs, and 5% are enrolled in school. Our teachers, who often work longer hours and face unique classroom challenges, count on the pay equity for their financial stability. Our commitment to the standard of excellence is only possible with this support. On behalf of NCC, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak before you today. I would also like to express our deep appreciation for the mayor and the council's past support of the Pay Equity Fund, which has been instrumental in improving our city's educational quality. In light of this, I strongly urge you to preserve the Pay Equity Fund in the FY25 proposed budget. Your decision is critical to our educators, to our children, and the communities of whole. I thank you for this time.
Thank you, Mr. King. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that.
We will make sure it's there.
Great. Natalie Newell is online.
Hello. First of all, thank you to the council for accepting testimony on the 2025 budget and the potential impact it will have on early childhood educators and the field as a whole. I know that many of you on the council are outspoken advocates for our field and that you already understand what's at stake. I'm the head of school at Broad Branch Children's House, which is an accredited Montessori school in the Chevy Chase Lafayette neighborhood in DC. I've worked here since right before the 2020 pandemic and have enjoyed the privilege of serving this community while working with the best team of educators I've encountered in my nearly 20-year career in Montessori education. So we, like other early childhood educators, worked in person through the pandemic, putting our own health and our family's health at risk in order to serve the families of this great city. We were absolutely essential to keeping the city afloat during those, as we called it, uncertain times. We fought our way in line to get vaccines, and I still remember that feeling of it being a fight. We were essential, but were we truly valued? Fast forward to now when the same question looms. While we know that we are essential, are we truly valued? The question at this time focuses on the issue of pay equity, something that's been given to early childhood educators and now stands to be taken away. My school, like so many schools in the city, has benefited greatly from the Pay Equity Fund. This fund has allowed us to retain incredible teachers who may be forced to go elsewhere should this fund dissolve. One of the cornerstones of my tenure at Broad Branch Children's House has been in the ability to retain an exceptional staff. I don't think I could adequately put into words what this type of funding cut could do to small schools such as ours in terms of our ability to continue to retain talent and then retain families who rely on the consistency that we provide in our programs. As you sit and listen to testimony, I ask you to reflect on how you are able to come to work, serve the community, and get your job done. Like, are there early childhood educators that you could thank for their care, consistency, passion, and dedication to your own families as you make really important decisions for our city? So I ask you to reflect on that as you make decisions about the proposed budget. See what is in front of you, not just as a budget issue, but as a community issue and a justice issue. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Newell. Molly McSherry, I believe is not here. Jenny Black, I believe is not here. Andrew Lee, I believe is not here. Dr. Ray Pitts, I believe is not here. Michaela Deming, Dawn Dalton, oh, you are here. Stay where you are. I'll call you the next panel because there's not a seat for you. And if I forget, stand up at the next group. Michelle, you're speaking for Richard Benjumea?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Kilpatrick. I'm a grassroots policy consultant for Spaces in Action, speaking for Richard Benjumea. My name is Richard Benjumea, and I'm an economic dignity organizer with Spaces in Action, a nonprofit grassroots organization that advocates and supports increasing early childhood learning, health equity, and economic justice for Black and Brown communities in the DC metro region. We are also part of All In for DC, a tax system for justice, a campaign aimed at raising revenue so the district can invest in racial equity. Spaces in Action is also a member of Under 3 DC and Just Recovery DC in the Fair Budget Coalition. Over the last several weeks, the Spaces team has met with some of the council members and their staff, and we look forward to meeting with the rest. Based on the reality we are facing, it is painfully evident that the status quo cannot remain. We need to raise revenue, plain and simple. It is your responsibility, the council's responsibility, not anyone else's, to come up with the necessary revenue that the city needs so that we are not here in the same spot next year or the year after that, looking for money that isn't there. I implore the council to not only talk to each other, but to listen to the community. You heard the crowd of people outside asking for the restoration of the Pay Equity Fund. They are also asking for the wealthy to pay their fair share. Yes, there are fires to put out and holes to plug. But the only way we will secure a more equitable DC and the only path towards the middle class for many people is through a local child tax credit coupled with the expansion of the earned income tax credit. We get these things by taxing wealth and high value homes. This is a historic moment. Don't be left on the wrong side of history. The ball is in your court. Now secure the win. Thank you.
Thank you. And your name again was Kilpatrick? Michelle Kilpatrick? Thank you. Judy Esty, who's online.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Judy Esty, and I'm here representing the Platform of Hope, which works with families of color based in Ward 1 who have been economically disadvantaged to identify and pursue socioeconomic success. We are also a member of the Fair Budget Coalition and are in solidarity with their comprehensive platform. While there are a number of critical programs facing cuts in the mayor's proposed fiscal year 25 budget that I wish I had time to testify on, I'm focusing my remarks today on the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, ERAP, because of my alarm shared by so many of my colleagues over the past few weeks over the mayor's proposed allocation, which would essentially cut the program by 70%. I'm asking the council to find substantial additional dollars for ERAP, knowing the impact this program has to prevent evictions for so many households who have ERAP as their only option. I'd like to remind the council, as you seek to restore the cuts to the mayor's proposed budget, the accurate number of investment in ERAP this year, fiscal year 24, was $63 million, not 43, because of the $20 million federal investment that was made mid-year. So any investment below that number is a reduction in the city's tools to fight housing instability for its residents. While there seems to be a growing narrative that somehow the folks applying to ERAP are gaming the system, I want to highlight the recent report by the Urban Institute that found that 12% of DC residents are housing insecure. When you're housing insecure, one medical bill, one missed paycheck, one unexpected fee, these can all become an emergency, a legitimate emergency. In a recent journal, 27% of POH respondents indicated they needed to apply for ERAP. My organization's team has gotten to know these individuals, many of whom are working multiple jobs to ensure they can afford to live in the city, take care of their children, which has only gotten all the more difficult due to rising living costs. They deserve the opportunity to apply for emergency rental assistance, which, as we saw this year, has become like a lottery without the sufficient funding to keep the portal open long enough to enable working folks to apply for it. A portal that closes in just one day due to the demand for ERAP, as we saw in January, that is demonstrated proof of the need. Further, I'm concerned about the lack of sufficient funding for eviction prevention within the overall housing landscape in DC. Chairman, I know you are also concerned about the cuts to eviction prevention and other critical human and housing and human services programs, reduction to domestic violence prevention services, failure to give SNAP a raise, no new housing vouchers, significant delays in the distribution of the housing vouchers, decrease to contributions to the Housing Production Trust Fund, cuts to access to justice program, terminations to families in rapid rehousing. All of these issues, among many others voiced today, would deepen existing inequities in the city and reverse the badly needed efforts to support our most vulnerable citizens with services that require deepened investment, not less. The mayor's proposed budget is a plan that takes the city backwards in terms of its commitment to ending homelessness and producing more affordable housing. It will cause more displacement and inequality, echoing the wave seen in the 2000s when DC was deemed to have the highest rate of gentrification in the country, leading to the loss of 20,000 Black residents. I ask you, council member, and all the members of the council to be vigilant in standing up to this budget and not accept the narrative the mayor has put forward. Sacrifice should be asked of those able to make the most of them, not the most marginalized. Thank you.
Ms. Esty. I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide it.
I've emailed it. Thank you.
Aja Taylor, I believe, is not here. Martha Asifa. Oh, then you have to wait. I'll call you on the next. And Scott Goldstein. Before you start, and before we start the clock on you, you were down in 412.
Yes.
Are there a lot of folks down there?
Oh, was I down in 412 now?
Yes.
Not right now, no. Earlier, there were a substantial number of people down.
Because we have maybe 40 seats up here, if folks want to come up here. Okay, thanks. Mr. Goldstein.
Good afternoon, council members and staff. At the first vote on the Secure DC legislation, nearly every single council member made closing remarks along these lines. We're voting today for accountability, but come budget time, we must invest in opportunity. Now the bill is due. Real safety is investing in community. This budget must prioritize DC residents and communities through affordable and dignified housing, jobs that pay and sustain, effective community-based health services, and a thriving, fully funded education sector. The council must act to restore school budgets and critical education programs. Restoration of school budgets means not only restoring DCPS positions, but also critical staff positions, programs, and services that sustain healthy school communities. We are devastated by the cut to the community schools program. The council must do everything in its power to reverse this cut. The community schools program through OSSI has funded 17 schools to do everything from food and hygiene pantries to mental health support, dental and vision services, immunization support, after school programming, and so much more. These are not nice to haves. They are essential services being provided at a very low cost through this district program. Without these programs, poverty, health outcomes, and chronic absenteeism will get worse. We implore you to restore the $2.5 million for community schools and the $2.19 million out of the Office of Victim Services for truancy reduction grants. It's unconscionable that during a truancy crisis, the mayor and council would cut one of the most effective independently reviewed programs that exist to work with our most disengaged students to case manage and reduce truancy. We must also prioritize the well-being of students and staff. We ask you to sustain funding for school-based behavioral health clinicians at 6.1 million and restore the community of practice. We can improve student mental health as well as math and science outcomes by allocating $2 million a year to build the 63 outdoor learning labs OSSE has already paid to design, and these are capital dollars. You can do this by reallocating capital dollars currently going to projects that would have far less impact than 50,000 students benefiting tremendously from these outdoor classrooms permanently. To invest billions in the capital budget for indoor facilities and deny a very small investment in outdoor spaces is fundamentally wrong. We also cannot walk away from the commitment to educator well-being. To do that, you must sustain OSSE's educator wellness grants over FY25 in the financial plan. The mayor's budget also cuts off this critical new initiative for flexible scheduling before it's even launched. Empower Ed and W2 are currently running a joint survey of GC educators, and flexible scheduling continues to be among the top 3 things educators said would retain them, which are more mental health days, more planning time, and more flexible schedules, even ranking above restoring funds to schools and new contracts. We ask the council to listen to teachers and fund their well-being. We must address student engagement and chronic absenteeism. For far too long, attending schools with strong parental involvement and funding, they have a different experience than students in other parts of the city. By investing $300,000 in an experiential learning microgrant fund, the city can close this experience gap and allow educators to bring rich experiences to students who too often feel that school is not for them. Finally, we can address educational inequity. We cannot address educational inequity without addressing poverty. We ask the city to invest in a robust child tax credit of $1,500 per child. We're proud to stand with the Fair Budget Coalition and Just Recovery to demand raising revenue to fund essential human needs and the Under 3 DC Coalition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Gracie Obushewitz.
Hi, my name is Gracie Abahovich. I'm a Ward 5 resident, a DCPS parent, and the Director of Educator Wellness for Empower Ed. My full-time job is administering technical assistance for educator wellness in DCPS and public charter schools, and also engaging in system-wide efforts to create real wellness for teachers and really everyone in school buildings. When people hear what I do for my job, they ask me to explain the meaning of educator wellness. I then prepare them to hear an answer that feels too simple to be true, but that still people rarely listen to. To create meaningful educator wellness, you have to listen to teachers and respond to what they are asking you to do. You have to listen to teachers because they are the ones who are both closest to the problems and the solutions. Not only can they accurately describe the issues they're seeing daily in their classrooms, but they have creative solutions that can not only support and retain themselves and their colleagues, but also usually benefit students and families. If you don't listen to teachers, you aren't valuing them as professionals, and they leave to find other careers where they are listened to and valued. For this, I want to thank you for including a continuation of OSSE's Educator Wellness Technical Assistance grants in the next year's budget. It is needed, important work that is focused on listening to teachers and putting their solutions into action. We've seen great success with this model in many different kinds of schools in DC, with teacher retention rates rising in schools where we have multi-year data. I'm excited for the other schools that will continue to be served through this grant and urge you to please permanently fund this OSSE Educator Wellness grants in the 4-year financial plan. I also urge you to fund permanent substitutes in every building. One of the highest sources of educator stress in our partner schools is ensuring there is enough coverage. Too often teachers are asked to skip their planning period to cover for another class, or a substitute with little to no knowledge of the students or subject matter fills in when a teacher is out, which sets back the whole teaching team. Our teachers need their time protected, and our students need trusted adults who can truly support their learning. Let's not be surprised by the reality that teachers get sick and that all staff members need to call out sometimes. And the Budget Support Act, please require that by school year 25 to 26, all schools, DCPS and charter, have 1 full-time permanent substitute per 250 students. Additionally, priority should go to the schools with the lowest daily substitute acceptance rate to ensure that schools with the most need are served first. Lastly, please restore flexible scheduling fund. The mayor wants to cut $1 million to the flexible scheduling pilot. When we asked DC teachers what would help them stay in their jobs, flexible scheduling is one of the top responses. Educators need time to talk to families, go to doctor's appointments, and attend their own children who are students. Students need enrichment opportunities that a well-funded flexible scheduling program allows, and that encourage them to stay excited about education. Flexible scheduling is one of those win-win situations that needs to have more funding so it can become systemic. Please restore $1 million, the $1 million cut, and an additional $2 million to extend the pilot to more schools in the upcoming year. Educator retention in DC has been bad for a while, but it does not have to get worse. Please take my simple advice that too many people ignore. Listen to our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one question, Mr. Goldstein. In your statement, you said we implore you to restore the $2.5 million for community schools, that's at OSSI, and the $2.19 million in the OSSI Victim Services for truancy reduction grants. And I appreciate that when you testify, you stay within your time, but I kept looking and I don't think you say what the 2.19 million is. Does that the show up stand out?
Yes, and we're connecting the two because often it's the community service coordinator who is also employing, for example, Latin American Youth Center would run many of the community schools programs and also runs their Promotores pathway, which is one of those programs that's granted under those Office of Victim Services programs for truancy reduction. So the community schools makes possible the work often of the truancy reduction, as well as many other programs.
Okay, thank you. I don't have other questions for you all. Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. King got your statement. Ms. Lanfield got your statement. So thank you. Don Dalton, who's with the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Martha Asifa, who's a teacher ally at Empower Ed. Angelica Martinez, Terrence James, Elizabeth Falcon, who's Executive Director of DC Jobs with Justice. Eleanor Hart, if she's here. Find out if she's online. Charlotte Simpson, Brianna Heslin, you are. Okay, excellent. I think we'll stop there for the moment. Ms. Dalton.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Eleanor Hart.
I didn't call on you.
Oh, sorry.
So why don't you wait? Just wait there. I called on Don Dalton. So you have to wait a few witnesses. Ms. Dalton.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Members of the council and staff, my name is Dawn Dalton, Executive Director for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. For those that don't know, DCCADV is the federally recognized statewide coalition of domestic violence service providers in the District of Columbia and includes 18 domestic violence member programs. As many of you have heard us share before, domestic violence is a critical issue here in the district, with 39% of women and 25.5% of men living in DC having experienced sexual violence, physical violence, stalking, or a combination thereof perpetrated by an intimate partner. You know, Chairman Mendelson, that OVSJG is the main funder of domestic violence services in the districts through its victim services line. In addition to this funding line, additional funding for domestic violence survivor services is allocated through access to justice, justice reentry grants, and even gun violence and truancy related funding. DCCADV recognizes that DV survivors receive and rely on services and resources provided through a broad array of government agencies and council committees, and we appreciate all of the support. As I have raised previously, in FY24, OVSJG added a new no-cause termination provision to their grant agreements with grantees. We join with our fellow OVSJG grantees in expressing the deepest concern over this no-cause termination provision. We ask that the council remedy this in the Budget Support Act to have the clause removed or nullified so that we can focus on continuing to provide uninterrupted services to the survivors in the district. Additionally, we would like to lift up an annual issue with OVSJG regarding their lack of transparency that has been raised by our membership and the broader victim assistance network. The mayor's budget does not comply with the transparency provisions of DC Code 4-571.0 0.01 again this year. Additionally, DCCADV tracks the information that OVSJG makes publicly available about the grants it makes in the victim services line. In reviewing that information, we understand that there are dollars that were not granted out that the council approved specifically for domestic violence services when you were passing the FY24 budget. We have asked OVSJG for clarity on the grants and how they line up with the budget that was passed by the council and have not been able to gain that clarity. Additionally, as we look at the FY25 budget, we have found that revenue sources from the federal VOCA fund that were identified as revenue to be used in FY25 to the point of 6.39 million has already been granted out. So the increase that is in the budget book as an increase in the victim services line is actually a decrease. My colleague, Michaela Deming, who will be testifying later today, will also be providing some additional information about this. The impact of domestic violence is experienced through the district. Children experiencing domestic violence in the home are more likely to be truant. People who have perpetrated domestic violence in the home are, with a firearm are more likely to use those firearms in other contexts. Domestic violence is far-reaching. We cannot withstand cuts to this budget, and we stand in solidarity with the Victim Assistance Network to bring the victim services line to $51.87 million. And in solidarity with the Fair Budget Coalition, including their revenue raisers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton. Mrs. Sifa.
Hi, thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Martha. I'm a toddler mom, a wife of a Blue High School teacher, an anti-hunger advocate, a member of Empower Ed, DC Action, and Fair Budget. I stand with each of them in their budget asks, and I want to uplift that, especially in a tight budget year, I firmly believe that investing in early education, DCPS K through 12, and a strong safety net keeps us all safe. Every dollar raised in revenue is one less dollar that must be cut, and the wealthy in our city must pay their fair share. My kids' teachers are my lifeline. After a year of high-quality educational instruction with the help of the Pay Equity Fund and the Lead Scholars Program, plus lots of emotional support, my daughter will be going into pre-K 3 without special education. I am so grateful for the city's investment in educators like my daughters. As an anti-hunger advocate, I come to you with full support for Give SNAP a Raise. I'll bring signatures from my constituents shortly, and you can see their loud support for this investment. For each dollar that goes into SNAP, $1.79 is going back to the local economy. So it is a stimulus program. I want to add that I stand with Empower Ed in calling for the council to protect OSSI's community school program, to protect and extend flexible scheduling, and to invest in permanent substitutes and invest in equitable experiential outdoor learning. We need to give students, families, and educators tools for success and to thrive. I was outraged that the mayor's budget cut 10 positions at Blue High School, including one of my husband's and many of his colleagues received layoff notices. I have full faith in the council to restore this funding, especially to our most high poverty schools. Blue is a fortress, and when students are within its walls, they are safer than most places in this city. Keeping students engaged in their schools and after-school activities is the most effective public safety measure that the council can take. I want to share two personal stories of social studies teachers at Blue. Mr. Morris, who's a social studies teacher and lawyer who takes pro bono cases for his students who get into trouble and teaches them street law, enshrining the rights and consequences of breaking the law. He helps to reduce truancy. My husband is a social studies teacher who's cultivating a curiosity in the world. He brings his personal background of organizing and facing homelessness and addiction to the classroom every day. Because of this, students feel trust and open up about the deeper issues they're facing, like depression, experiencing violence, and the realities of facing harsh poverty. Food insecurity is prevalent in each of his students. Every week we purchase food for his kids to eat in the classroom. In a tight budget year, I know that investing in the people who are most impacted by inequity is essential and keeps us all safe. I know that housing, education, and food are intertwined, and we must uplift a budget that prioritizes these asks.
Mrs. Cecil, you're over your time.
Sorry.
Thank you. And
Thank you.
I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide that.
I will have that eventually.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Angelica Martinez, I think is not here. Terrence James, I think is not here. Elizabeth Falcon.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Elizabeth Falcon. I'm the Executive Director of DC Jobs with Justice. DC Jobs with Justice is dedicated to protecting and advancing the rights of working people and supporting community struggles to build a more just society. DC Jobs with Justice and the Paid Leave Coalition, of which we are a lead member, have no objection to the use of the increased payroll tax to increase revenue throughout the course of the financial plan. However, the council should ensure that the tax maintains the solvency of paid leave in the long term. As proposed by the mayor, there's an economic disincentive to grow the paid leave program through increased usage, better advertising, because the budget relies on remaining revenue from the same tax to fill the general fund. We encourage the council to amend the Budget Support Act to create an FY29 sunset for the diversion of excess funding that is generated from the proposed universal paid leave tax and transfer to the general fund for other purposes, or a similar strategy that would prevent paid family leave dedicated funds from being indistinguishable for other funds in the long term and undermine the growth of the program. Additionally, we are concerned that DDOT is rushing the closing of Circulator without a plan that ensures all workers will have an opportunity to move to WMATA buses or some comparable strategy. These workers have served a valuable service and have a high demand skill. The council must ensure that this process is not rushed in such a way that Circulator workers bear the brunt. We'd like to ensure the administration is best positioning DC for federal infrastructure funding. We are just at the beginning of federal funding made available through the bipartisan infrastructure law and similar federal legislation. The council must ensure that DC is best positioned to capitalize on these funds that create meaningful careers for DC residents, improve our infrastructure, and help us address longstanding inequities in housing, transit, and health while building a greener urban environment. The council should use the BSA to require the deputy mayor for operations and infrastructure to regularly report to the council the progress on these goals, and I have proposed some specific elements in my written testimony. DC Jobs with Justice is a member of Just Recovery DC. We call on the council to enact the progressive revenue raisers to ensure a balanced budget. And we are a member of Under 3. And my child is that one that is making this meeting more interesting. And that is her childcare provider, Rosa, who has taught Casey many more things than I have, and without whom I would not be able to have this job. Rosa closed her childcare today because she is a member of the Under 3 campaign outside of my relationship with her through Spaces in Action. And I just appreciate all of her work and know that the council's investment in Under 3 funding allows both me and Rosa to continue our careers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Falcon. Eleanor Hart.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Eleanor Hart. I am testifying on behalf of DC for Democracy, an all-volunteer grassroots organization with over 200 members. DC for Democracy is also a proud member and a strong supporter of the Fair Budget Coalition. We thank you for moving the $250 million the mayor had allocated for the city's reserve fund to where it is urgently needed. But there are still so many urgent needs that the mayor's budget does not address. The council must find the revenue for the programs that make it possible for our most vulnerable residents to survive. If the support for affordable housing in the mayor's budget is not significantly increased, the city faces a heartbreaking increase in homelessness. Evictions have recently doubled, yet emergency rental assistance and access to justice services have been seriously reduced. There will be no new housing vouchers, even though the number of families and individuals who need them continues to increase. Because the proposed budgets for nutrition, education, and health programs are equally alarming, the city must turn to our highest earning residents and those with the greatest wealth to contribute their fair share to the well-being of DC. DC for Democracy urges the council to seriously consider 3 promising sources of additional revenue. 1, raising the income tax of families whose earnings are in the top 5%. 2, increasing the capital gains taxes paid by our wealthiest residents. 3, increasing the property tax rate on the highest value homes. Urgently needed additional revenue will make it possible to meet the needs of our most vulnerable residents and produce a budget that we can all be proud of. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Hart. And Charlotte Simpson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. I am Charlotte Simpson, resident of DC for 55 plus years, mostly in Ward 5. I'm a proud member of Fair Budget Coalition also. I'm here today because I'm strongly disturbed by the mayor's proposed local budget, as are many DC residents. My ask is for the city council to raise much needed revenue by taxing the wealthy residents to achieve a shared sacrifice at this time. There is no sound reason why the mayor cannot create a budget that is of true shared sacrifice. Those with high value property, assets, and vast finances must bear a greater share of the deficit burden. It may anger those persons, but fair is fair, and that would be fair. Develop a budget that includes a true shared sacrifice. Remove the budget burdens from the backs of Black, brown, middle, and working class residents as it stands now. Honorable council members, please reverse all cuts to the 2025 budget now. Create a tax for the new developers and projects in DC. Stop giving away public property also. That would allow us time to develop more ideas and projects or partnerships that will generate revenue for DC. It is absolute irresponsible financial management, giving away funds for projects like monumental sports and redevelopment of RFK Stadium at this time, even though that's a different budget, but perhaps later. For time's sake, I've submitted my full written testimony about the kinds of tax proposals I support. They are higher tax on capital gains, create a millionaire's tax, and increase tax on high-valued homes. Deep budget cuts are absolutely unnecessary. Please use your God-given conscience and budget development experience to create a just and equitable budget that all of us can live with. Please fix it now versus later. It's crucial that you do so. The council must own the leadership to just do it. The council has to lead the charge to preserve the humanity of our people. That's part of the council's responsibilities, and while we have believed in you and all have voted for you into this office, we are dependent on your commitment. Thank you for allowing me to address you about this crucial issue of the local budget. God bless America, the District of Columbia, and each of us. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. I have, I think just a couple questions, Ms. Dalton. I don't have a copy of your statement, and what would be especially helpful is if you could give us more material with regard to the that no-cause termination provision.
Yes.
I do remember when that came up or came to my attention several months ago.
Yes.
I don't know if we could put it in the Budget Support Act, but I'm certainly willing to look at that.
Okay.
So I don't know if you explained that in enough detail in your statement, which you're going to give us, but if you don't, then please give us some additional and send it to the committee of the whole.
Yes,
The,
we will
where-
do so.
All right, and could you say a little bit more about the VOCA cut?
Yes. So I have the specifics here. So in the FY25 proposed budget from the mayor, there are 3 lines in the federal revenue table CVA 21, CVA 22, and CVA 23 that are all identified revenue sources to support the FY25 budget. Those have all been spent in previous either FY24 or previous grant years. So that total, which is 6.390 million, is no longer available. Those funds have been used.
And you're absolutely certain beyond a reasonable doubt that that's the case?
It has been confirmed with OVSJG from their understanding about their spending that this is true. It is my understanding that the CFO's office put those dollars in the proposed budget. I don't know the conversations that happened between Director Porter and her team and the CFO's office, but it appears that somewhere some miscommunication occurred, and those dollars that have been spent were identified as revenue for this year.
And that money is specifically for for DV?
So it is Victim of Crime Act funds. They're federal dollars that come from OVC. And they are predominantly for domestic violence, sexual assault, as well as Safe Shores receives some of those fundings, the Children's Advocacy Centers. Those are the predominant recipients.
All right, so please provide the statement, any additional detail you want to. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you all
Thank you.
for your testimony. Brianna Breslin, a board chair, Broadcasters Child Development Center. Stuart Burlow, Government Relations Director, American Heart Association. Taryn Morrissey, listed as a public witness. Terry Savage, Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy with PAVE, which is Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. Yolanda Corbett, who's a parent leader with PAVE. Aisha Andrews, who's a PAVE parent leader. Sharnetta Boone Ruffin, who's a PAVE parent leader. Kiana Lamans, who's a PAVE parent leader. Dominique Moore, who's a PAVE parent leader. Patrice Fuller, who's a PAVE parent leader. Kristen Sinclair, who's with Police Free Schools Coalition. Peter Anderson, who's head of schools, Washington Latin Public Charter School. Claudia Lorena Saran Valenzuela. Jill Barefoot. Lyda Barthol. Jack Taylor. You are. You not, oh, so far, yes. Your name is? Okay. Jack Taylor. David Schwartzman, who's the chair of the Political Policy and Action Committee of the DC Statehood Green Party. Laura Haygood, Executive Director of the DC History Center. Abi Shakur. LaMonica Jones. You are. LaMonica Jones, Michelle Engelman. Carissa Warren, who's Strategic Partnership Manager, Spaces in Action. Destiny Bolton, Early Childhood Organizer with Spaces in Action. Nicole Chandler, member of Spaces in Action. You are. I think I'll stop there. So I'm going to go back to the beginning of the names I called. Brianna Heslin, who I think is not here. Stuart Burlow, I think is not here. Taryn Morrissey, you said will be coming later. Carrie Savage, I think, is online.
I'm here, Chairman.
When you're ready.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and committee staff. My name is Carrie Savage. I'm a Ward 1 resident and the Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy at PAVE. Today, I will highlight some of our glows and grows for the proposed fiscal year 25 budget, and I'll start with glows. We were very glad to see the investment of $9.7 million in the Safe Passage program. We also want to celebrate the inclusion of, quote, roving teams, a $600,000 investment to increase the Safe Passage program budget, which will give more schools access to Safe Passage support in the short term when incidents arise near a campus. We are also happy to see the budget maintain $7 million for the DC School Connect program. This is the only program we have heard that is consistently working from parents, students, and educators alike. One of the quotes we've heard from students, DC School Connect gets rid of the risk of students getting harmed or wounded by minimizing or eliminating students from having to be present in highly tense or volatile situations. The staff of DC School Connect know how to de-escalate a situation and have never made me late to school. They know how to do their job and do it fast. That's from Khalil Cook, a Center City Congress Heights student. In our written testimony, we've included full testimonies from students, parents, and school leaders about their positive experience with DC School Connect. Moving forward, this could include not just transporting students from their communities to schools, but also to take students from metro stops or bus stations to and from their schools for those with longer commutes. And we also should consider adding DPR OST sites for DC School Connect. We are also happy to see the $668,000 for the Education Through Employment database. This is especially important as parents look to help their students make decisions about a college or career path. Families need to know how programs prepare their students for jobs and the salary and life outcomes of those programs. Next, I want to move to GROWS for the fiscal year 25 budget. To summarize, we want to see expanded training for WMATA and MPD. We want to see increased support for school crossing guards, a process specifically for schools for traffic infrastructure emergencies, increased grants for school-based mental health clinicians, restored funding for the community of practice and for charter school facilities allotment, funding for early childcare. In particular, I want to spend a little more time on our ask for youth-only WMATA buses and a school navigator. We want to see targeted investments in youth-only WMATA buses and metro cars with safety personnel stationed on the buses. Right now, this is available for students in Northwest, but not in all parts of the city, and that is a profound inequity that we must address. For around specialized school programs, $750,000 for a school navigator can help parents make informed school choices about what was the best school for them and their children, addressing academic outcome disparities in academic outcomes. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. I hope that we can count on your leadership.
Thank you, Ms. Savage. I don't have a copy of your statement. You referred to it, but if you could resubmit it.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Yolanda Corbett, I think is not here. Taisha Andrews. Ms. Andrews.
Good morning.
Please
Hello, my name is Ty. I'm sorry.
Please proceed.
Oh. Hello, my name is Ty Andrews. I'm a native Washingtonian, Ward 8 resident, and proud parent of Mary H. Plummer Elementary and McKinley Technology High School students. I'm also a parent leader with PAVE on the citywide Ward 8 PLE boards, a Plummer LSAT member, and the first vice president for the McKinley Tech PTO. Today, I'm testifying to ask for required additional funding to make renovations and address administrative issues at Plummer, Tech, and for DC Safe Passage. First, I have some data that I feel is important for those on this council and at the Department for Hire Vehicles to know about parents' experiences getting their children to and from school. In recent surveys, it was found that children living in wards 5, 7, and 8 often travel 2 miles or more to get to school, and some travel over 3. Though 50% of all DC students live in wards 7 and 8, they travel further than any other ward besides ward 5 to get to and from school daily. During their travels, our youth are being targeted and enduring or witnessing violence. This often increases with distance to school, as many students travel across wards, even the city, to get to and from school. We must do a better job at protecting all our children because they are our future. As a parent, I'm concerned about getting my children safely to and from school every day. When I heard about the DC School Connect program a few years ago. I was hopeful that my son would be able to utilize the service. I attempted to enroll my son in the program several times. However, I was ignored only to later find out that he couldn't participate because although he is a Ward 8 resident, he doesn't attend school in Ward 7 or 8, which is a requirement for the program. I believe this is a huge issue because many students in Ward 7 and 8 are traveling far to attend school, which has allowed more time and space for incidents of violence during both to and between students. I hope that if he could ride DC School Connect, he would no longer face the many challenges he was when traveling to and from school. Last year, my son was on his way home from Jefferson Academy Middle School, which he attended at the time, and had an incident happen to him on his way home. This was one of many incidents that happened during his travels. And during this one particular incident, my son was jumped by other students from his school and other schools at the Waterfront Metro Station, and no trained adult was around to help him. Only his peers intervened. I filed a report with the school and MPD, and the children who jumped my child were not held accountable. Our kids need to be safe when traveling to and from school, and they need to get to school efficiently. Teenagers now have a much different experience getting to and from school than I did. Times have changed, and as leaders of the city, we must create systems and put structures in place to help our kids, especially when they're doing something as simple as going to school or coming home from school. I'm not alone in these concerns. Parent-paid leaders have worked with schools,
Ms.
community
Andrews?
organizations. Yes,
Ms. Andrews,
I'm
I have to
sorry.
cut you off because you're over your time.
My apologies. I didn't
That's
notice,
fine.
but you should have my full testimony. Thank you.
I do have your testimony, and Ms. Savage, I was given your testimony, so I have that as well. Thank you. Sharnetta Boone Ruffin, if she's here.
Hello, Chairman Mendelson, DC Council staff. I'm Sean Boone Ruffin, Ward 8 resident and paid PLE board member for Ward 8 as well as citywide. I'm a proud parent of Eagle Academy Public Charter School and also a proud parent of Dunbar High School Engineering Academy, who unfortunately had a child getting injured today while sitting in his classroom. He was shot. So I'm here to talk about safe passage, but as a parent, I'm really, really deeply hurt and traumatized from that experience that not only my child suffered, but other Dunbar children suffered as well, just by going to school and being in the school, which is supposed to be a safe space. So let me get back on topic. So DC Connect schools currently run through Ward 7 and 8 with a small pilot program in Ward 4 that does not transfer or transport kids outside of their ward, even though we know that a lot of DC school students are taking classes outside of where they live. And this is the problem. The students have to travel for my sake. A lot of the Ward 8 students are traveling from Southern Avenue Metro Station. They go to Dunbar, and they're getting off at Mount Vernon train station, which is 17 minutes. And then they're taking a 22-minute walk through various neighborhoods that may have a turf war in other parts of the city. And in this fact, they bring in drama and trouble to the doorfront and the steps of the school, as well as the train stations and other places. We have to do better with preparing our kids for society, and we also have to do better as adults in society as well. We have to protect these kids from the high crime rate and the violence they are, sadly, they're sensitized to now. So on the route, there are safe passage is one safe passage worker to and from Dunbar. However, there are 2 MPD parked cars there, and that's doing beginning and at the end of school day. However, there's no security throughout the school day outside of the school, which is difficult for these students to go through. So today there was a drive-by outside of the school, and the only reason how they know who was involved and what was involved is because the car crashed a block over from the school. So we have cameras, we need to utilize them. We have MPD workers, we need to utilize them. We have DC Public Schools Police Department, we need to utilize them. We need to make sure that these students stay safe and remain safe inside as well as outside of the schools. If we have all hands on deck for sports, we need to have all hands on deck to get these babies to and from school and even in the classroom, because now they're no longer considered safe or feel safe while they're in the school building. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boone Ruffin. Kiana Lamons.
Hi, greetings, Chairman of the, greetings, Chairman, Committee of the Whole, and committee staff. My name is Brianna Lamont. I'm a paid parent leader, and I live in Ward 7. My children attend DC Public Schools. I want to thank you all for being here today and your continuous leadership in the city. Today, I'm here to testify on the needs for specialized school programs and safe transportation of our students to and from schools. Students without and with special needs, like my sons in every ward, should have access to specialized school programs to provide a variety of learning opportunities that meet their needs and interests. Specialized school programs are like arts, integration, dual languages, career, technical education, STEM programs, and many more that provide unique learning opportunities that centers on different topics and learning styles. These programs are good for all students and should be available to all students regardless of where they live. Before I get any further, I'd like to think that it's important to look at some data. Nearly 50% of our students that attend school outside of their ward residents, including my own. Additionally, students living in Ward 5, 7, and 8 travel further to get to school, often over 2 miles, so they can access specialized school programs. Specialized school programs and schools with high quality learning curriculum and styles. Not only are there not enough seats for all their students, in all the wards to access specialized school programs, but there are also not safe transportation available for them, creating a whole new problem. I am grateful to Mayor Brazel for increasing the 21.8 million in funding for CTE programs, for maintaining the 7,000 in funding for the district dual enrollment program, and for the 581,000 to expand access to support the Ward 8 advanced technical career. I am also thankful for the 7.2 million maintained to DC connection programs and the 6.5 million increase for OSSI special education transportation program. However, even with these numbers increase does not guarantee students in Ward 7 and 8 will access to these programs, their interest, and it does not guarantee students safe modes of transportation to get to these programs. And it does not guarantee students a safe mode of transportation to get those programs. I urge the councilman, DME, public charter school leaders, DCPS leaders to use this funding to work together to increase seats and access specialized school programs all over the city, especially for students with special needs. I also ask councilmen to require that a portion of the funding of DC School Connection be used to hire more bus drivers, increase routes so that more students can utilize the programs, and the same for OSSI bus program. I would like to work with you all to ensure each student not only has access to specialized school programs, but they can get to the program safely and efficiently. Public transportation does not meet the needs, understand the conditions, or have the services that all children, especially special needs
Ms.
children,
Lamons.
require.
Ms. Lamons, I have to cut you off. You're over your time. Thank you. And I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide that.
Thank you, I will.
Sure. Sorry to cut you off. Dominique Moore, I believe is here. Ms. Moore? Dominique Moore?
Sorry, I am here, just
Please proceed.
coming off mute. Thank you so much. Hello, Chairman and DC Council staff. My name is Dominique Moore, as mentioned quite a few times. I serve as a PAVE Ward 4 PLE board member. I have been living in Washington, DC since 2002, and I've personally experienced the devastating impact of inadequate security measures and lack of support for our youth. Through these experiences, I know how important it is to have proper security measures, programs, and transportation options in place in our city. As a parent, I face limitations in accessing quality programs and transportation options for my own neurodivergent child. I will be honest, there are no suitable modes of transportation available for him to attend regular or after school programs. That means I am his sole means of transportation in a city with a supposedly robust transportation system. And it's disheartening that I have to juggle and jeopardize my $58,000 a year job, which I might mention disqualifies me as a single parent from DC public assistance programs and barely meets our needs. I'm grateful to the mayor and her staff for allotting to maintain the Safe Passage program, increases in funding for the Aussie Special Education Transportation Program, and the one-time allotment to maintain DC School Connect programs. These are all great investments in transportation options for students, and it is my hope that they continue to be funded and expanded over the years. Today, I have two primary asks that I and other PAVE parents believe will make a huge difference in the safety and overall welfare of our children. First, I want to advocate for the intentional implementation and improvement in the deployment and oversight of safe passage programs throughout our city. I have heard firsthand from the children about their early morning struggles and late arrivals, and I regularly watch the school bus with developmentally challenged children arrive to my school late. The lack of availability of safe transportation options is unacceptable and leads to chronic absenteeism and truancy. I urge each of you to go to school or join me at my son's school for arrival or dismissal one day so you can see what happens and the trouble students have commuting to school. I and many PAVE parents will be more than happy to schedule that experience with and for you. Additionally, I want to address the safety of students while on buses and trains, specifically WMATA buses and trains. It's concerning to see repeated killings, robberies, and more crimes happening in and around metro platforms and stops where young children are often at without proper supervision. We are facing a crisis, and it is unfair to expect students to navigate these challenges on their own. The paths they walk are shaped by the environment we create for them, and currently all they see is violence, disrespect, and the lack of adults trained in violence intervention.
Ms. Moore, Ms. Moore, I have to cut you off. You're over your time.
Thank you for your time.
Sure. Sorry to cut you off. Those who are testifying virtually, you should, if you're in gallery view, be able to see the clock on the top row of your screen. Catrice Fuller. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the representatives of the Committee of the Whole. As previously stated, my name is Catrice Fuller. I'm a native Washingtonian, current Ward 5 resident, proud mom to 4 amazing boys between DCPS and charter schools, but I also have the pleasure of serving as the Chief of Family and Community Engagement at Monument Academy Public Charter School. I want to begin by thanking the mayor for the $7.2 million to maintain the DC School Connect program and the $6.5 million increase for the Aussie Special Education Transportation Program. As a school leader, I'm also grateful for the 12.4 increase in per pupil funding and the 0.6 increase in the at-risk weight, enhancement of the 4.8 million for high impact tutoring, the enhancement of 5 million to support reimagining high school strategy, including advanced technical center, career ready internship, and advanced internship programming, alongside dual enrollment. And lastly, the $668,000 funding increase to the Office of Education through Employment Pathways for their Education through Employment database. I'm testifying today both as an educator and a parent to talk about the opportunities or lack thereof for students to access quality specialized school programs and the lack of information families have about programs that do exist. One of my duties as the Chief of Family and Community Engagement at Monument Academy is to oversee all of the high school transition work. And this year too was the first year that I had, as a parent, had to undergo high school transitioning. So as a high school transition coordinator and mother to a current 8th grader, I see it for every day the stressful process families must go through to find a choice suitable for them. I'm a firm believer that in some way, shape, or form, fashion, all students should have some sort of individualized education plan, especially when we're considering their future. I will say that I'm grateful to have had the autonomy alongside my colleagues to build out a robust program to follow and assist our children with their transition for up to an entire year while they're in high school. So what I'm asking today, I urge you, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the council to, one, Help us create systems that do a better job at communicating to families what their options for programming are, such as providing a $750,000 in funding for the creation of a school navigator system. Not to my own home, but imagine just if every school had a need to connect with families to truly see their baselines and what they need for their futures. Secondly, to create a system of accountability that communicates how well programs are operating and if the programs are teaching with fidelity to the program framework, if it even exists. And could this information be adequately reflected in something like the DC School Report Card or the PCSB Aspire framework? And lastly, require the Office of Education through Employment Pathways to collect and communicate data for their education through employment database that includes information about which schools and school types have led to actual college enrollment and completion and job securement. There's a little bit more of my testimony. I know we're pressed for time, so I appreciate you and I'm available for any questioning.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. I don't have a copy of your statement if you would submit that.
Most definitely.
Kristen Sinclair. I don't believe is here. Peter Anderson. Peter Anderson,
Yes, I'm here. 1 second.
please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and committee staff. My name is Peter Anderson. I serve as a head of schools CEO at Washington Latin Public Charter Schools. As an educator, I work to ensure all students from every background receive a quality education that develops their knowledge, understanding, and humanity. At Latin, we aim to achieve this by developing each student's ability to be thoughtful, to consider the views and needs of others, and to act with integrity. I'm particularly proud that our approach has been effective in supporting a wide range of students. We have small classes and a classical curriculum that engages students, and our diverse, tight-knit community enables us to help most students from falling through the cracks. Unfortunately, the progress we have seen for students at Washington Latin isn't reaching students with the greatest needs across the district. Disparities in academic outcomes have only widened since the pandemic. We can and must do more to ensure our most vulnerable students have access to great schools with the resources and proven ability to support student success. We are fortunate in DC that our common lottery now includes the option for schools to offer an equitable access preference or set-aside, ensuring more economically challenged students are able to enroll in the school of their choice. While I'm proud the district took this important step toward a more equitable education system, the implementation has not been as successful as it could be. Far too many seats in high-quality schools that could have been filled via the preference remain unfilled. At Latin, of the designated seats offered by our LEA this year, 17 remain unfilled on match day, despite receiving almost 4,000 applications in total. The predominant reasons include a lack of awareness or understanding of the preference and difficulties with the application process. This is the distinction between providing equal access and truly advancing equity, and we must address this with urgency. One proven strategy is to create a school navigator program that specifically supports families furthest from opportunity. A navigator would offer personalized guidance to parents to find the best schools for their kids, understand what preferences they are eligible for in the lottery, and help them navigate the enrollment process. A navigator would ensure parents can make a more informed decision, including reviewing school options and programs that are available, building understanding of different curricula and approaches to learning, sharing educational outcomes, specifically data about how different programs and school models serve students like their child, and helping parents better understand what the experience at each school would be like. If parents of economically challenged students are informed of their options and understand they have a better chance of enrolling their children in the highest performing schools, we can ensure that all students who need the most support are in educational environments that would set them up for success. I'm asking that our district education leaders and the DC Council to do the same thing I expect of students at Washington Latin, to be thoughtful, to consider the views and needs of others, and to act with integrity. Please invest $750,000 for a school navigator program. This is a thoughtful use of funds with a high return on investment. It is responsive to what our families and educators alike say they need, and shows that DC is a place of integrity and steps to do the right thing, even when we're in a challenging budget year and it will require hard choices. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson, and I do have your statement. Claudia Lorena Saran Valenzuela. Joe Barefoot, I think I saw her. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and esteemed members of the council. I stand before you today with a heavy heart and a sense of urgency. We're at a pivotal moment in our commitment to equity and fairness, particularly in the realm of education. The proposal to end the pay equity program for early childhood educators strikes at the very core of our values as a society. It's unfortunate that today we're here speaking to you again instead of to the CFO. I was hoping that the mayor, who says she's in support of the pay equity, would request his presence here today, since the claim is that he is the obstacle. Early childhood educators are the unsung heroes of our communities. They're the ones who nurture and mold the minds of our youngest citizens, laying that foundation of a lifetime of learning and growth. Yet despite that vital importance of their work, we know that they are often underpaid and undervalued. That pay equity program was a beacon of hope for these dedicated professionals, a recognition of their worth and a step towards rectifying the systematic injustices they face. Ending this program would not only be a disservice to them, but to the countless children whose futures depend on the quality of their early education. Aussie made us get more education in order to be able to teach in the district. In any industry, more education, more certification, it means more pay, right? Finally, after COVID, those of us that had persevered and made it through were elated to hear about the pay equity. I remember calling my mom excited, and I knew I had finally made it when she said, "Wow, you're making more than I ever did." I actually cried, and those that know me know that only happens with dog movies or award shows. I haven't even told my mom about this yet because I'm ashamed. I couldn't even answer her million questions about why. New LEDs for arena. We cannot afford to let financial considerations overshadow our moral obligation to support those who dedicate their lives to shaping the next generation. Investing in early childhood, it's not just a matter of economics. It is social justice and human dignity. The city is already dealing with youth crime. I cannot warn you enough of the detrimental effect it will have on the city moving forward if non-vital things are given priority over education. I urge you to consider this proposal and to reaffirm our commitment to pay equity for early childhood educators. Let us stand on the right side of history and together build a future where every child has access to high quality education that they deserve, and every educator is valued and respected for their invaluable contributions to society. I apologize. I meant to say I'm with the Hill Preschool. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Barefoot, and we do have your testimony. Lyda Barthol? Turn your microphone on.
Thank you. Oh,
Yes.
that sounds better. Hi. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Lyda Barthol, and I have been an early childhood educator in the district since 2018. I'm testifying today on my own behalf and not on behalf of my employer. I will be speaking today about the Pay Equity Fund. I have worked as an infant and toddler teacher since 2016, and there is nothing I take more seriously than this work. I know that when caregivers drop off their children, they're placing an unimaginable level of trust in me, and I work every day to earn that trust by helping their little loved ones feel safe, secure, and respected for who they are. When I began working in early childhood education in Maryland in 2016, I made $11 an hour. Working conditions were exploitative. I was often asked to skip my unpaid lunch break due to staffing issues, and that extra hour of pay was so sorely needed that I resorted to eating ramen noodles in my classroom on most days. I was often sick and regularly missed payments on my bills. I left that job and began commuting to DC with the knowledge that I would be better compensated by working in a metropolitan area, but I never could have anticipated the relief that DC pay equity would bring. Over the last several years, DC has proven their care for early childhood educators. With the Pay Equity Fund, I have been able to invest in myself by earning my master's degree in human development, which I completed earlier this year, and a newfound sense of security allowed me to get engaged to my long-term partner. Hi, Sean. For the first time in my career, I feel like a respected professional, and to lose pay equity would be completely devastating and would force me to seriously consider leaving the field that I love. It would also be a loss for the national early childhood community. Across the country, researchers and policymakers seeking to reform conditions for early childhood professionals are looking to DC as an example. If pay equity were to disappear now, we would lose valuable data about the long-term impact of public investment in the early years. I implore the council to restore every penny of the Pay Equity Fund, and furthermore, to work with the Pay Equity Task Force to expand the fund to compensate educators for their years of experience. I have colleagues who have cared for the children of DC for decades, and they deserve to be recognized for their years of service and dedication. My full written testimony has been uploaded to the hearing portal, and thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Barthol, and I do have your statement right here. Jack Taylor, I believe, is not here. David Schwartzman is online. Mr. Schwartzman?
Yes, indeed, I'm here. Good afternoon. I'm giving this testimony on behalf of the DC Stated Green Party and the Claudia Jones School for Political Education. Our organizations are proud members of the Fair Budget Coalition. We believe that true community safety comes from investing in community. Our mayor is proposing an austerity budget for this coming budget year, claiming shared sacrifice, but once again preparing to balance the budget on the backs of DC's Black and brown working class, thereby continuing the longstanding trickle-down policies of the last 3 decades. We joined the DC Sierra Club and many other organizations in opposing severe cuts in the mayor's proposed budget to climate environmental programs, which would roll back nearly 20 years of environmental policy and hurt low-income DC residents the most. If the council does not reject this austerity budget, the shockingly high racial economic disparities, including child poverty, homelessness, income, and wealth inequality will only increase. Please take note of the fact that now that the top 5% of DC families pay a lower fraction of the income in DC taxes than the bottom 95%. Therefore, taxing the top 5% makes the tax system fairer and generates essential revenue, which we need, including which one I promote the most is a surtax on high income residents and particularly millionaires. And I have documentation in my written testimony. This continued subsidy to the most wealthy residents, sources of campaign contributions, is documented in the mayor's proposed increase in the most regressive DC tax, the sales tax, with a plan to increase it to 7% in 3 years. And now, low-income families, less than $26,000 a year, are paying 5.5% of their income in sales exercise taxes, while those earning over $1 million pay 0.8%. Adding insult to injustice, the mayor proposes to cap the DC earned income tax credit before it reaches the federal level, which adds badly needed income for low-wage workers, along with the outrageous salary cut for early childhood teachers, which have already been referred to. We applaud, Chairman, your commitment to fund pay equity by refusing the CFL's demand to pay back the reserve of this year. And the Fair Budget Coalition gave a grade F to the mayor's budget. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartzman, and I do have your statement. Laura Haygood.
All right. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, excellent. Fantastic. Okay. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff too, for the opportunity to testify on the fiscal year 2025 Budget Support Act. My name is Laura Brower Haygood, and I am the Executive Director of the DC History Center. We are anchored in the Carnegie Library on Mount Vernon Square in downtown, part of a diverse cultural community that is committed to a vibrant post-COVID downtown, attracting workers back to the office and welcoming many new residents and visitors. In my testimony today, I want to inform the committee on how we are serving Washingtonians in all 8 wards to preserve our past, uplift our stories, and build community. Over the last few years, the DC History Center has reinvented itself, finding a new sense of purpose, with the result that our work is timely, necessary, and urgent. The district's investment in the DC History Center has made this advancement possible, but we can achieve so much more. We ask you to include support for the DC History Center in the fiscal year 25 BSA in the amount of $300,000, as the council has done in previous years, so we can sustain this important momentum. The DC History Center makes local history accessible to Washingtonians through research and scholarship, youth education, adult programs, and exhibits. We reach into all corners of the city to preserve and elevate the stories of Washington's diverse people, neighborhoods, and institutions. In the last couple years, we have touched over 140,000 people across DC, including over 3,700 youth in 37 schools, representing 45% growth since the DC government started investing in the DC History Center. We have leveraged this grant to increase private funding with impressive results, doubling our budget size since 2022 from 1 million to 2 million. Some of the initiatives this funding would support the following. 1, activation of the Carnegie Library and Mount Vernon Square in downtown, including through a new major exhibition titled Class Action, The Fight for Black Education in the Nation's Capital. 2, K-12 education, helping DC teachers fulfill the new social studies guidelines. And 3, community outreach focused on collecting, preserving, and celebrating hyperlocal neighborhood and community history. Class Action, which focuses on how DC's Black communities have led the nation in advocating for education rights for all people of color, is currently being planned for summer 2026. Additionally, in June 2023, so last year, the DC State Board of Education approved new social studies standards. These funds will allow the DC History Center to assist public schools in the implementation of this new curriculum by providing resources, professional development, and field trips. Finally, the DC History Center plans to expand on its work with hyperlocal community engagement in Hillcrest and Woodridge, located in Wards 7 and 5, respectively. We are very grateful to the council for including a grant in the BSA through Events DC in previous years.
Ms.
The
Haygood,
DC
I have to cut you off.
Okay,
I do
all
have
right,
your statement. so
terrific.
thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you, Abhi Shakur.
Thank you, Chairman. First, I think Michelle Engelman is also on the list, a few people ahead of me. She is also not available until 2:15. It'd be great if you could push her up. But that said, my name is Abhi Shakur. I am a DC native, Ward 1 resident. I'm an organizer with Jews United for Justice, as well as a member of the Fair Budget Coalition and Just Recovery. I'm here to ask you to raise revenue for social services by taxing wealth in the district. First, I would like to say that, you know, we hear this narrative of wealthy people being incentivized to leave the district if taxes are raised on them. This is not true. We have data to show this that I think my colleagues, if they haven't already shared with your office, they would be more than happy to, but also you will find written testimony from some of our members at Jews United for Justice and some of our partner orgs showing verbatim that they are not incentivized to leave if taxes are raised on their brackets. They want to support funding social services for the city's most vulnerable. Secondly, I would like to say that if you want to see a city without violent crime, you need to show that the city has unwavering support of those who are most vulnerable, who are low income. Like I know from personal experience, because I lived it, that the cause of violent crime in general is instability. It is, you know, insecurity, and it is not strictly the government's fault to fill those gaps, but you are the leaders of our city. It is your responsibility to show the way and to show that you are in support of those folks who need that support. You can do this through, you know, funding programs like ERAP, even programs like the Pay Equity Fund. I think, you know, by funding pay equity for early childhood educators, you can give our children a foundation of love and support that will affect, you know, their lives moving forward, that will eventually affect the city at large. But that has to be a decision that comes from the council. You must prioritize the needs of the people over whatever financial, you know, constraints or incentives that we talk about. The people must come first, and I implore you to look at proposals that can make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shakur. LaMonica Jones, I think, is not here. And you said Michelle Engelman would be after 2. Carissa Warren, I think is not here. Destiny Bolton.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and committee members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Destiny Bolton. I am a childcare organizer for Spaces in Action, and I will be speaking on behalf of Angelique Spike Marshall. I am Angelique Spike Marshall, a parent and DC resident, the owner of Miss P's Daycare and Family Services, and a member of Spaces in Action. As a family childcare educator in Washington, DC, I am writing to express my strong support for the Pay Equity Fund. This fund is crucial in ensuring that family childcare educators like myself can sustain our businesses and continue providing high-quality care and education to children in our communities. The Pay Equity Fund recognizes the invaluable work that family childcare educators do and addresses the long-standing issue of inadequate compensation in our field. By providing financial support to family childcare educators, the fund allows us to invest in our businesses, improve the quality of our programs, and ultimately better serve the children and families who rely on us. My niche in children is special needs. As a small business owner, the Pay Equity Fund has been instrumental in helping me cover operating costs, professional development opportunities, and other expenses essential for running a successful childcare business. Without this support, many family childcare educators would struggle to stay afloat and may be forced to close their doors, leaving families without access to quality childcare options. I urge policymakers to continue supporting the Pay Equity Fund and to prioritize the needs of family childcare educators in Washington, DC. By investing in our businesses, you are supporting the early childhood education sector and promoting economic stability and growth in our communities. Thank you for your attention to this important issue. Together, we can ensure that family childcare educators in DC can thrive and continue positively impacting the lives of children and families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Nicole Chandler. I believe is not here. That's going to complete then the testimony from this group. I don't have any questions for you, but I want to thank you all very much, and especially the three of you who are in person. We're going to turn to the next group. I'm on page 6 of the witness list and witness number 104. Erica Chandler. Looks like the next 14 witnesses are all with Spaces in Action. Erica Chandler, Yolanda Blow, Tequila Holmes, Erica Lakin, Tyranda Franklin, Georgia Walker, LaDon Love, Hope Joyner, Victoria Franklin, and Anna Victoria Kopkabin, Maria Ballesteros, Ivy Collins, Yolanda Kellum, Marianne Lavina, Salam Kata, Madeline Daniels Benderev, Bill Alsop, Anna Furman, Alicia Galvin Flores, Elissa Minoff, Octavia Lowery, Leah Newcomer, Jaron Price, who's president and CEO of the Downtown DC Bid, Leona Agaritas, who's president and CEO of the Golden Triangle Bid, Emeka Moname, who's president of the Capitol Riverfront Bid, Nancy Drain. I think I'll stop there. You are Well, let me go back to the list. Erika Chandler or Erica Chandler, Yolanda Blow, Tequila Holmes, Erica Lakin, Tyranda Franklin, Georgia Walker, Ladon Love. A little voice in my ear that keeps saying no. Hope Joyner. Go for it. Yes.
Oh.
Nope, you just turned yourself off. Turn yourself back on. Thank you.
All right. Hello, Councilmember Mendelson and committee members. I'm Hope Joyner, a DC native, caregiver, and early learning childcare organizer with Spaces in Action. First, I'd just like to thank all of the council members who have pledged to reject the mayor's counterproductive proposal to eliminate the Pay Equity Fund and Healthcare for Childcare program. The rally that took place this morning is a sign that the district is watching. The proposed budget cuts is a broken promise made to early learning childcare workforce, and educators will remember who stood with them as champions and who stood against them. Cutting the Pay Equity Fund is a budget bloodbath for early learning childcare workforce, risking demoralizing 4,000 teachers, destabilizing the early learning childcare educator sector, and derailing the DC economy. Again, we want to just say thank you all for speaking out and standing up with early learning childcare workers. And we will ask that you continue to stand up with us to go against the mayor's budget cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joyner, and thank you for being here. Victoria Franklin. Anna Victoria Kopkabin. Maria Ballesteros. Ivy Collins. Yolanda Kellum. Marianne Lavina or Lavina. Salam Kitab. Madeline Daniels Bandera. Ms. Bandera, please proceed.
Hi, thank you. My name is Madeline Daniels Benderev, and I'm a Ward 4 resident and the parent of a 3-year-old attending Love and Care Child Development Center in Fort Taunton. I also work in the field of early childhood education, professional and workforce development at the nonprofit 0 to 3. I am testifying today in support of my son's teachers, Ms. Saida and Ms. Jessica, and their colleagues across the city, and asking you to commit to full funding of the Pay Equity Fund and the Child Care Subsidy Program in the fiscal year 25 budget. You've heard a lot today about the injustice of low pay for our teachers. The early childhood workforce is paid so little that nationally nearly half live in families that require public assistance. Salaries for early childhood educators are often lower compared to other professions requiring similar levels of education and responsibility. And Black women educating children ages 0 to 5 earn an average of $4,395 less per year than their white counterparts. I shared more about this in the ROI for strong investments in early childhood in my written testimony, but right now I want to add my personal story to others you've heard from today from the Under 3 DC Coalition about how the Pay Equity Fund is critical for early learning and accessibility. Caregiver data shows that low wages and burnout are 2 major challenges of staff retention. And when staff turnover is high, it's young children as social learners that are bearing the brunt. The relationships and connections they have with their teachers are suddenly disrupted, and that can adversely affect learning outcomes. That has been, unfortunately, my son's experience. I was lucky to find a spot at a new and bright facility where he's affectionately cared for, but like providers everywhere, turnover has been extremely high. We've been through several directors and teachers in just over 2 years. During a particularly bad period, we didn't know which classroom we would drop my son off in, and if he would be the same one we would pick him up from. There was nearly no communication from the constantly changing rotation of teachers, and he started crying and fighting us at drop-off. We toured other childcare centers and joined long wait lists, but heard from parents at each that they were experiencing much of the same. And then the first supplemental payments changed everything. I've noticed a significant reduction in turnover. My son has, for the first time, been with the same teachers for months and has been able to develop strong bonds with them. For the first time since enrollment, I trust my son is getting the consistency he needs to thrive and support his social emotional learning, and he enthusiastically joins the classroom each morning to see his teachers and friends. Like most complex problem solutions depend on multiple level supports at the individual program policy and systems level. The pay equity is one of the solutions that we should be building on, not eliminating. Budgets illuminate priorities. Please hold our children and their teachers harmless in any budget cuts.
Thank you, Ms. Bandera. Bill Alsop, who I believe is not here. Anna Furman. Alicia Galvin Flores. Alyssa Minoff.
Hi, thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and apologies for taking this from my car as I go to my daughter's school. My name is Lisa Minoff, and I'm testifying in support of full funding for the Pay Equity Fund and increased investment in early childhood and the childcare workforce, which should be a priority even in difficult budget years. I am a parent of 3 children, an 8 and 11-year-old in DCPS schools, and a 1.5-year-old at a childcare center in Ward 3, where he is cared for by 4 amazing teachers, Miss Lizzie, Miss Esther, Miss LaShawn, and Miss Melissa. I am also a researcher that I've interviewed childcare providers across the country about the economic struggles they face because of the low pay and poor working conditions, the lack of health insurance or health insurance with deductibles, copays that are so high that medical care is out of reach, the long hours, and for many home-based providers and center directors, periods where they have gone without pay at all and have provided services to the families and communities they work for free. I was just at a meeting at the White House on Tuesday where Sylvia Cruz, an educator in Ward 7 who runs a childcare business out of her own home, talked about how she went without a salary at periods of time when her enrollment dipped and had to pay her own expenses on put her own expenses on credit card bills just to be sure she could continue paying the 2 staff she employs and stay open to serve the children in her neighborhood. No other profession do we routinely expect people to work for free. As a society, we too often treat childcare teachers as if they're interchangeable, as if they don't have special skills and can be paid low wages, because if they leave for higher paying jobs, someone who may be younger or less experienced or entirely inexperienced, can fill their position and do their job just as well. But as any parent knows, this is just not true. Teachers are not interchangeable. Teachers have incredible skills, and when they leave, our children pay the price. Miss Lizzie has taught our son how to set his own place at the snack table, carefully carrying his placemat and food bowl to his assigned seat. When we were struggling a few weeks ago as he began to pull his older sister's hair and hit them, thinking it was a game, Miss Lizzie coached us as parents through how to respond effectively, how to show him how his actions hurt others, and how to teach empathy. Miss Esther has introduced our son to toileting and taught him how to walk safely up and down stairs and follow his classmates in line. When I noticed this week that he started saying bye bye boo or bye bye boo boo, Miss Esther explained that whenever our son lags behind in line, she says, "Come on, boo boo," and he comes immediately. So he started using the same term of endearment that she uses for him. There's no more valuable work than the work that teachers like Miss Esther and Miss Lizzie do every day. The lessons they teach and the bonds they form with our children set them up for secure and bright futures. Our teachers and early educators across the city have been lucky to be doing this work in the district because DC has been a leader recognizing the need to bolster the pay of childcare providers. And
Ms.
we cannot
Minoff.
eliminate or reduce the DC Pay Equity Fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Octavia Lowry, who I believe is not here. Leah Newcomer, who I believe is not here. Jaron Price, who I believe is not here. Leona Agrides, I believe is not here. Emeka Moname, who I saw earlier, but he's not here now. And Nancy Drain. I see her online. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and apologies for being unable to join you in person today. Thank you for your longstanding support of the Access to Justice initiative that provides funding to nonprofit civil legal services providers in the district. We submitted comprehensive written testimony that has details on the program and statements from grantees and community leaders. Last week, the Judiciary Committee heard from 50-plus witnesses who testified about the devastating consequences of the mayor's proposed 67% or $21 million cut to the initiative. We heard that this cut means thousands fewer clients will be served, a potential loss of 1/3 to 1/2 of legal staff at some organizations. Some funded projects and organizations could cease to exist entirely, having to turn away 1 of 3 domestic violence survivors seeking help, hundreds of district households uprooted by eviction, the potential loss of the district's only dedicated workers' rights clinic, gutting the community legal interpreter bank, leaving non-English speakers isolated and at risk, and much more. Witnesses spoke about how this cut undermines community priorities we all share, like public safety, housing stability, and economic opportunity. They spoke of the consequences for district residents in crisis, the over 30 nonprofit organizations that serve them, and the hundreds of district agencies, community groups, and health systems that partner with them. It would be hard to imagine the civil justice system without the initiative. Every day, funded staff are in the community across all 8 wards, at the courthouse, in homes, at libraries, schools, health clinics, and more. One of the first things the commission did at its founding was to partner with the council to create the initiative, and we are grateful that it has continued to champion and increase funding during the 18 years that have followed. Why has the council deemed the initiative a worthy investment? It works. It makes our community stronger. It is critical because unlike our criminal justice system, there is no right to a lawyer in civil cases when as many as 97% of litigants go it alone without legal help. It keeps families stably and safely housed, like more than 76% of tenants retaining their unit. It promotes a holistic view of public safety by helping people through personal crisis. It promotes economic opportunity for the individual served. It saves the district current and future financial burdens, like $14 million in Medicaid savings over 3 years through one medical legal partnership. It leverages other support like pro bono volunteers. Pro bono could never fill the gaps in full-time services this cut could create and relies on legal services providers for support. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your support of this program, for recognizing its value, for acknowledging its role in the district community to make it more safe, stable, and secure. We hope you and your colleagues will be able to restore funding and reverse this devastating proposed cut to the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strain. And I have your statement, which appears to have a number of attachments to it, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
I do not have questions for any of you. Some of that's because we have a lot of witnesses still to go. Ms. Joyner, I feel a little guilty. You're sitting there alone. But thank you for being here and thank you for your statement. I had said earlier that it's my intention to put forward the budget to the council that reverses the budgeting by the mayor to the reserve fund. She didn't want to do that. She and I have both disagreed with the chief financial officer. So thank you. I am now turning to page 7 of the witness list and witness number 130, Kira Jarrett, who's the chief executive officer of the DC Bar Foundation, Daniel Del Pilago, housing director with Empower DC, Andrea Chapman, who's community organizer with Empower DC, Alexandra Chandel, Emily Taylor, Brianna Gavio, Katie Leesman, Betty Gentle, who's senior advocacy and community engagement specialist with So Others Might Eat, Elliot Becker, Aditi Putwala, Jessica Hart, Shannon Walsh, Clinical Director, Court Urgent Care Clinic, Pathways to Housing DC, Will Doyle, Aniko Schwartz, Brianna Davis Tribble, Moshe Pasternak, Gabriel Allen. Who was that? Gabriel Allen? If I do, then I'll stop there. You look like you're waiting to be called. Yeah, have a seat. Kira Jarrett.
Thank you, Chair Middleton. Kira Jarrett with the DC Bar Foundation, and I come to you this afternoon as the administrator of the district's Access to Justice Initiative, and it's a role that we've served in for the past 17 years. Thank you, first of all, for your steadfast support of the initiative. Last week, I testified in person before the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety about the extraordinary success of the Access to Justice Initiative, and throughout the day, dozens of witnesses testified about the devastating community-wide impact of slashing funding by 67% as the mayor proposes. To continue administering the program, the Bar Foundation seeks level funding for FY25. As you are well aware, when the initiative was first created in 2007, it included only two programs, the Access to Justice Grants Program, and then also the district's Loan Repayment Assistance Program. And then over the years, the district has seen fit to both increase the funding for the program and then also expand the program to include targeted support to address eviction-related defense needs. And despite the initiative's incredible history with demonstrated impact, an administrative overhead of less than 10%, and thousands of residents served, there is a proposed 67% cut in the funding when there's absolutely no evidence of diminishing need. The impact of the mayor's proposed cut cannot be understated. The legal needs of thousands of district residents would go unmet, and the years of the council's investment in systemic reform, community engagement, and collaboration will be lost. Over the years, we have shared reports with you about these systemic changes, and we've testified about them as well. But most significantly, we are on the cusp of launching a system that will make it easier for district residents to get legal help. Again, systemic reform. And after decades of conversation and failed efforts, a coordinated intake and referral system is poised to pilot in the next 60 days and fully launch in FY25. So in conclusion, the gutting of the Access to Justice Initiative will have severe repercussions for the most vulnerable among us. The passion and commitment of the initiative's grantees, the larger civil legal aid community, and our allied stakeholders will simply not be enough. For these reasons, I ask that you level fund the initiative at FY24 levels, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Jarrett. Daniel Del Pilago, I believe, is not here.
I'm here.
Oh, please proceed.
Thank you. My colleague Andrea Chapman is on as well, and she's not received the link to be promoted. So just want to flag that. Good afternoon, council member. My name is Daniel Del Pilago. I work with Empower DC. We are a multi-issue citywide organization that organizes with low, moderate income residents of Washington, DC. Part of our work includes fighting displacement in DC, and one of the major factors of displacement is eviction. As you know, evictions continue to increase. At this point in time, we are experiencing double the number of scheduled evictions than were filed last year at this time. As evictions increase, we are seeing a decrease in funding for those important programs that help people overcome these emergencies and stay housed. ERAP has helped thousands of people faced with an eviction emergency stay housed, and although this program has areas it can improve in, the proposed cut to $20 million is simply unacceptable. I'll also add that there is a dangerous narrative put forth by Mayor Bowser that this program is being gamed by DC renters, which is simply not true. We've yet to see any substantive proof that a significant of DC residents are misusing the program. Let's be clear, ERAP funds never go to the renters that apply and get approved. They go to the landlord. People can only apply within a 12-month period and have to prove how they will make their rent payments moving forward. We've also heard comparisons to the Stay DC program. That program is over and will likely never return. It's unfair to compare ERAP to this one-time federally funded program. These narratives are unfair and are very close to racist tropes that blame the disenfranchised and scapegoat them for for larger systemic issues. We need a continued investment in the ERAP program. This year, the program was funded at $43 million with a one-time influx of $20 million of federal funds. This allowed for more people to apply and avoid eviction. The $20 million proposed in the mayor's budget will simply not meet the need that exists. So we look to council to ensure that DC residents faced with an emergency aren't made homeless. Although we recognize times are tough, we continue our call to fund ERAP at a higher rate laid out in the Fair Budget Coalition's platform. Anything less than that is a disservice to those facing housing emergencies. I'd like to end by reiterating that blaming DC residents about misusing gaming this program is simply wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Chapman.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrea Chapman. I am a community organizer at Empower DC. As Daniel already mentioned, our organization works alongside community and legal service organizations to connect tenants at risk of eviction to resources like the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, or ERAP. So I would just like to re-emphasize the urgent need to preserve and increase funding for this vital tool. At the DHS budget oversight hearing on April 5th, myself and others expressed our concerns over the ever-growing numbers of eviction filings this first quarter. While the majority of extremely low-income families in the district remain rent burdened, paying at least 50% of their income on housing costs, our partners at the Neighborhood Legal Services Program found that from January through March of this year, the number of scheduled evictions in DC doubled compared to last year during the same period. What's more, the majority, 371 of those scheduled evictions were due to non-payment of rent, and this is compared to 178 evictions for other grounds. These numbers will only continue to rise as the year goes on. In this climate of unaffordable housing and growing eviction numbers, ERAP is an essential tool to prevent displacement. Though increasing the limit of applications to 8,500 during the April 1st portal opening was helpful, the fact that the portal reached that limit again in such a short period of time and is now closed shows that taking away more dollars from this already underfunded program will only worsen these displacement pressures. Low-income residents should not bear the brunt of budget cuts. This is not shared sacrifice. Through our outreach, we learned how ERAP has helped numerous families. While we and our partners at Fair Budget Coalition recommend at least $100 million in ERAP funding to mitigate challenges of depleted funds during previous fiscal years while meeting the constantly high influx of applications, we do ask for no less than $63 million. I also mentioned at the April 5th hearing that we must consider the other means of balancing the budget besides harmful cuts, and that includes taxing wealth. According to the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, the richest 5% currently are paying less taxes than other less wealthy households. We cannot sacrifice the needs of DC's lowest income communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chapman. Alexandra Chandel, I believe is not here. Emily Taylor.
Yes,
Please
hello.
proceed.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Emily Taylor. I'm a Ward 5 resident and a parent of a 2-year-old at the Petite Scholars Daycare. And I'm here today to advocate on behalf of my son's amazing teachers and for the Pay Equity Fund. Miss Jamie, Miss Estella, Miss Abby, Miss Victoria, and others have taken care of my son daily since he was a baby. They are warm, empathetic caregivers who love and protect my son each day. My son runs through the doors of the program each morning, excited to enter his safe and welcoming second home. This is all thanks to the tireless efforts of his teachers. I also want to emphasize that my son's teachers are trained, skilled professionals. They have a deep understanding of childhood development, and they regularly update their skills with training and continuing education. Frankly, it's impossible to put a price on the work these women do. They are caring for my child as I speak to you now, and they allow my wife and I to work at our own fulfilling jobs, giving back to society and to the city in our own ways. At the very least, their labor deserves appropriate compensation. Caretaking work is often undervalued, especially when it's done by women of color. However, it's hard to imagine work that is more critical to a functioning society than early childcare. The Pay Equity Act has been an amazing step toward attracting skilled educators to the early childhood profession while allowing them to earn a living wage and take care of their own families. I've spoken to my son's teachers, and I know how devastating it would be for them if the Pay Equity Fund were eliminated. They would lose access to insurance and they would struggle to take care of their own families. I also want to speak for myself for a moment. My wife and I are fortunate to have well-paying jobs and a financial safety net. However, even with these privileges, we already struggle to afford childcare. We love living in DC, but as everyone here knows, the cost of living here is very high. If Petite Scholars was forced to raise prices due to the elimination of the Pay Equity Fund, it would be extremely financially painful for us, as well as for many of our friends and neighbors. In a progressive and diverse city like DC, we simply cannot allow these things to happen. I understand and appreciate that the budget is tight this year, but if we eliminate the Pay Equity Fund, we will all be paying the price for years to come. Rather than balancing the budget on the backs of women of color, let's call on the wealthy to pay their fair share. I'm asking the council and the mayor to immediately reverse the cuts to the Pay Equity Fund. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Brianna Gavio, I think, is not here.
I'm here.
Then please proceed.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to address the committee today. Like Emily, I am a Ward 5 parent, and my 2-year-old is also at Petite Scholars. And I'm here to urge the committee and the council to fully fund the Pay Equity Fund. Before having kids, I knew that it was difficult and expensive to get a daycare slot in DC. But what I did not fully realize was that I wasn't just sending my kid to be cared for. He was starting his education. We have been blown away by the rigor of Petite Scholars. There are weekly lesson plans covering everything from science to art to math to language, taught in age-appropriate ways, not to mention the interpersonal skills our son is building. He comes home knowing words, songs, colors, numbers in both English and Spanish. He talks about his beloved teachers every night before bed. He is a curious and happy and well-rounded kid, largely thanks to our wonderful teachers. I am certain that if he were at home with one of us or with a grandparent or a nanny or at an in-home daycare, he just would not have the social, emotional, or content knowledge that he does. It's thanks to the expertise of his teachers. Eliminating the Pay Equity Fund would cause these early educators to lose critical compensation and benefits that rightly reflect their expertise and experience and the service that they provide to the city. I know that when my son goes to pre-K, he will be well prepared for everything: the schedules, the learning environment, interacting with other kids and teachers, and he will have a solid foundation of academic knowledge. I'll be honest, a few months ago, I did not know that the Pay Equity Fund existed, but I was already concerned that not all kids in DC have the opportunity to be so well prepared for pre-K. Petite Scholars is worth every penny, but many, many, many families cannot afford to pay $2,300 a month per kid for childcare. That's monthly rent and mortgage. Eliminating the Pay Equity Fund would only raise the cost of daycares with qualified educators, and that would exacerbate disparities and inequities among DC's youngest. We should be making sure that more kids have access to qualified early childhood educators, not fewer kids. Early childhood education should not be only accessible to the wealthy. These early years are our opportunity to ensure that all kids are equipped for success. This is the foundation for their future and the future of our city. Childcare in DC is already too scarce and unaffordable. Without the Pay Equity Fund, many families would need to leave the district when they start having kids. I know the mayor is concerned about economic growth and vibrancy, but how can the city prosper and grow if there's a mass exodus as residents hit their 30s? It's essential to pass a budget that fully funds the Pay Equity Fund and appropriately compensates these educators for their expertise. It's a tiny portion of the overall budget, but it's really critical investment in the city's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gavio. Katie Leesman.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Katie Leesman, and I am a parent and a resident of Ward 5. My testimony today will focus on the importance of restoring full funding for the Pay Equity Fund and the Child Care Subsidy Program in the fiscal year 25 budget to ensure a strong and effective early childhood system in the district. You've already heard from dozens of parents, early childhood educators, and early education program directors during this budget cycle about the importance of the Pay Equity Fund. I know you understand how essential it is for you to pass a budget that fully funds this program. You know that eliminating the Pay Equity Fund would cause early educators to lose tens of thousands of dollars in wages, access to free, high-quality health insurance, and financial security and independence. What you don't know yet is why this matters to me. I am the parent of two children, ages 6 and 2. Here is what our early education experience has meant to our family. When my daughter was born in 2017, I struggled with postpartum depression and anxiety. The thought of sending her away from me while I worked triggered daily meltdowns during my parental leave as I worked through what felt like a grieving process. I felt so guilty, feeling like I was letting her down by sending her away from me. I questioned, will she feel safe? Will she feel cared for? Will daycare be as an enriching environment for her as what I could provide? From the moment I walked into Petite Scholars, our daycare provider, I felt seen and comforted. My children have been in the care of the Petite Scholars teachers since 2017, and both of my children have thrived because of their time there. I am constantly amazed at the level of care the teachers provide. They have loved my children like their own, and thoughtfulness that the teachers put into every day's activities. The teachers develop a curriculum that allows children to learn during structured and free playtime. For example, just today, my son's schedule included a sensory activity where he practiced sorting objects of different textures and sizes, group music time. He practiced his colors through an organized activity and went for 2 neighborhood walks. The teachers provide this quality and quantity of activities every day, which I'm confident will have a lasting impact on his ability to learn and succeed in school and life, similar to the impact I'm seeing on my daughter, who is now thriving in 1st grade at a DC charter school. That is why I urge the council to commit to full funding of the Pay Equity Fund and the Child Care Subsidy Program. This funding is a small amount compared to the enormity of the district budget, but will have a massive impact on our children, families, and educators for generations to come. Thank you. I am pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Leesman. Betty Gentle.
Greetings, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Betty Gentle, and I'm the Senior Advocacy and Community Engagement Specialist at Summit Incorporated. Summit is a nonprofit organization in DC that aids our neighbors in need, aiming to break the cycle of poverty and homelessness through transformative programs and services. We are engaged members of the Fair Budget Coalition, CNHED, and the DC Behavioral Health Association, supporting their budget recommendations, as well as members of the SUD Provider Coalition and the Coalition for Nonprofit Equity. Some urges the council to strive for an equitable balance in the FY25 budget, one that does not further burden those already grappling with homelessness, poverty, and hunger. Though it is paramount to preserve the entire safety net, today we aim to highlight some key priorities. First, amid an overall 11.6% increase in homelessness during the 2023 point-in-time count and high demand for ERAP, it is unmistakable that our neighbors' foremost requirement is genuinely affordable housing. The Housing Production Trust Fund stands as the foremost capital funding source for affordable housing in DC, making it imperative to prioritize even during periods of financial strain. Some strongly advocate allocating no less than $100 million for HPTF and $4.9 million for the project and sponsor-based portion of the local rent supplement program to meet low-income housing needs. We also request a dedicated allocation of $5 million for the Housing Preservation Fund. Second, we urge the council to prioritize funding Give SNAP a raise to prevent benefit reductions in October. No DC resident should ever have to sacrifice feeding their children, their elderly family members, or themselves in a city as affluent as ours. Third, in 2023, 518 residents died from opioid overdose, a record number of deaths that surpassed homicide victims by nearly double. Providers persist in delivering crucial services despite having their needs consistently overlooked with the city, instead relying on their resilience to navigate stagnant payment rates and growing administrative burdens. Stand behind the providers on the front lines of the opioid and mental health crisis and restore $4.9 million from the $11.6 million reduction to behavioral health rehab services for community support services. Fourth, we advocate with DC seniors to reinstate a transportation service akin to the Seabury Connector. In addition, the Connector card has been invaluable for many seniors, and we urge the council to ensure that adequate funding is available to meet the need so that eligible seniors receive their entitled amount or are not placed on wait lists, as they currently are now in FY24. Fifth, invest in holistic community safety and support for residents striving to rebuild by restoring the $2.7 million cut and adequately funding victim services and no less than $51.87 million for robust services for survivors. Restoring the $2 million reduction in reentry grants to aid our returning neighbors' transition to stability, and rejecting a proposed cut to access to justice that threaten the ability of legal organizations to serve low-income residents. Finally, fully restore and protect the baby bonus program that is essential for addressing DC's racial wealth gap. The proposed budget cuts will disproportionately harm Black and Brown children from low-income families and is both short-sighted and inequitable. In closing, some appreciate the opportunity to testify and highlight these crucial priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gentle. I was standing and stretching a little. Sorry about that, but could hear you loud and clear, and I have your statement. Elliot Becker? I don't think is here. Aditi Futwala?
Yes, I'm here. Thank
Ms.
you, members of
Futwala,
the
please proceed.
Thank you, members of the committee, for allowing me to testify in support of restoring the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund. I'm a member of the Under 3 DC Coalition, which is committed to securing a strong start for every infant and toddler in DC. I'm a parent of a sweet 2-year-old boy, Abhi. We live in Ward 5, and he attends Petite Scholars on Rhode Island Avenue. His teachers at Petite Scholars are caring, committed, and creative individuals who not only take care of our kids in the technical sense, they feed him and they change his diapers, but they teach him science, numbers, the alphabet, how to be kind to others, how to share, how to be a good citizen in his community. He comes home every day with confidence and excitement, telling me about what he did at school today. These teachers are skilled and have incredibly important and difficult jobs. You all know how important ages 0 to 3 are. When DC created its 0 to 3 program, it was regaled as necessary, important, and groundbreaking. It would be shameful to roll back the program now when it's working, when the district's kids are being taught by high-quality teachers who deserve every penny they're getting and so much more, and when it's enabling parents like my wife and me to go to work, knowing that our child is safe and being educated in a nurturing environment. My wife and I both work for nonprofit organizations, and we pay $2,300 in monthly tuition at Petite Scholars. We couldn't afford to pay more, and we're lucky to be able to pay what we can, but we're grateful that the district supplements the teacher's salary so that they don't move to higher paying jobs out of the district. This council should be proud of the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund that you've created. It has a massive impact on my family, my community, and my child. We urge you to restore the fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Futwala. Jessica Hart?
Yes, thank you. My name's Jessica Hart, and I'm a resident of Ward 5. My 2 children both started childcare here in DC at 6 months old. My 2-year-old son is currently enrolled at Petite Scholars, as other children are on this panel as well. My son is thriving at his daycare. I see photos of the different things that they do during the day, and I'm amazed at how his teachers create activities that are both playful and educational. They are doing things that fine-tune his fine motor skills, that expose him to different sensory textures, and that teach him how to interact with other kids and adults. He is more engaged and challenged at daycare than he would be at home with either of his parents. That is entirely thanks to his teachers, who are professionals in child development. And as professionals, our teachers deserve to be compensated fairly for their skills. Ours is a 2-income household, both by necessity and by choice. We could not afford to live in DC on 1 income, and so made the choice to stay and both work and pay for childcare. That care costs more than our mortgage payment every month. Like many other families, the prospect of paying even more for childcare when it is already such a large part of our household budget is daunting. I know other families who have left DC because of the difficulty in finding and affording care. It's already challenging to find a spot. Fewer than half of families seeking childcare can find it, according to a study called Assessing Childcare Access from the Bainham Family Foundation. In many ways, I struggled to write this testimony because of the value of the Pay Equity Fund is so obvious. Early childcare workers are the backbone of our city's ability to keep families here and to enable parents to continue their careers. As the mayor tries to bring the workforce back to downtown, It makes no sense why she would hobble an industry that is essential to restoring DC's economic resilience and growth. Nor does it make sense for her to make it harder to attract and retain good teachers in an industry that is already short-staffed. Early educators do more than teach. They are conflict managers, communicators, nurses, artists, cooks, nurturers, musicians, librarians. They are trusted and valued members of our village. They are essential to families across DC. They love and care for our smallest residents. The district must honor its promise to early educators and continue to deliver the increased compensation and benefits that they have earned. Breaking this commitment to the more than 4,000 educators benefiting from the fund would hurt them, the families they serve, the childcare sector as a whole, and DC's economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hart. Yeah, no, he's there. Elliot Becker? Yeah, I do.
Hi, Chairman. Thank you for taking my testimony. Thanks to the whole council. Sorry, I'm in a restaurant, so there may be some background noise. I don't know that I'm a Petite Scholars parent, Youth United for Justice member, supporter of the Coalition for Under 3 folks. I don't know that I can add a lot to what the other Petite Scholar parents have already said so eloquently. So I'll just try to say that, I think that the teachers at Petite Scholars are amazing, incredible. One of them recently told my partner and I that she teared up at the thought of our child leaving. That's the kind of care, energy, and emotion they bring to their work. And the idea that we would cut the pay after making this promise to a primarily immigrant women of color workforce is terrible. And it's all, and this is in the context of a situation wherein the council just promised $500 million to a billionaire. So, I mean, if we have a $200 million budget hole, I think we should ask Ted Leonsis for it, not the daycare providers, early childhood educators, and other folks that actually make our city function on a day-to-day basis. And I would ask you to restore the fund and increase taxes with wealth taxes, raised income taxes, the other tax proposals advocated for by the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, or whatever DCFPI stands for. Thank you for listening to me. That's my testimony for today.
Thank you, Mr. Becker, and I do have your statement. Shannon Walsh.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and council staff. My name is Shannon Walsh. I'm a Ward 8 resident, a licensed independent clinical social worker, and the clinical director of the Court Urgent Care Clinic. The Court Urgent Care Clinic is a partnership between DC Superior Court, the DC Department of Behavioral Health, and Pathways to Housing DC. Each year, the Court Urgent Care Clinic provides hundreds of adults with mental health and substance use challenges with same-day assessment and treatment of complex behavioral health challenges. The clinic was one of the first and remains one of the only of its kind in the country. On staff, we have a psychiatrist, 2 mental health clinicians, a certified addictions counselor, and an intake coordinator. Our office is in a unique position to provide services to individuals regardless of if they have an ID, insurance, or residency status in the United States at no cost. We are conveniently located inside the DC Superior Courthouse to provide services to individuals involved in the court who often fall into one or more of these categories. Although we are located in the courthouse, we are able to provide services to anyone in the district regardless of court involvement. According to our human care agreement on page 8, the Court Urgent Care Clinic's objective is to support DC residents who are court involved, minimize recidivism within the criminal justice system, augment justice diversion programs, and triage the behavioral health needs of the consumers served there so they will be connected to appropriate long-term care. 84% of our clients report their interactions with the court urgent care clinic positively impacts their judicial disposition. 73% of our clients are discharged with a positive outcome, and 53% of our clients are referred for a housing assessment due to experiencing homelessness or housing instability. We work closely with the Civil Actions Branch as well as the Mental Health Court to provide support to clients who would otherwise require police intervention due to their mental health symptoms. Unfortunately, Mayor Bowser has proposed to cut our entire program for fiscal year 25. This would be a tremendous loss to our clients and community. The benefit of having our office in the courthouse is that clients can be seen on the same day they are in court and experiencing acute mental health symptoms. If our program is closed, our clients will likely have to travel to another location, which is an added barrier and will likely result in the person not getting treatment. The Court Urgent Care Clinic also provides forensic child evaluations at the request of the court to determine if a child needs to be hospitalized. We have been able to avoid hospitalizing a child after gathering the needed information and coordinating with the hospital, the child probation officer, family, and core service agency to be prescribed the appropriate medication and avoid hospitalization. Our office stands in the gap for clients who may already be connected with mental health providers, but are in need of immediate psychiatric intervention, including emergency medication, counseling, and involuntary hospitalizations. Our stakeholders include judges, probation and parole officers, attorneys, and clients who have all expressed deep concern about the elimination of our program. Multiple judges expressed concern.
I have to cut you off. I have your statement.
Thank you.
Will Doyle?
Thank you, Chairman Nelson, council members and council staff. My name is Will Doyle, and I'm Vice President of Housing First and Pathways to Housing DC. Chairman Mendelson, I'm requesting your support in restoring funding for the Court Urgent Care Clinic in the FY25 budget. DBH has proposed to completely eliminate the Court Urgent Care Clinic in its FY25 budget, despite the significant demand for its services and the key role it plays at the DC Superior Court. The Court Urgent Care Clinic was founded by DBH in 2008, and Pathways to Housing DC has been providing services there since 2012. The Court Urgent Care Clinic is unique, as staff provides same-day mental health and substance use assessment and treatment at the DC Superior Court. For those experiencing a mental health crisis, whether a child or an adult, clinic staff provide immediate access to assessments for involuntary hospitalization, avoiding escalation and incidents at the DC Superior Court. Clinic staff also provide immediate assessments, transportation, and access to inpatient substance use treatment, avoiding gaps that often prevent successful entry into treatment. When unaddressed chronic behavioral health needs are displayed in the DC Superior Court, the Court Urgent Care Clinic supports individuals in connecting to ongoing community-based services. However, there are multiple steps to that process, so clinic staff provide short-term behavioral health services until that connection can be completed. This is a key role, as without ongoing support, most will not successfully connect for services, contributing to continued engagement with the criminal justice system at great expense to DC government. The Court Urgent Care Clinic is on pace for 630 unique referrals, 762 assessments, and 3,878 follow-up visits for the year ending September 30th, 2024. If the clinic is eliminated as planned, the need for its services will not go away, they will simply be unaddressed. These are individuals who are not adequately accessing behavioral health services elsewhere and are doing so due to the unique location and services of the Court Urgent Care Clinic. An individual stranded DC would not have received assistance in returning to California, but would be adding to the burden on our criminal justice and homeless services system. A 17-year-old experiencing psychosis would not have been connected to emergency services, but would have returned to wandering downtown DC, likely a future victim due to her significant vulnerability. Many others would be denied timely and appropriate behavioral health services that lead to stability and engagement in ongoing services. Without the Court Urgent Care Clinic, we will see increased use of 911, fire and emergency medical services, the Metropolitan Police Department, the DBH Community Response Team, CPEP, and the Department of Corrections. This would not be an appropriate use of those resources. I urge you to focus on the many DC residents whose needs will not be met if the Court Urgent Care Clinic is eliminated, and work with the council to restore funding for this crucial community resource. Thank you for holding this hearing. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Aniko Schwartz.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Aniko Schwartz, and I'm a parent and a resident of Ward 5 in Northeast DC. I'm also a member of the Under DC Coalition and a Petite Scholars parent. Many of us I know you've heard from today. I have two sons, aged 3 and 4. And by the time my oldest son, Otto, entered daycare at 5 months, my family had been on a wait list for that spot in our old neighborhood in Ward 1 since very early on in my pregnancy. We got on the wait list before we told my family that we were having a baby. We had a lucky time getting in. Barely 6 weeks later, the pandemic hit, though. That daycare closed, and like so many families fortunate enough to continue working, we juggled 2 jobs and an infant at home for over a year without childcare. Spots were very hard to come by. When we moved across town in mid-2021 to Brookland, we were lucky to find a spot for our then 20-month-old at Petite Scholars in Brookland. When our second son was born, we enrolled him, and he has been absolutely thriving week in and week out ever since, and turned 3 last month. In my role as an employment lawyer, I represent workers and familiar with the countless ways that fair and livable wages are critical not to the well-being of not only individual workers, but their families and communities. Petite Scholars' director and founder, Lashada Ham Campbell, has created a community in this city that not only nurtures our precious children, but supports and respects our caregivers as the professionals that they are, not least of which by elevating opportunities like this for so many of us to speak out on behalf of our beloved teachers like Miss Rosie and Miss Yoselin and Miss Rosangela and Miss Christia, who my son comes home and talks about every single day. They are indispensable and do exhausting work of caring for and nurturing our young people. They make the children feel loved and safe in their care, which all children deserve. All early childhood educators deserve compensation and benefits that are commensurate with their skills, this professionalism, and the indispensable role they play in the lives of families like mine. DC, as you've heard from many others, cannot thrive without the work they do, and the city must ensure that they have the means to fully support themselves and their families for the good of our broader community. Again, as a parent and a member of this Petite Scholars and the DC community, and as a workers' rights advocate, I urge the council to commit to full funding of the Pay Equity Fund and the Child Care Subsidy Program in the fiscal year 2025 budget. It's a small amount compared to the enormity of the district budget. Will have a massive impact on our children.
Ms. Schwartz, I have to cut you off. Your time's expired. Thank you. Those of you who are participating virtually, there should be a clock if you're in gallery view, and you can follow the time. Brianna Davis Tribble, I believe, is not here. Is there? Moshe Pasternak. Mr. Pasternak. Thought I saw him. Gabriel Allen. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Gabriel Allen, and I'm the parent of 2 daycare-age children, and I'm also a resident of Ward 5 and a Petite Scholars parent. I'm testifying today to stress that the city must fully restore the Pay Equity Fund for 3 important reasons. First, doing so is important for ensuring the best care for the district's youngest children. Second, the Pay Equity Fund is critical to supporting a livable wage for our daycare teachers. And third, if the Pay Equity Fund is cut, daycare costs will rise to an untenable level to cover the shortfall. I've witnessed the extraordinary benefit that my 2 children have reaped from attending Petite Scholars in Brookland. The teachers there have been nothing short of amazing, and everything I've heard today from other witnesses about Petite Scholars teachers has resonated with me. For us, I mean, a couple of the snippets that come to mind are, one night 2 years ago, our son, who was just a year old at the time, put a napkin in his lap at dinner because Miss Adilson, Miss O'Reilly, and Miss Ulisa taught him it was polite to do so. Last year when he was 2, we asked him who his best friends in class were, and he named his teachers Miss Jahira and Miss Nora. And now somehow Miss Marlene, Miss Millie, Miss Graciela, and Miss Lucia keep 12 teenagers alive, happy, and educated 5 days a week. There are numerous examples like these, and these teachers are heroes to our children, and they deserve every bit of support that we can muster for them. Even with a fully funded pay equity fund, many of these teachers are only a disaster away from financial straits. My wife and I have recently helped one of our daycare teachers navigate financial assistance programs, provided those who have fallen behind on their bills. It was just a medical emergency, and a stolen car were enough to cause her to fall behind on rent and her bills for electricity, gas, and water. We've fully taken advantage of district programs for those utilities, but imagine how terrible things would have been had her pay not been bolstered by the pay equity fund. And finally, failing to restore the pay equity fund likely means that daycares will raise prices. I already pay more than $4,200 per month for daycare for my 2 children. And if costs go up, as they certainly will if the pay equity fund is cut, my family will need to leave the district for cheaper daycare elsewhere. With us, we'd take our good paying jobs and the taxes we contribute to DC. And while we love our community and are happy to pay our fair share to be part of it, we, a family headed by 2 lawyers, cannot afford to pay more than $4,200 per month for daycare. That's why I'm asking the council to commit to full funding for the pay equity fund and the child care subsidy program. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. You're Michelle Engelman, right? Oh, I got it wrong. I got it wrong. I did not hear that, but hold on a second. You are? Yes, I got it. Okay. Why don't you proceed? You're with DC String? No, DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Yes, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson, council members, and staff, and thank you for the accommodation this afternoon. My name is Michaela Deming. I'm the Policy Director at the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, the federally recognized state coalition for domestic violence survivor service providers here in the district. Our 18-member programs provide life-saving resources to survivors of domestic violence and their families, helping them and the family on their journey to violence-free lives. Victim services funding under OVSJG must be increased to $51.87 million to just maintain current service levels. Unfortunately, as was confirmed by the government witnesses on the April 25th OVSJG budget hearing, the mayor's proposed budget erroneously included $6 million in funding sources that have already been spent, leaving victim services funding cut, not increased, by $2.7 million. We call on council once again this year to reverse the cuts and increase victim services funding to meet the needs of victim service providers and domestic violence survivors. As my colleague Don Dutton already mentioned today, we are also asking council to use the BSA to clearly nullify the no-cause termination clauses in the OVSJG contracts that were added in FY24, which leaves all grantees at risk of having funding pulled mid-year for no fault of their own. We also demand accountability for the mayor's budget failing to comply with the transparency provisions of DC Code Section 4-571.01 again this year, which aids in hiding the decrease in domestic violence services funding in FY24, despite council's designations last year. Domestic violence survivor services save lives. They also reduce reliance on child welfare, law enforcement, criminal legal systems, medical care, public benefits, and many other government-funded agencies, which ultimately saves the district money. We have proposed and fully support adding a fee to marriage, licenses, divorce, and custody complaints. Collecting these fees to specifically support domestic violence survivor services would add DC to the majority of states that use these fees to supplement, not replace, local and federal funding sources for these essential services. Survivors in the district also depend on the human services that have been cut in the budget: legal services, housing, food assistance, childcare, and many others. We need a budget that truly supports survivors, and that means that we need access to justice, reentry grants, ERAP, PEF, SNAP, and other human services
that make up the social safety net Washingtonians depend on to be fully funded. The budget necessities we're advocating for are still far short of the funding necessary to meet the needs of survivors in the district. To meet those needs, the true cost of survivor safety would require an additional $21.75 million to expand existing services across the spectrum. We stand in solidarity with the Victim Assistance Network and the Fair Budget Coalition, including their revenue raisers, which are necessary to ensure that this budget is not balanced on the backs of the most vulnerable Washingtonians. We ask you to reverse the cuts and fund the services. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Well, I have one question, which is I need a copy of your testimony,
Yes, I will provide that to you.
please. Michelle Engelman?
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and committee members. My name is Michelle Engelman, Ward 2 resident and member of Jews United for Justice, a community of Jews and their allies committed to advancing social, economic, and racial justice. I am testifying today to urge the council to reject the mayor's proposal to decimate the Pay Equity Fund. As a mother who has raised 3 children, I know that so much of a child's development happens in the earliest years. The benefits of high-quality education for our children are severely threatened by the mayor's proposed budget, which completely wipes out the Pay Equity Fund and will cause our early child care system to collapse as educators leave the field. The Pay Equity Fund has paid more than $80 million in increased salaries and health care benefits to more than 4,000 early educators. These mainly Black and brown women have finally started to be paid fairly for their invaluable work. The mayor's budget will undermine all the progress we have made over the past 3 years. In 2021, I advocated to personally pay higher income taxes so we could compensate teachers fairly, on par with the public school system. I continue to be happy to pay these and additional higher progressive taxes to restore the Pay Equity Fund and sustain DC families. As a high earner, I will gladly pay these additional taxes, and they will not impact my decision of where to live. I can afford to pay more in taxes so everyone can have their basic needs met, and we can reverse harmful cuts to vital programs. I believe that we should raise revenue fairly and equitably by adopting the Just Recovery DC People's Tax Plan, so we do not have to balance the budget on the backs of Black and brown women. We should tax wealth, including increasing capital gains taxes. The council should also enact fair business taxes by taxing business activity. Progressive tax increases on wealth will enable us to fully restore the $290 million needed for the Pay Equity Fund in fiscal year 25 through 28 and provide revenue for the future of this program, among other programs. This revenue will enable us to provide compensation and benefits that are fair and livable, ensuring a high-quality, stable workforce to care for and educate our city's youngest learners, creating a brighter future for all DC's families. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Huff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members, and committee staff. My name is Andrew Huff. I'm the Associate Director of Member and Government Relations for the Golden Triangle BID. The Golden Triangle is the western part of downtown from the White House and BLM Plaza, north to DuPont Circle, and west to Washington Circle. The Golden Triangle includes 34 million square feet of office space and fewer than 40 residents. Most of our buildings are obsolete by post-COVID standards. 1 out of every 4 square feet is unleased. Buildings are selling for 1/3 of their assessed value, and we must work to create demand from other sectors: residents, universities, culture, and tourism. Because of this urgent need, the Golden Triangle and downtown bids worked closely with DMPED to develop the Downtown Action Plan. This plan outlines strategies and initiatives to support a comeback. For example, connecting Farragut, McPherson, and Lafayette parks will draw tourists from the White House into our neighborhoods and our small businesses. I'd like to recommend, in regard to the historic Green Triangle included in the SIP, that the proposed description and planning for FY25 include the language and work included in the FY24 budget, specifically the language around improving Farragut Square. This can be done along with the Greenway to create a fully innovative green space for the neighborhood, which will help attract visitors, residents, and workers back downtown. Additionally, as we work to set the framework and embark on much needed planning for the downtown West and Golden Triangle neighborhoods, it's vital to maintain the $500,000 in the mayor's budget for planning initiatives for the future of the Golden Triangle. Our office-heavy neighborhood will require a detailed analysis of our submarkets and the clustering of both private and public investment. The alternative is a lost opportunity and an invitation for disorder in a future neighborhood that does not meet the needs of our future residents, workers, and visitors. The mayor's budget also includes $5 million in the Vitality Fund, $2.6 million for pop-up and short-term retail, $2.6 million to activate Gallery Place, Connecticut Avenue, and I Street, and $5 million to create a downtown arts hub. We congratulate the mayor, the council, and everyone who worked on the monumental deal, but our work is just starting. Downtown is a collection of nodes, each with different challenges and opportunities, and we still need to fill millions of square feet of empty office space. It will take years of commitment and investment to turn this tide. Historically, downtown has generated more than $2.3 billion annually, which has dropped by almost $250 million since 2019. Without intervention, it will continue to drop, limiting funds for essential city services. We all want an economically robust urban center that will benefit residents, visitors, and business owners alike. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Huff. And you are?
LaMonica Jones, Director of DC Hunger Solutions. 99.
Please proceed. Please proceed.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members. Thank you for convening this hearing and allowing me to come before you to provide testimony on the FY25 budget. My name is LaMonica Jones, and I serve as the Director of DC Hunger Solutions. As an established organization serving the District of Columbia for over 20 years, as well as members of the Fair Budget Coalition, Fair Food for All, Under 3DC, and the DC Good Food Purchasing Coalition, our mission is to improve the nutrition, health, economic security, and well-being of district residents experiencing low income, as well as educate the community at large on the state of hunger and poverty in the district, along with its root causes. DC Hunger Solutions works extensively with DHS on SNAP outreach, supporting over 135,000 SNAP clients in the district. As the district continues to grapple with the impact of the pandemic, loss of emergency allotments, as well as rising cost of food and food insecurity rates, with 10% of district residents experiencing food insecurity, I implore DC Council to fully fund the temporary local benefit or Give SNAP a raise for FY 2025. While some may feel the supplemental benefit amount is nominal and has no real impact on food insecurity, we know this is not true. We continue to hear from households and families of the positive impact the additional benefit amount has had on their ability to purchase fresh produce and other food items. For many, especially the over 41,000 SNAP clients who reside in Ward 7 and 8, and over 24,000 age 60 and over, Give SNAP a Raise has proven to be a vital lifeline for our most vulnerable populations, including our older adults, immigrant families, and Spanish-speaking families. While revenue raises are important to the economic security of the district, it is worth noting that additional funding for SNAP clients through Give SNAP a Raise also supports our local retailers by providing $1.50 toward the local economy for every $1 in SNAP benefits. According to the USDA SNAP retailer data in FY 2023, the district benefited from $216 million in SNAP redemptions. In addition to Give SNAP a Raise, of paramount concern of our work is the timeliness of SNAP applications, as well as the case and error procedural rate. These issues cannot be resolved without intentional investment in the staff and the work of DHS. Lastly, while our focus is at DC Hunger Solutions is on eradicating hunger and poverty across the district, We implore DC Council to restore funding to the Early Childhood Pay Equity Fund. We also encourage funding to be allocated to support programs and initiatives such as the Emergency Rental Assistance, Rapid Rehousing, Permanent Supportive Housing. Refusing to address these along with other root causes is a decision to ignore the racial inequities persistent in the district, impacting our Black, Latina residents and other families and households of color. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just have a couple of questions, and that is really for Ms. Walsh, Shannon Walsh. Can you tell me how many folks patronize the Court Urgent Care Clinic?
Yes, sir. We're on target to reach 615 unique individuals this year.
That's calendar year, fiscal year?
That's the fiscal year 24.
And that's unique as opposed to anybody's repeat. And what's the budget?
The budget is $908,000, $907,000.
And where is that budget? Is it in the Department of Behavioral Health?
Yes.
And the mayor's proposed to eliminate it?
Correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Parker, did you have any questions?
One, I want to give a shout out to all of the Petite Scholars parents that testified. And Ms. Jones, I wanted to clarify on the Give Snap a Raise that you testified about. Do you have any data for the individuals that your organization may work with about how that investment impacted them this past year?
What we can do is that we can provide an estimate. What was the average additional benefit amount that they received so far? What we've heard in conversations with DHS, it's on average, it was estimated at $47. So it's between $29 and $47. So we can get an exact estimate from the families that we work with.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to everybody else that testified.
Thank you. You all are excused. Moshe Pasternak just arrived. Yeah, we're not going to keep going back. So, Susan Galucci, Cornelia Witt, Jordan Jones, Christopher Wolf, Martha Diaz. I feel like I called that name before. Rosalina Burgos Gill, Executive Director of Jubilee Jumpstart. Nicholas Giannakopoulos, President of AFGE Local 1456. Lynn Amano, Director of Advocacy at Friendship Place. Caroline Pryor. Gabrielle Dubose. Brian Hilliard. Maritz Curley. Angie Perko. Elizabeth Weiss. Kara Chavone. Dallas Cherry. Allison Rice. This is exciting. There are actually people here. You are Milan Campbell. Irene Jacobs. I think I said Irene Jacobs. I'll stop there. So let me go back. Moshe Pasternak.
Yeah, I'm here.
Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Hello, Chair Mendelson and members of the council.
My name is Mo Pasternak. I live in Ward 2. I'm a member of Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. JFJ is a member of the Fair Budget Coalition, the Way Home campaign, and All In for DC. Today, I'm testifying to ask you to raise my taxes to fully fund programs like ERAP. Jews in DC and around the world just finished celebrating Passover, the Festival of Freedom. For me, nearly every day is a festival of freedom, as my socioeconomic position affords me the privilege of moving easily through my daily life with little stress. For many DC residents, the high cost of living is an unending burden, and the mayor's budget proposal will only exacerbate the stress that low-income DC residents feel. Particularly, those at risk of eviction will be at risk given the mayor's appallingly low proposed funding level for ERAP. In DC, there are 7 brackets for marginal rates on income, but just 1 rate for residential real estate. Having a flat tax rate on an asset whose ownership skews whiter and wealthier than the city as a whole increases inequality. Creating a tiered system for residential property will not impede the choices that wealthy residents like myself make in our day-to-day lives. In contrast, the failure to fund ERAP will lead to disruption and painful evictions. I'm familiar with the turmoil evictions can cause because when I was 13 years old, foreclosure forced my family out of the only home I'd known. It left me feeling helpless. I was told everything would be okay, but my family's life was thrown into tumult, and I still carry the visceral feeling when I first saw the moving trucks. It's an incredibly destabilizing event to be thrown out of your home, and nothing can truly prepare you for it, even if the best case scenario can be realized and the trauma of living on the street is avoided. The mayor's proposed budget only includes $22 million for ERAP. This is a shameful proposal given the demonstrated need this fiscal year when the program included just over $40 million. Many of our neighbors who need ERAP are unable to secure the benefit because of underfunding and a challenging administrative process. I echo the ask of the Fair Budget Coalition and hope that you increase the ERAP budget to $100 million for this fiscal year. Jewish tradition teaches that the redemption from Egypt came at an inflection point. Any additional delay and the exodus would have no longer been possible. Today, DC is similarly at an inflection point where you, as council members, can choose to continue tackling inequality and ensuring that basic needs like safe housing are met, or turn your backs on DC residents in need. For many residents, the promise suggested from the word tomorrow will ring hollow starting on October 1st without drastic adjustments to the mayor's proposal. I hope you exercise your power and your freedom for justice. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and your flexibility with my timing.
Thank you, Mr. Pasternak. Susan Galucci.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Susan Galucci. I'm speaking on behalf of Ward 3 Housing Justice. As a licensed clinical social worker who has worked with pregnant women and families in the district for the past 18 years, the lack of affordable housing is an increasingly dire issue. If city leadership wishes to honor its commitment to residents to make affordable housing an urgent and high priority, then it will increase or maintain the Housing Production Trust Fund, which is the city's primary funding tool for new affordable housing. If rapid rehousing is designed to be a tool to help families to be stably housed, then it is failing. I have worked with numerous families who have faced uphill battles with each phase of the program. They are often assigned a caseworker who communicates minimally with them, if at all. Oftentimes they get no response. I have been able to have them get a response only if I email the supervisor and then the caseworker will respond. Countless participants do not understand how the program works, receive little or no assistance in navigating how to find an apartment, especially if they have credit issues. Some give up at this point and return to couch surfing. Those who persist are sometimes pressured by their caseworker to accept the first apartment they look at, even if it's in a neighborhood where they don't feel safe, if it's far from their job or their children's schools, or if it's far from their support networks. They also receive little or no guidance on how to move towards permanent affordable housing. Increased funding for better training, accountability, and evaluation of the nonprofits assigned to families would improve the program. Budgeting, restoring credit, finding childcare, building support networks, job training, and stable employment, which pays a living wage. Families are left to figure this out on their own. And when they aren't able to find a job which pays enough to afford market rent, then they are once again facing homelessness. What is the plan for the families who will be expelled from the rapid rehousing program in September? They are set up to fail because there's no affordable housing for them to transition to upon completing the program. According to the National Low Income Housing Coalition, a single individual working full-time and making a minimum wage in DC would have to work 73 hours a week to afford a modest one-bedroom rental home at fair market rent. Housing is a human right. The lack of stable housing affects every facet of a person's life, and the physical and emotional health repercussions are vast, and people of color are disproportionately affected by the lack of affordable housing. The Housing Production Trust Fund needs to maintain its funding in this budget. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Galucci. Cornelia Witt. Jordan Jones. Excellent. We like in-person people. Please proceed.
Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jordan Jones, and on behalf of Kindercare Learning Companies, thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the DC Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund. With over 50 years of experience in the childcare industry, Kindercare's mission is to provide each child we serve with the best start in life through a high-quality education experience in a nurturing and engaging environment. In the district, we are proud to operate 8 early learning sites and 11 before and after school sites, serving roughly 1,400 children and employing 250 teachers and support staff. The mayor's budget proposes to completely cut the Pay Equity Fund, a program that strives to achieve long-awaited pay parity with their K-12 contemporaries. Thanks to the Pay Equity Fund, we've actually been able to boost the wages of over 120 teachers that serve 450 children and their families across the district daily. Simply put, eliminating the program only 2 years into practice will have devastating and lasting impacts on the early childhood education industry and the educators that it sought to benefit. Specifically, Kindercare urges the council to continue funding the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund in full to ensure that more than 4,000 qualifying ECE educators retain access to the district's wage investment. According to the most recent distribution data from OSSC, payments from the Pay Equity Fund were distributed to 4,085 early childhood educators. Without continued funding in the fiscal year 25 budget, many recently increased teacher salaries will no longer be sustainable without significant increases to family tuition. Since its creation in 2021, the Pay Equity Fund has helped drive recruitment and retention for the ECE community, which has been vital considering the shortage of ECE educators across the country and in DC specifically. If wages do end up backsliding, many educators will be forced to quit or move into other fields in search of higher pay. Staff shortages lead to child care facility closures, and that will only exacerbate the child care accessibility crisis that working families face currently. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Christopher Wolf.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members and staff. My name is Christopher Wolf, and I'm a board member at the Lillian and Albert Small Capital Jewish Museum located downtown. I'm also a proud resident of Ward 3, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify. The Capital Jewish Museum opened in June of 2023 to great acclaim, with a mission centered on exploring the Jewish experience in the nation's capital and inspiring personal and collective connection, reflection, and action. The museum has swiftly gained the attraction of residents and tourists alike. Through the course of the museum's first year of operation, it's become evident that security is one of our greatest concerns. Ensuring the safety of all individuals who enter our premises is a serious duty. And while many organizations face similar challenges, the Capital Jewish Museum's identity as a Jewish institution located mere blocks from the National Mall with the word Jewish prominently displayed in its name and on exterior fixtures make these challenges very real. Furthermore, in light of recent events that have exacerbated the already growing anti-Semitism we are seeing today, the museum is a target for extremists and hate groups. As a result, the museum has had to hire additional guards, off-duty police officers, and even bomb-sniffing dogs for certain events to ensure the safety of its attendees. Maintaining this safety means that operational dollars are being directed towards a significant expense instead of mission fulfillment. This is not a sustainable arrangement. Unfortunately, public safety grants are too limited in scope to apply to organizations like ours that are not considered religious institutions, despite bearing the same safety risks of churches, mosques, and the like. That said, we urge the committee to consider expanding the eligibility and scope of public safety grants to organizations like ours and to invest $500,000 in the Capitol Jewish Museum for its operational costs to be put towards security personnel. The district would be supporting the continuity of the museum as a newly opened downtown attraction and as an important cultural institution. Considering the district's persistent efforts to combat crime and rejuvenate downtown, we firmly believe that expanding on the public safety grants and investing in the museum aligns seamlessly with the mayor and council's priorities for FY25. Such an investment not only enhances the safety of our residents and visitors, but also contributes to the economic growth of downtown organizations. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Martha Diaz. I don't believe she's here. Rosalina Burgos Gill. Miss Burgos Gill. Executive Director of Jubilee Jumpstart. I see you online. You need to do something. Nicholas Giancopoulos. Is he here? Lynn Amano. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman and Council members, for giving me the opportunity to testify. I'm Lynn Amano, the Director of Advocacy for Friendship Place. This past year, Friendship Place provided over 5,000 individuals with housing and services in the DC region. As a service provider, we are concerned about the compound effect of cutting emergency rental assistance, rapid rehousing funds, legal aid, and permanent housing vouchers. These cuts create a nightmarish cycle of decline for those at risk of and currently experiencing homelessness. Nonprofits such as Friendship Place will do what we can to address the shortfall, but we are counting on the council to help mitigate this harm. The council is rightfully concerned about the efficient use of public funds, but an inability to get out vouchers out the door by government agencies doesn't mean that there are less people who need them. We support all efforts to house families and individuals faster. Efficient use of funds also means spending smart money now to prevent the need to address bigger problems later. Allowing more people to become homeless, remain there longer, will result in worse mental and physical effects and greater costs to the city down the line. These cuts are particularly hard on our elderly population when our year-round shelters are already running at 95% capacity, and we lack shelter and respite beds for those who are medically vulnerable. We are concerned that the City and National Park Service are clearing encampments at Foggy Bottom May 15th through 20th with these conditions in place. We ask the council to fund and bring online the new non-congregate shelters as soon as possible. The budget recommendations of the Way Home Campaign, Fair Budget Coalition, and CNHED reflect the real needs of our homeless neighbors. We'd like to point out that the mayor's budget included 0 permanent supportive housing vouchers for FY25. All existing vouchers will have been matched to participants by the end of FY24. This leaves families and individuals experiencing chronic homelessness in FY25 with no permanent options, again with the shelter system at 95% capacity. This is one among many damaging cuts to the homeless services system. The current tax system continues the racial wealth gap. We encourage the council to raise revenue to better support DC residents in ways other than the mayor's regressive sales tax. Polling from DC FPI suggests that more than 70% of DC residents support taxing income above $500,000 per year, business activity, and homes with tax assessed values over $1.5 million. Please consider these options instead of the mayor's austerity budget. Moral budgets should focus on safety rather than crime and equity rather than protection. We stand with Fair Budget Coalition in our belief that the best way to ensure safety in DC is by meeting people's needs. Improving lives for those at the bottom of the economic ladder creates a happier, more stable district, stimulates the economy, and prevents further damage. We ask the council to focus on those most in need and balance the cost on those who have the luxury to afford it. Friendship Place believes that we can create a humane budget that takes care of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amano. Caroline Pryor. Gabriel Dubose. Brian Hillard. Marit Curley, Angie Perko. Excellent.
Thank you for your time. My name is Ange Perko. My pronouns are they, them. I would like to politely request that I be referred to as Perko and not Miss Perko. I'm a high school special education teacher at Paul Public Charter School. When you say you want to cut funds to eliminate support from our classrooms and communities, to steal these safety nets that support the most vulnerable in our society, I think of one of my students, who I will call A for her privacy's sake. I think of how skinny she is. I think of how I know she doesn't know where she's sleeping some nights, or if where she ends up is even inside a home. I think of how I give her muffins and macaroni and cheese because of how often she comes in saying she hasn't had anything to eat since yesterday. I think of how last year she would storm out of classes, but this year how she comes to her teachers and asks when she needs help. This year she smiles a lot more. Because this year, fortunately, again, it is not just me trying to make a difference in her life, because one person isn't enough. She is surrounded by a community of care, of teachers and admins and aides and tech, and so many people in so many positions who devote their lives to trying to make her life better and all these kids' lives better. And A's life is better. And I hate to think of what will happen to her if this net of protection we have caught her in is cut away. A school is a community. Cutting these funds is cutting into the network of support that we try so hard to cultivate for these kids because we believe in their future. Without the support of all staff in a school, not just teachers, our young people are being set up to be thought of as criminals before they even have a chance to be thought of as people. You choose to fund the MPD instead of promoting the welfare of our children. Truancy is treated as the problem instead of as a symptom, when the source actually lies in the lack of funds for schools to do the necessary outreach and build an environment where students find connection and meaning from all the adults surrounding and caring from them, a place where they want to be. These cuts directly impact our kids' support systems and take away the safety that they need to thrive. I stand with Empowered Ed in calling for the council to protect OSSI's community school program, to protect and extend flexible scheduling, and to invest in permanent substitutes and experiential and outdoor learning. We need to give students, families, and educators, and everyone who cares, the tools to succeed and thrive. Thank you for your time. I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Armand Cuevas.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Armand Cuevas, he, him. I live in Ward 1 and I teach at a Ward 4 public charter high school with students from almost all 8 wards. I've been an educator for 12 years and counting. I've worked in 3 different public schools in DC. And on the theme of numbers, here's another horrifying thing I've been keeping track of. I've lost 14 students over the course of 7 years. I lost 8 in 2023 alone. Even just today, I found out my school had a stray bullet entered a previous school I worked at, and one of the students was grazed. And this is not something that should just be a statistic. And all the articles I read just tally up the students' lives over and over again. And as we discuss the budget and DC reckons with crime and violence and death, I'm here to fight not for more police, but for our education budget as much as possible. Our children are the future, and education is healing our community. I want to first uplift community schools. We must restore the $2.5 million to OSSI's community school program. It has been entirely cut, and we know that these wraparound services positively impact our students and our communities, especially students most likely to commit or fall prey to violence. This is support for teen parents, transportation for students, and so many other things that are the foci of community schools that will be harmed, and thus putting more stress on our communities. Alongside getting needs met, we need to be teaching our students how to solve conflicts. Many students cited heat of the moment interactions that lead to violence, fighting, and/or murder. We need to be teaching our youth conflict resolution. They never formally teach it to us, so how are they expected to grow up and learn how to do so? We expect our students to learn sine, cosine, and tangent, but not how to de-escalate a situation. Also, I'm a math teacher, I can say that. We need a proactive safety approach if we are to ensure more innocent lives are not lost. Finally, on a broader brushstroke, we just need to address poverty. Plain and simple, like I went into education blindly thinking, oh, the impact I could have, quickly learning it's much more than just the classroom walls, but neighborhood problems, healthcare, housing, jobs, and so on, all of which stem from poverty. We need to address broad social problems with poverty at the core. Specifically, that looks like the child tax credit of $1,500 per child, which is just the start. But beyond that, I want to ask all of you when crafting legislation or talking about the budget, I want you to ask yourselves, how will this positively uplift our low-income residents, the one who have been abused and exploited by the system? I don't want to go to any more funerals for students. We need community schools, we need conflict resolution, and by and large, we need to address and fix poverty.
Thank you. Elizabeth Weiss.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you to the council for having me. My name is Elizabeth Weiss, she, her, and although I'm a Ward 5 resident and a DCPS parent, right now I'm speaking to you in my capacity as a DCPS educator. I receive a monthly wellness newsletter from the DC Department of Human Resources. In it, I read about resources for nutritional advice and links for webinar series on time management, stress awareness, and self-care. My colleagues and I are burnt out. No amount of healthy meals, which we don't have the energy to cook, or time management will help because we spend too many hours doing someone else's job. We are, however, very stress aware. We are aware of the stress of finding out via the 7:30 a.m. email that we will be unexpectedly covering a class. We are covering because my school has not secured a sub to cover for a teacher's absence. When a teacher has to cover for an absence, this can mean they don't get to do their everyday job of serving students with disabilities or students who are multilingual learners. For some teachers, this means they don't get their regular planning time and will need to plan after school, leaving no time to cook those nutritious recipes. Covering classes when there is no sub is one of the biggest factors contributing to teacher burnout. Allocating funds for building substitutes in this year's budget is essential to addressing the growing issue of school staff absences. We are told to stay home when we're sick or to take time for our mental health, but every teacher's absence adds another teacher's workload and stress. This perpetuates a cycle of more staff absences and more staff stress. With every school equipped with a full-time permanent substitute, we can mitigate the detrimental effects of teacher shortages. By establishing permanent building substitutes, we can foster continuity in instruction and alleviate the cycles of learning loss and burnout that plague students and teachers. Please fund the Budget Support Act, adding a mandate that all schools, DC public schools and charters alike, must have at least one full-time permanent building sub per 250 students. Teachers are tired. These permanent substitutes must be integrated into school budgets as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Kara Chavone. Dallas Cherry.
And guest at today's budget hearing, I'm Dallas Cherry, a STEM educator at Maya Angelou Public Charter High School and an Empower Ed Fellow. Today, I aim to shed light on the pressing need for increased funding and support for all staff members at schools, including our Maya Angelou academies and the DC detention centers. I hope that by sharing my experiences from this school year, you will reconsider including all schools in this coming year's proposed budget and its impact on educators and students alike, whether in the community, incarcerated, or transitioning back into the community. Our demography does not dictate our destiny. Throughout the school year, our school community has consistently reflected on this mantra. However, what do those words mean for a student grappling with the trauma of gun violence, who mentioned that his feelings inside are like a tornado that's waiting to explode? Or a student facing food insecurity. What do those words mean for students forced to assume parental roles due to family dynamics? Unfortunately, these are the realities that many of our students face daily. Recently, I had the privilege of taking students on a field trip to UDC, where they engaged in hands-on learning experiences in greenhouse research labs and culinary classes. Students took part in learning how to plant their own vegetables while being able to literally dig in the dirt and get it out the mud. As some of them claimed, witnessing their enthusiasm and feeling enthusiastic about what they did brought about newfound aspirations, and that was inspiring to me. One student even expressed a desire to attend that university for culinary after this eye-opening experience. These students, all impacted by the justice system, but back in Maya's care out of the community, found hope in these experiences. Imagine the impact of similar opportunities for those who lack access due to circumstances beyond their control. Exposure to diverse learning environments is essential to our youth, and they truly envision brighter futures. They're asking for investments in their lives. They're asking for a seed to be sown, such as outdoor learning labs that foster growth beyond traditional classrooms that often remind them of their confinement. These investments also help retain the best teachers and education practitioners to do the work. So today I urge you to support Maya Angelou schools at DOC, YSC, and New Beginnings in the same way that you supported schools in the community. Help us ensure that there are adequate funding for Maya to continue providing excellent education programming for DC's incarcerated and young adults. Help us ensure that our organization can competitively compensate its teachers and staff who have yet to be included in the teacher pay equity initiatives. I ask for a promise investments towards an experiential learning microgrant of $3,000 where teachers can apply quickly for funding related projects-based learning and local and international field trips. And lastly, I ask for $2 million in capital funds over the next 4 years to establish the 63 outdoor learning labs that were previously commissioned by OSCE in support of the organization Outteach. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been a little bit of commotion because Rosalina Burgos Gill is currently logged on 3 times.
Yes, I am.
There you are. Please proceed.
Thank you, and thank you for the patience with my issues with the technology. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and esteemed members of the Committee of the Whole. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Dr. Rosalina Burgos Hill, and I serve as the Executive Director of Jubilee Jumpstart, an early childhood education center in Ward 1. I stand here as a proud supporter of Under 3DC, a coalition dedicated to ensuring a strong start for every infant and toddler in our city. In the midst of this budget hearing, you have heard impassioned pleas and have been reminded of the dire consequences that cutting this fund will bring. The truth is evident. Childcare is in crisis in the district with a shortage of slots impacting working families, especially those relying on government subsidies for access to high-quality early education. I want to emphasize why cutting the Pay Equity Fund is such an issue that strikes a chord with me personally. Education has been the cornerstone of my life work, both on my own pursuits and in my dedication to nurturing the growth of others. The pandemic underscored the invaluable role of educators as they adapted to virtual platforms, went above and beyond to support children and families during those challenging times. As someone who started her journey as an early childhood educator 30 years ago, it is disheartening to still be advocating for the recognition and fair compensation of these professionals in 2024. Despite the proven impact of high-quality early education, the disregard for the importance of educators persists. The promise of the Pay Equity Fund was a beacon of hope for these dedicated professionals, a promise that they clung to as validation of their worth and the value of their noble profession. Yet its potential elimination is not just a budgetary decision, it's a betrayal of that promise and of the trust placed in our government to honor its commitments to those who dedicate their lives to shaping the minds of our future generations. We have seen the tangible benefits of the Pay Equity Fund, as highlighted by studies showing how recipients have utilized the money for basic necessities and debt repayment, ultimately stimulating the local economy and fostering individual progress. These payments aren't just numbers, but lifelines for families struggling to make ends meet. They represent the difference between stability and uncertainty, between thriving and merely surviving. By investing in the pay equity fund, we're not just supporting educators, we're investing in the economic resilience of our communities and the future prosperity of our city. I urge this council to stand firm in its commitment to fully fund the pay equity fund and the childcare subsidy program in the FY25 budget. While these allocations may seem small in the grand scheme of the district budget, their impact on our children, families, and educators is monumental. DC has made strides in building a high-quality, equitable early childhood system, and we cannot afford to reverse the
Ms.
progress.
Burgess-Gill, I'm going to have to cut you off.
Okay,
Your time
thank
is
you
up.
for the opportunity.
I don't think I have a copy of your statement. If you want to provide that, please.
Oh, yes, I will. Thank
Allison
you.
Rice,
I'm here.
please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I apologize that I'm not able to be there in person. My name is Allison Rice, and I've served as an educator in DCPS for over 7 years and have worked in education for over 20. I have taught elementary, middle, and high school. I have coached, led departments and committees, written curriculum, served as a mentor teacher, facilitated district PD, and I'm also a proud Empower Ed Fellow. I'm also a mother of 2 girls, 13 and 9. But I'm tired. I'm tired of seeing all of us work tirelessly day in and day out to meet individual student needs with dwindling resources. I'm tired of begging, borrowing, and digging into my own pockets to give our scholars those resources they deserve. I'm tired of seeing teachers burn out and leave year after year or be surplused due to budget cuts. I'm also tired of losing important programs because they were written out of the budget. DC is sitting on a gold mine of talent, intelligence, and ingenuity in both students and teachers, and this budget fails to support education. The future of DC is dependent on a strong, well-funded education system. There is money. Please find it and put it to the best use. First, the council must restore $2.5 million in funding to OSSI's community school program, which serves 15 DCPS and 2 charter schools. Tragically, this program has been cut completely per Mayor Bowser's budget. Community schools provide wraparound services for scholars and their families, from medical and dental visits to food pantries. They also work closely with the truancy reduction program, which was also cut. And they provide a critical safety net for families in the district. Working within a school community that provides wraparound services for our students and families, I see the importance of these resources. Why are programs like these being cut, yet MPD have faced 0 cuts? That doesn't seem right, and our students and families deserve better. Second, we need to restore flexible scheduling, scheduling funds. This is imperative for teacher wellness and retention. Mayor Bowser cut $1 million to the flexible scheduling pilot program. That is $1 million lost to students and teachers. The program is a lighthouse, a symbol of hope for teachers who are experiencing burnout. I ask that you restore that $1 million and add an additional $2 million to extend that pilot program to even more schools in the upcoming years. Life has changed since the pandemic, and the way we educate needs to change also. So why not be on the cutting edge? There is money. Please find it and put it to the best use. Third, every school should have a full-time permanent substitute. Teaching a full course load and covering absent colleagues during your planning period causes teacher burnout. That struggle is real, and is why some people are leaving the profession. As someone who has a family, I depend on having substitutes available for when I need to take off. Daily substitutes are a quick fix, but they won't have the time to form relationships and aren't able to effectively deliver instruction. If they are not consistently in the building, the Budget Support Act should require that in the school year 25-26, all schools, DCPS and charter, have 1 full-time permanent substitute per 250 students. I'm sorry. Okay. I apologize. Thank you.
To cut you off, and I don't
Thank
have a
you.
copy of your statement. If you could provide it.
I had a little bit of a technology issue, but I will be sending it once I'm out of my classroom. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Milan Campbell. Irene Jacobs. I think that was everyone for this group. I had a question for Chris Wolf, but I think he dropped off. And since what's that? Yeah. I'm sorry, who are you?
Irene Jacobs with Black Swan Academy.
I haven't called you yet. I don't believe, what number are you?
I was 168, but I just heard my name.
Oh. My apologies.
That's okay.
Why don't you go next panel?
Okay.
Stay right where you are. Let's see if Councilmember Parker has any questions.
I want to thank everyone that testified, especially those here in the room. Very moving testimony from the hall teacher to Mr. Cuevas. I remember you when you were at Dunbar. I am a believer in the community schools program as well as the pay equity fund, and really appreciate everything you all lifted up in your testimony. And I would just say, we have a lot of work to do as a committee to reverse many of the cuts, but our teachers just deserve much more support and respect than they often receive. But thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, each of you, except for Ms. Jacobs, 'cause I'm not going to thank you till after you testify. But let me see, you took the place of Perko, so I'll thank Perko. So I'm calling the next group, Irene Jacobs, who's at the table, Marcus Williams.
From school. They're on the way. But I can give the org testimony.
Okay, and then I'll skip the next group for the moment, the rest of them for the moment?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, we're not going back and, well, wait a minute, is she here personally? All right, I don't understand what you're saying, so. Who's she? And what number was she? All right. We're spending too long on this. Why don't you come forward? So I'm going to skip at the moment Marcus Williams, Chadley Ross, Crystal Lewis, Sinai Miles, Stephen Cook, Kalaya McCoy. Stop me if I shouldn't. Nisha Perry, Kelsey Payne, Jermaine Williamson, Star Short, Noel Red, Tylea Dawson, Leah Barno, Sion DuBose, Kiona Swan.
Yes.
Okay. You just let us know when they're here. I'll do them all at once. That's the way we'll do it.
To do our another portion of our testimony. So as the program staff leads, we will do the hour two, and then we'll have all our youth together.
So that's
Sion
Sion
DuBois.
does not get to come back again now. Excellent. All right, this all gets a little complicated, but Bagona Fernandez, Tangelia Hicks, Laura Petty. Are you Miss Petty? Okay. So the way that I do this, not that it matters, is I fill up the table. And as many people as are online until I fill up the table. Miss Jacobs, sorry that I didn't mean to be curt earlier
That's okay.
when you suddenly appeared at the table, but please proceed.
So good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Irene Jacobs. I'm the policy manager of the Black Swan Academy, and by training, I'm a clinical child psychologist with a specialty and vested interest in youth risk and resilience. The Black Swan Academy is a nonprofit aimed at granting youth opportunities to gain civic engagement skills for empowerment. I am here to uplift the demands of the Black Swan Academy's 2023 Black Youth Agenda titled, "We All Rise When Black Youth Thrive." Biannually, the Black Swan Academy youth develop an agenda, and this year we took the work further by having the youth conduct a youth climate survey. So I'm here again to amplify the youth voice and to share some of our results in relation to the demands that the youth are displaying for our city. First, the Black Youth Agenda demand the first Black Youth Agenda demand surrounds housing accessibility. Our youth leaders want to ensure that youth and their families see investment into quality, affordable housing where repairs are made in a timely manner. We have found through our climate survey that 1/3 of youth have concerns about their housing, but also caregiver ability to pay utilities. We are asking for additional funding for the rapid rehousing program and an extension of program time beyond 12 to 18 months to provide opportunities for caregivers to actually make living wage and truly end the cycle of homelessness for families. Housing instability decreases the ability for youth to have safety and security needed to grow, thrive, and participate in their education. Second, the Black Youth Agenda outlines funding toward the repairs and routine maintenance of schools for our students. There's a vast difference in school conditions based on wards, with our Ward 7 and 8 youth being forced to learn in hazardous conditions and spaces. Our survey displayed that 70% of youth in Ward 7 and 8 have encountered broken school infrastructure and inadequate heating and cooling. The U.S. Department of Education states that unequal access to safe and appropriate school facilities violates children's civil rights. Third, the Black Youth Agenda highlights health services for Black youth so that they have access to quality, confidential care and competent and culturally responsive providers. According to our survey, youth report not having access to adults in schools they feel comfortable talking to. The school environment is optimal to enhance the social and emotional learning capabilities of our young people, and we need to provide them adults that they can trust and additional social services within schools. Fourth, the Black Youth Agenda demands that city leaders address violence by investing in the community and supporting community-driven solutions that move beyond policing. Thus, we are asking for increased funding for WUNS and for the Violence Interrupter Program. In conclusion, our Black Swan Academy youth are demanding that the council invest in housing equality, school and community safety, the upkeep and sanitation of schools, and create the opportunity for youth to have better health services available to them. Our Black youth are deserving of wellness and care and the ability to grow and learn in their communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. And it would help if we had a copy of your statement. Martha Diaz.
Buenas tardes. I speak Spanish, sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Marta Lucía Díaz. Soy profesora de inmersión en español para niños de 3 a 5 años en Community. Mi formación es en administración de empresas en Colombia y trabajé durante muchos años en el Consejo de Cali, una de las ciudades más grandes del país, y entiendo que tener la responsabilidad de manejar un presupuesto de una ciudad no es tarea fácil. Estoy aquí para resaltar el inmenso impacto que me ha dado el Fondo de Equidad Salarial. Estoy muy agradecida porque gracias a ustedes hice mi CDA. Estoy estudiando en la Universidad de UDC, un asociado en educación. Gracias a esto estoy trabajando como maestra de español y estoy viviendo de este Fondo de Equidad Salarial. Yo estoy muy agradecida con ustedes y todo lo que han hecho por nosotros en este momento nos ha servido demasiado. Todo lo que los niños aprenden de 0 a 5 años es de 0 a siempre y sabemos que estamos ayudando para el progreso de este país. Agradezco la gran oportunidad que me han brindado el Distrito de Colombia en esta maravillosa ciudad y quiero agradecer a todos sus dirigentes y a todas las organizaciones que hacen posible llevar a cabo tan importante tarea. Les pido que consideren la posibilidad de designar un presupuesto.
Thank you. And if you want to provide us a copy of your statement, that would be helpful. Abagona Fernandez. Tangelia Hicks. Oh, I skipped Sion DeBose, please.
Hello, my name is Sion Dubose. I am 22 years old, born and raised in Washington, D.C., a 2020 DCPS graduate, and the lead organizer for the Black Swan Academy. I'm here today to talk about school safety. True school safety is not increasing SROs and school policing. It's making sure every student has the necessities to be mentally, emotionally, and physically prepared to thrive and be active catalysts in their communities. I know some of you may be thinking, why does she care? I care because I've been fighting for enhanced school safety since I was a sophomore in high school. Four now have graduated since then, and we are still here asking for the same thing. I began my fight for improved school safety with the fact that I've seen firsthand what the lack of care and support leads to. My brothers are both products of the school to prison pipeline. During that time, my family was faced with financial hardships, housing instability, and being impacted by CFSA, splitting up our family. Instead of our communities and schools meeting our mental needs, housing needs, and safe place to truly be kids, my brothers were pushed further into the system. This is a prime example of why we should move beyond school policing. The School Safety Enhancement Act of 2023 increases school capacity to form authentic relationships with students, address their immediate social and emotional needs, intervene in and de-escalate conflict by providing the resources to hire and train school safety directors, assistant directors, and a school safety team. We can't keep relying on the boys in blue because they have proven that they can't be trusted to keep you safe. Winston Churchill wrote, "Those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it." The council had the right approach the first two times you decided to phase out SROs. My ask to you all is to learn from the history of school safety and what will keep you mentally, emotionally, and physically safe and happy. I support the School Safety Enhancement Act, and I'm asking you to fully fund it. Thank you.
Thank you. Tangelia Hicks. We've tried to promote you in Zoom and you're not accepting. Laura Petty.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Petty. I'm a Ward 4 resident and staff attorney at Advancement Project. At Advancement Project, we believe schools should be safe places that nurture young people and honor their full dignity. We work alongside youth-led grassroots organizations around the country, like Black Swan Academy, to fight for schools that are safe from the threat of police violence and equipped with the resources necessary to ensure that all students can thrive. We are in solidarity with Black Swan's demands for investments in the necessary resources that will actually create safer, more equitable school environments for young people. The School Safety Enhancement Amendment Act is one of those investments. It would achieve school safety by fostering nurturing learning environments and cultures of care that prevent and repair harms, while also teaching students and staff how to be accountable for their actions. If funded as intended, the act would place school safety directors at every school to lead school safety teams of community members and develop and execute safety plans centered on the nonviolent conflict resolution that young people need. At Advancement Project, we see budgets as moral documents. Leading up to this budget season, the council has made the moral decisions to keep police in schools and pass a sweeping police bill with a $40 million price tag. The council's willingness to spend so much on locking up Black people in DC contrasted with proposed cuts to so many services and resources that Black and other traditionally marginalized communities rely on, and its reticence to even begin to invest in the supports that young people in DC need to feel safe and thrive, sends a clear message about the council's priorities and morals. Instead, the council should not only maintain funding for vital services like community schools, violence interrupters, and safe passage programs, and living wages for early educators. It should allocate the $5 million needed to put school safety directors at every high school. School leaders need these additional resources to support students and to set up authentic and effective school safety teams that do not come at the cost of other services. By contrast, we remind the council that police do not make schools safe. Research shows that school police negatively impact school climate and school safety, do not avert school shootings, and do not prevent deaths or injuries when there is an active shooter. Educational settings that are heavily policed can create adversarial relationships between youth and school officials that alienate students, increase their anxiety, and create a sense of mistrust between peers. For these reasons, we urge the council to prioritize investments in students who are in the most need and who have been most harmed by the district's failure to fully invest in them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Petty. Tangelia Hicks. I understand she dropped off. That's going to conclude this group. I don't have any questions for you, Councilmember Parker.
I want to shout out Black Swan Academy and all the great work that you all do. I, as you know, introduced the legislation that would improve school safety and calling for school safety coordinators. The Deputy Mayor of Education convened a task force over the last year and presented the council recommendations. And that legislation came directly from the call from Black Swan Academy. And so I want to thank you for your continued advocacy, the righteous call to improve safety on a day where in my ward and community, a bullet went flying through a school. And it is a reminder that we have so much more to do. And I'm hopeful that in this budget, we can acknowledge and take action on your recommendations. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmembers. You all are excused. Thank you. And somebody, Ms. Jacobs, communicate with us so we know, and everyone else. I want to do, yes, one group. Douglas Furstenberg. Sarah Childers. Eric Goulet, I saw him come in. Trupti Patel, who's a commissioner, ANC commissioner. Mr. Goulet is a member of the State Board of Education. Kyra Cohen. Lupe Contreras Grady, who is CEO and president of Latin American Youth Center. Isabel Sloniger, a promoter, youth advocate at Latin American Youth Center. Luis Martinez, program manager at LAYC. Shayna Skolnick, director of the promoter pathway at LAYC. Jaime Roberts, director of education at LAYC. Amisha Gage, promoter and youth advocate at LAYC. Julie Obregon, community schools coordinator at LAYC. The two of you are standing. Are you witnesses? Pedro Williams, who's community school coordinator at LAYC. Angela Franco, who's president and CEO of the DC Chamber of Commerce. Deborah Shore, who is executive director of Sasha Bruce Youth Network. Oh, did I call more people than we have table seats for? I didn't apologize to them, did I? Douglas Furstenberg. If you're testifying virtually, many of you are. If you're in gallery view, you can see a clock. Everyone's on a 3-minute clock. Mr. Furstenberg.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council staff, thank you for allowing me to testify. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your tolerance of me testifying remotely. I'm out of town, but thank you for the time. I'll submit my written testimony early next week. I just wanted to highlight a few important things in my testimony here this morning. First, I want to thank you for your leadership and all of your effort in helping us focus on trying to find a path forward through the financial challenges we're facing and how we can move forward to invest in the city and to continue to invest in our programs. Specifically, want to appreciate the work that was done to keep Monumental. I know that is somewhat controversial to some people, but we view it as such an important part of our tax base that is important that we keep them so we will be able to support the programs. Specifically wanted to testify this morning about the continued investment in downtown because the decline of that tax base is in large part a contributing factor to the fiscal challenges that are now in front of the city. There are several important programs that are included in the BSA that we're supporting, including the tax freeze, because it is essential that we repurpose buildings in downtown to bring a vitality that will then also create important tax revenues going forward. And then we continue to focus on retention and recruitment because jobs are critical to the success of the city and to grow our residential tax base. So with that, I wanted to keep my comments brief. Again, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Furstenberg. Sarah Childers.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for this opportunity to address the council today. My name's Sarah Childers. I'm a parent of 2 children living in Ward 5, and I'm a supporter of Under 3 DC, a coalition that's committed to securing a strong start for every infant and toddler in DC. So my testimony today is going to focus on the importance of restoring full funding for the Pay Equity Fund to ensure a strong, effective, and connected early childhood system in the district. You've already heard from dozens of parents, early childhood educators, and early education program directors during this budget cycle about the importance of the Pay Equity Fund. And I know you understand how essential it is for you to pass a budget that fully funds this program. But what you don't know yet is why this matters to me. So when I first discovered I was pregnant with my first child, I took a moment to relish in the excitement before immediately feeling anxious about finding childcare for my unborn baby. So day 2 of knowing I was pregnant, following the advice of other parents who have experienced the challenges of finding childcare in Washington, D.C., I immediately added my name to the waitlist for childcare centers in my neighborhood and essentially within a 5-mile radius, and started creating a budget spreadsheet to account for the changes that would come with having a child. So can you imagine how this level of anxiety surrounding childcare financing and finding a daycare will change for parents if the government eliminates this funding? How many of you had to find childcare in DC? How many parents have you spoken to who have gone through this experience? And I guarantee if you listen to conversations among parents at a playground, childcare is a hot topic. You'll hear parents saying, where does their kid go to childcare? How long were they on the wait list for? How many weeks pregnant were you before you put your name on the list? What's the cost? What's the teacher turnover rate? And the reality is that parents need a safe, stable childcare options to be able to work and be productive contributors to the economy. And then furthermore, has the DC Council considered the gender pay gap? According to the Pew Research Center in 2022, Black women earned 70% as much as white men, and Hispanic women earned only 65% as much. Now, the DC Council wants to pass a budget that will potentially, and most likely, let's all be honest, widen the pay gap. Honestly, I'm in complete shock. So that's why I urge the council to commit to full funding of the Pay Equity Fund and the Child Care Subsidy Program in the FY25 budget. So this funding is a small amount compared to the enormity of the district budget, but will have a massive impact on our children, families, and educators for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Childers. Eric Goulet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be submitting my full written testimony this weekend so that you'll have that. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you, staff, Councilmember Parker, for joining us at the hearing today. My name is Eric Goulet, Ward 3 representative for the DC State Board of Education, and I'm testifying in my individual capacity today as Ward 3 member. Mr. Chairman, I want to go through the 5 priorities that the residents of Ward 3 have laid out for public education in my conversations with them. The first thing I want to thank you for is your commitment to eliminate the staffing cuts public schools in Ward 3 and throughout our city. That should be the top goal of everyone. We're losing over 60 positions potentially in Ward 3, which would create a devastating impact on schools in our ward. The second thing is to keep the promises that have been made on capital funding to ensure MacArthur High School has an adequate auditorium and cafeteria space as promised, ensure Stoddard is fully built out to accommodate pre-K 3 and 4 during its modernization, and then also to ensure that the funding that was designated for Jackson Reed's auditorium is spent as promised. That's currently allocated in the budget. Please attempt to add funding if you can to address the crisis we're experiencing in school nursing. We've heard concerns from parents, students, and from the nurses themselves about how the model of nurses traveling from school to school is creating even greater pressure on a system that frankly needed help anyways. We need to add funding to the DC Health contract to be able to attract and retain nurses in that. Number 4, please ensure that there's adequate staffing at OSSI with the school bus transportation program for students with special education needs. It's on risk of going into receivership. We need to make sure that it's adequately staffed so that we don't end up back in court receivership, which is very costly. And then number 5, you've heard from the students representing the Green New Deal for Schools. If committees can include some of those recommendations, even as policy initiatives in the committee report, that would be very much appreciated. Lastly, I want to turn my attention to the Birth to 3 Child Care Pay Equity Fund. I was very supportive of that when I was here on council staff. I do support the restoration for it, but Mr. Chairman, I want to point out that I think you said something very wise, is we can't raise taxes to get there. You said that at the Ward 3 Democrats meeting, and I think that's really important. The council has not spent within its means over the last 3 or 4 years. A budget given by Councilmember Louis George last year created this problem, diverting $59.6 million of revenue away from the reserves. That would have solved much of the problem for this year, not for the future, but for this year. So I would encourage you to look at cutting spending within the budget. Right now, our social services are well above what's offered in Maryland and Virginia. So I would encourage you to look at spending within your means to solve these problems and not trying to tax our way out of the situation. And lastly, please send a certified budget to Congress. We don't want to risk a home rule by sending a budget that our CFO can't certify. So I would encourage you to resolve these issues, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to answer any questions you may have, and will submit my written remarks this weekend. Thank you both.
Thank you, Mr. Goulet. Commissioner Trupti Patel.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson. I appreciate you holding this oversight hearing so that I might enter these comments into the record. My name is Tripti Patel, and I'm a third-term ANC Commissioner that represents 2A03, which is the historic Foggy Bottom, and now the chair of ANC 2A. The following are budget priorities that ANC 2A has supported with its great weight. Fill the $235,000 budget gap for School Without Walls School to retain 2 teachers, the Chinese and theater teachers, in support of the demands of the students of School Without Walls High School. We request that the DC Council Committee on Housing to reallocate capital funding in the amount of $246,840 to repair the roof in fiscal year 2025 instead of fiscal year 2028. To restore full funding to the Criminal Code Revision Commission, to provide additional funding so that the Consumer Rights Division and Workers' Rights Divisions and Anti-Fraud Section can be expanded so they can continue to advocate for DC residents, to allocate the funding of $197,000 for the Foggy Bottom West End Main Streets program. In addition to that, I also advocate for the following: to fully restore baby bonds funding, to provide additional funding to the Office of Tenant Advocate, to fund Emergency Rental Assistance Program, ERAP, to at least the fiscal year 24 level, which was $40 million and wasn't enough. I already know that I'm most likely close to the 3 minutes allotted, so I wish to amplify any budget requests around education, housing, transit, and labor protections. The budget post-COVID have constantly been full of cuts to programs that impact our most vulnerable residents. Stop expecting brown and black residents to break their backs by continually asking them to run the city without taking care of them. This has not been a safe and just recovery for so many of our residents. If we centered our residents like the developers and restaurant industry, then we wouldn't have to have conversations and testimony we're having today. Simply put, there is no shared sacrifice. It's a horrific screw you to DC residents. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you, Commissioner. Kyra Cowan.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address the council today. I am a new parent and a resident of Ward 5, and I'm here in support of the importance of restoring full funding for the Pay Equity Fund to ensure a strong, effective, and connected early childhood system in the district. You've already heard a lot from dozens of parents, early childhood educators, and early education program directors during this budget cycle about the importance of the Pay Equity Fund. I know you understand how essential it is to pass a budget that fully funds this program. What I wanted to do is share a little bit of personal perspective on why this fund is so important to me. Both my husband and I have very intellectually challenging careers, but neither one of us is a trained early childhood educator. I previously worked in a high-need elementary school in Chicago, and I've seen firsthand, unfortunately, how much where a child is born can impact their ability to reach their full potential. I tutored students in elementary schools that were multiple grades behind national averages. Early childhood experiences from birth to age 8 affect the brain's architecture, providing the future for learning, behavior, and health. And obviously, my 7-month-old is in a different neighborhood than the students I worked with in Chicago, but myself and my husband also recognize that he is slightly behind on his milestones. It is absolutely essential to our peace of mind that he is with not just folks who are going to watch him during the day, but educators who are trained on how to appropriately challenge him while providing an enriching and nurturing environment. This is why I'm urging the council to commit to fully funding the Pay Equity Fund and Child Care Subsidy Program in the FY25 budget. This funding is a small amount compared to the enormity of the district budget, but it will have a massive impact on our children, families, and educators for generations to come. My full written testimony has been uploaded to the committee hearing portal, so I am pleased to answer any questions, but thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. Lupe Contreras-Grady.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Lupe Quinteros-Grady, and I'm the president and CEO of the Latin American Youth Center. LAYC serves over 4,000 youth annually by providing multicultural, comprehensive programs to a diverse demographic of youth throughout the different wards in DC. I was first introduced to LAYC at the age of 14. I participated in the SYP program. I know firsthand the importance of the impact that our services have on youth. It will be 27 years this June that I have been in service to my community. My purpose is driven by the understanding that youth are an asset, they have potential, and they are counting on us to do what is right for them. Work in support of youth cannot be done in silos. We all must work together. LAYC, along with other nonprofits, are working hard to offer and be part of the solutions in our communities. In my tenure in the nonprofit sector and working with youth, I've seen waves of challenges come and go, and LAYC, as a trusted community partner, has been consistent in helping our youth and families weather storms. In 1999, I was shot while working for LAYC. It was my second year as an employee. It was a defining moment for me. I chose to stay in this field because I did not want to give up on the youth or leave LAYC for fear of one action of a youth. I also never expected to become the CEO, as I was sobered by how hard this position or this work is, and aware of the critical role LAYC has played over 5 decades. There are not many organizations where a 14-year-old has become the CEO. When you pour into a young person, many things are possible. I was 18 months into the CEO role when the pandemic took place, and it was clear to me how LAYC's track record as a true trusted partner served community well, and our staff and program services were a lifeline for our youth and families. As a member of a DC Coalition for Nonprofit Equity, DC Action Coalition, Empower DC, and Fair Budget Coalition, you have heard from many of my colleagues and echo the same sentiments that community-based nonprofits providers are critical players in combating the effects of poverty of our children, youth, and families, and are important parties to the DC government. In the aftermath of the pandemic, the issues we're witnessing our youth and families grapple with are layered and complex, from mental health, housing, learning gaps, crime, and substance abuse. Serious challenges. Our youth need continued support, resources, and access to opportunities, and we cannot afford to make cuts that are keeping our youth connected to positive spaces, caring adults, giving them a sense of belonging and direction. This is positive youth development at its core. Investment in our youth are necessary. The proposed cuts will disrupt services to 600 core youth participants in LAYC programs. Scaling back will disproportionately harm Black and Brown youth. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Isabel Soniger?
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Isabel Sloniger, and I am a promotor or youth advocate for Latin American Youth Center. I am placed at Cardojo Education Campus in Columbia Heights and serve at-risk youth grades 6 through 12. The Promotor Pathway is an evidence-based program funded through the Truancy Reduction Program of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. The mayor's proposed cuts will completely defund our program from being able to support DC public schools. Youth in the Promotor Pathway face challenges such as homelessness, gang recruitment, substance abuse, and specifically truancy. I have the privilege of being a positive adult in my youth's lives. I am here to tell the story of A. A is a 15-year-old girl who was referred to me back in October of this year. She hadn't been to school in over a month. I spent countless hours asking classmates about her whereabouts and taking the time to hear her parents' side of the story. This is when they told me it had been over 3 weeks since they last saw their daughter. Her dad had spent every day and every night driving around the city looking for her, and the family was devastated. I also learned that this youth had been suspected of being involved in gang activity. After weeks of failing to make contact, I finally received a phone call from the school social worker letting me know that MPD had dropped off A and her parents were on the way to pick her up. I immediately called her parents and set up a home visit for the following day at 9 a.m. I went to their apartment building and met A for the very first time. I had a long conversation with the family and then asked if I could take the youth out to lunch. Her mom agreed and I took A to a nearby restaurant. It was there that A opened up to me about everything she had gone through over the past few months. She had joined a gang and was involved in numerous dangerous situations. She had been a victim of trauma. She had a history of self-harm and was struggling deeply with her mental health. Despite all of this, she told me she wanted to leave the gang behind and reunite with her family. I promised her I'd support her every step of the way. The following Monday, I picked up A for school and I dropped her off in her first period class. Not even 30 minutes later, I went to check on her and she was gone. She had run away again. We didn't know at the time, but it would be 3 months until we heard from her again. During those 3 months, I met with her parents, provided them with referrals, food bags, and emotional support as we prayed for her to come home. Just last month, I received another phone call from the school letting me know that A and her parents had arrived and would like to see me. I ran to the front office and gave A the biggest hug. She told me she was back to stay and wanted to start over and do things right. I asked her what inspired her to finally return to us, and she said, "I knew you would be waiting for me." Since then, the youth has been consistently in school and has left the gang. That is the impact of the Promotor Pathway, and I ask that full funding be restored to truancy reduction programs under OSBJG.
Thank you for your testimony. Luis Martinez?
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Hernandez, and LAYC has been such an amazing place for me and my friends to hang out after school and before school. The people, the programs, the food, everything about LAYC has been top tier. And it's the only place that feels actually safe in DC due to all the crimes running around everywhere. You just never know what you'll get into every corner. It's just a very dangerous place, and it's really sad to see. LAYC's health and mental health programs and services have all been very helpful for me, and not just myself, but many other teens. It has helped many overcome their fears of anxiety and depression, and has saved many from worst cases that could have happened. We LAYC has helped kids not just in health and mental health, but also in staying safe. Some of us, not including myself, are in gangs and are afraid and have no other place to turn. But we, the teens and LAYC team, ask of you to keep funding LAYC so LAYC can still live on and support all teens and kids and help us all overcome anxiety and depression. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sheena Skolnick.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Shana Skolnick, and I'm the Director of the Promotor Pathway at Latin American Youth Center, LAYC. It's through the long-term support of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants truancy reduction efforts that LAYC's Promotor Pathway has 7 promotors placed within DCPS, where we partner with school staff to increase student engagement and reduce truancy with the capacity to serve 175 students. Promotors are highly trained bilingual LAYC staff providing long-term one-on-one mentoring and intensive case management for students facing very high risk factors and socioeconomic barriers that directly impact their school attendance. Our long-term approach and work in feeder, middle, and high schools means students have access to a promotor for years. Our students face significant barriers that contribute to truancy, including safety, mental health, and transportation concerns, a vast amount of family and financial challenges like housing and food insecurities, and responsibilities that older students have in caring for younger siblings or needing to work to help support their families financially. We were shocked to learn that the proposed FY25 budget will cut all funding for OVSJG's truancy work, especially with the ongoing chronic truancy crisis happening across the district. While $7 million in funds are going to DHS to increase truancy interventions for 500 youth in the PASS program and 180 in the ACE program, where referrals only come through MPD or OAG, this completely overlooks the already impactful work in place by community organizations, part of OVSJG's established truancy reduction efforts. 4 CBOs are providing in-school programming for $1.9 million with the capacity to serve approximately 2,200 students. Eliminating these funds means all engaged young people will lose access to these services. And from LAYC's long history of serving the community, we know that unfortunately many young people are not trusting of government agencies, especially when the juvenile justice system is involved. Putting these funds solely into DHS and not the organizations on the ground and embedded in the schools will cause significant barriers. Students are referred to us through these DHS programs, knowing that our staff are in the schools daily with established relationships and direct lines of communication in place. To undo these partnerships would only cause real disruption, and to rely solely on government interventions is at odds with the real needs of our communities. Increased interventions through DHS will not be up and running on October 1st, so countless students will be lost in the shuffle. The Promotor Pathway has a history of rigorous evaluation, including an external evaluation by Urban Institute that demonstrated that students with a promotor were 1/3 more likely to stay in school. In a follow-up evaluation, we also have data that our young people are now earning considerably more money than youth without a promotor. We ask you today to restore funds and continue investing evidence-based effective programming, already doing the work to reduce truancy for our most vulnerable youth in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do have a copy of your statement. Hemi Roberts.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Parker, and other members of the Committee of Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. I am Jamie Roberts, and the Director of Education at Latin American Youth Center. I am submitting testimony in support of OSSI Community Schools Program and have previously submitted testimony in support of OSSI's College Rising Mentorship Program. LAYC has been a vital partner in schools through Community Schools Initiative since 2017. In this time, the program has served 900 students and family members, hosted 200 community events, and provided individual level services for approximately 2,000 youth across 5 schools. Community schools staff not only provide broad services to the full student body, they identify and connect youth with the greatest needs to vital long-term interventions such as mental health care, housing, and multi-year mentorship. We are currently serving 30 youth we currently have 300 youth engaging in individualized support through services which will be interrupted if funding is removed. Through annual needs assessment, and LAYC is hearing directly from students about the challenges they are navigating and what they need to succeed. In short, what students want and need are the resources to be accessible to them to navigate the barriers they're dealing with towards their academic success. There's more data in my longer testimony from those assessments. It is essential that we continue to bring community resources into the schools to create a network of support for students to thrive in. Just to list some of the things that our community schools program is doing: regular food distributions, on-site hygiene pantries, monthly diaper distributions, biweekly food nutrition classes, a girls empowerment group. Additionally, our staff are on site at the schools every day supporting staff and students. We have hosted vision exams, know your rights workshops, parent engagement dinners, cultural events, school supply distributions, and winter coat distributions. I hope that providing a detailed scope of the work that community schools coordinators and LAYC team can accomplish with minimal funds creates an understanding for council of this program's impact. LAYC currently has 3 community schools grants, all funded through OSSI under $160,000. We do a lot with a little. LAYC has many resources and connections in the community that we can bring into these initiatives and support these schools. Each community schools coordinator is a resource for so many students, staff, and families, and a resource, if removed, that will create more barriers to success. Thank you so much. There is so much that goes into the community schools program across the district, and I feel confident saying no other program can provide the level of support that community schools programs provide at the program cost. I strongly encourage the council to maintain funding for these school-based programs, so resources for schools, students, and families, to keep resources that school students and families desperately need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Ramusha Gage.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, Council Member Nelson. I am honored to speak on the behalf of LAYC. As a youth advocate within the organization, I serve as the voice for those who are still finding their own. LAYC is not just a nonprofit, it is a cornerstone resource for our community. We are more than mentors, we are dedicated to guides. We are dedicated to guiding youth in their journey from age 12 to 24. The impact LAYC has had on my life is profound. As a young person who walked through those doors seeking support, now working full-time with LAYC, striving to be the same beacon of hope that I had when I was once in need. This transformation speaks volume about the incredible work that LAYC consistently delivers. Although LAYC, we keep our youth away from danger of the streets and actively involved in our community. We equip them with the skills and knowledge needed to thrive in the real world. LAYC is not just a place of refuge, it is a place of transformation and empowerment. I ask that you please restore the funding to Promontory Pathway and Community Schools programming through LAYC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gage. Julie Obregon.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Shaylee Obregon Molina. I am the Community Schools Coordinator at Cardozo Education Campus and the Education Department of Latin American Youth Center. LAYC has been a source of transformation and hope using the advanced community school model to improve the lives of our youth and families. This approach perfectly captures our commitment to building an ecosystem that fosters growth, learning, and support for everyone we assist. This highlights our organization's steadfast dedication to excellent strategic engagement and customized support by chronicling a journey of resilience, strategic innovation, and impactful outreach. Our organization has greatly increased the amount of community engagement and support it provides. Through several successful projects and collaborations, we have both met and exceeded our grant eligibility requirements. With our food bank program, we strengthened our collaboration with the Capital Area Food Bank in addition to giving non-perishable items and fresh produce to our most needy families. This project demonstrated our dedication to tackling food insecurity in our community. In addition, our involvement in the Capital Bike Share program witnessed a remarkable surge in enrollment, encouraging both sustainable modes of transportation and physical wellness for youth, families, and staff. LOIC covers the cost of this program for students as well. With the program of the Greater DC Diaper Bank, we can also help our parenting students and families with children in diapers. Our activities have had a wide range of impact, from the growth of our food bank operations and diaper bank to the deliberate creation of educational and empowerment programs like the Girls Empowerment Group, an attendance initiative, substance use education workshops, sexual health workshops, and college accessing program. Our series of activities fosters a strong sense of community, belonging, and physical support while reaffirming the common goals and values of the people we serve. As a former Latin American Youth Center participant during high school and returning to work after graduating Trinity Washington University, I have a wealth of firsthand experience regarding the positive impact the organization has made on me and my family. During the pandemic, LOIC helped me and my family with food bags and rental assistance in times of uncertainty. These experiences have also allowed me to expand upon the content and delivery of such programs and resources. I urge the DC Council members to reconsider the proposed budget adjustment to retain its OC community school grants to prevent lapses in both longstanding community ties and the resources we have tailored. Thank you.
Thank you. I had called Kedra Williams. Somebody else came up.
Yes.
Oh, all right, you're online. Great.
Yes. Hello, council members, and thank you for letting me testify today. My name is Kedra Williams. I am the community school coordinator at Latin American Youth Center, LAYC, at the education department. I work in partnership with Youth Build and LAYC Career Academy with students of 16 to 26. So I'm here to advocate on the behalf of keeping the community schools program, because most of the students I work with are either young adults who don't have many resources to begin with, and so I'm the only resource they have access to. I will also work with mostly immigrant students who are newly arrived, so they also don't have access to resources like other youth in DC area. So most of the programs I'm able to provide to them, I'm the only one they have access to. I'm the only reason why some of my students have access to groceries. I'm the only reason why some of my students have access to vision care. I'm the only reason why we have access to therapists. How I'm able to give my students access to coats in the wintertime so they don't freeze. So without these programs, these students won't be able to have these type of resources available to them. On a monthly basis, I'm giving up to 2,400 diapers to 46 babies a month. On a bi-weekly manner, I am giving 186 students food and nutrition classes so they can know how to cook for themselves, how to make cheaper meals, as well as healthy meals. We also, on a weekly basis, give out free grocery bags to students who don't have groceries at home, as well as giving them hygiene products that they also don't have at home, like laundry detergent, soap, female feminine care. So cutting these programs cuts their access to these items. So I'm really urgent to keep our funding for these programs, or the 280 students that I work with won't have access to this resource anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Angela Franco, I believe, is not present. And Debbie Shore is next. Angela Franco is with the Chamber of Commerce. Is she with the Chamber of Commerce? All right. Debbie Shore?
Hi there.
Please proceed.
Am I
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for allowing me to testify today. I am Debbie Shore, founder and executive director of Sasha Bruce. We are at a time where there are grave financial concerns, and I think we all are trying to look at what is the heart of what we need to be doing, what is at core. And so I'm going to get directly into the core of what is important to me. We've recently received word that our funding for our Elias Cradle program, which serves 10 otherwise homeless young families, was cut by $200,000, or a fourth of its total budget. This was a decision made as part of the ICH, the Interagency Council on Homelessness, recommendations to HUD. Without these funds, we cannot expect to be able to keep the program open, as we're already raising a fourth of the total budget. This was a program that has been in existence with HUD funding and later DHS support each year for 38 years. But each year we have had to raise more money, and we have. However, we cannot cover this large gap. We can potentially keep the program alive for half, but I'm not really sure that that's feasible. I just want to say that I believe that the closure of Elias Cradle program, or half of it, should be untenable to anyone involved in the homelessness system. And I hope to convince you, Chairman Mendelson and Council Member Parker, that it deserves your intervention. The 10 young mothers who live with us there have 10 beautiful children. They are working, getting counseling support, workforce and education assistance, and help with their parenting skills. I'm pleased to share that the leader of the community partnership has reached out and will be able to cover part of the gap for this coming year, but it is one-time funding. This kind of caring is worthy of mention here, but importantly, we need more help just to stay fully open next year, and we need stability. I want to say that I've been at this for a very long time, and I find this particular cut particularly demoralizing. We have been very good partners to the city. We've pieced together the programs for years. Having to inform the young mothers we are serving at Elias Cradle of this potential closure was a terrible and tough conversation. It is not just destabilizing to these young people to lose their place after gaining it, but also the shadows are very long for this kind of disruption. Which brings me to another point. We need a new youth homelessness plan. In 2016, a law was passed that required a special homeless count and a plan to end youth homelessness. This was after many years of trying to argue the case for special supports for youth within the ICH to little effect. The youth plan, called Solid Foundations, reflected an important
Ms. Shore,
service system. Yes.
Ms. Shore, your time is up. I don't have a
Okay, I
copy of
can't
your
see
statement.
that. I do. I sent it this morning, but I will be glad to send it again. If I can just say, we also have not gotten $100,000 from the Department of Behavioral Health since August of last year. And as
Yeah,
my
I
last
can't let
point,
you keep, I can ask you some questions, but I can't keep.
okay.
let you
Okay.
keep-
Thank you very much.
letting you
Thanks for
testify.
the opportunity.
So let me ask a few questions. I want to ask, I think of Ms. Skolnick. The testimony from LAYC seems to be about two issues. The promoter, what's it called? The pathway promoter?
Yeah, the promotor pathway.
Promoter pathway, and then separately the community school
There we go.
Yeah.
funding. Am I correct?
Yes.
I do want to add the Aussie College Rising mentorship program. It's a much smaller program, but that is also not been promised to be reinstated.
Well, I'm more interested in what's in the budget than what's been may or may not have been indicated.
Yeah.
So with regard to the why can I not see it here? The promoter pathway program that's an OVSJG grant?
Yes, so well, it's a program out of Latin American Youth Center, but we've been an OBSJG grantee for many years.
Yes, and how much, but that's not Show Up Stand Out, am I correct?
It is part of the Show Up Stand Out program this year.
It is part of Show Up Stand Out.
Yes,
Okay, and how much have you received for that?
so this current fiscal year, our budget is 724,000.
If it's something like 1.9 million, how much is it?
That's total across the OBSJG grantees.
So you're almost half of that.
We are a big piece of it, yeah.
I'm making a note here. And the community school, that's through OSSI?
Correct.
And how much is that? You
Two of our
receive.
grants are 152, just over 152,000. And then our third grant is just over 158,000.
All right, I didn't follow that. Can you say that again?
Yeah,
Are you getting
two
three
of our grants. I'm sorry.
Are you getting 3 grants?
We have 3 grants through them. Uh-huh.
And how much are they?
2 are 152,000 and like $272. And the last one is just over 158,000.
And then what was the third program you mentioned?
Our college rising mentorship program.
And
That's through
was that
OSSI as
through
well.
OSSI Rising Mentorship?
Yep, OSSI.
And how much is that?
About 280,000.
All right, thank you. Miss Shore, if you're still here. So is this in the cut to the grant that you have? Is that in the budget or is that an action separate from the budget?
It's an action separate from the budget because it's HUD funding. But we get funding from HUD for this program. We have gotten funding from HUD, from DHS, from HHS, and then we raise the fourth. So this funding from HUD, was not prioritized and provided somewhere else. The HUD funding didn't go down in the city. It's just that we didn't get that grant. And if we don't get funding from somewhere else for this, it's impossible. We're already raising $200,000 for this program.
So this is a DHCD issue.
No, we get money from DHS.
But you said the
for
HUD money was
homelessness.
redirected.
Correct. The HUD money was redirected. So we have that gap to raise. And we don't have, we need help to get the priority to get funding from somewhere else in the district government, which
Okay,
would be either
I'm still
DHS.
trying to understand the source of the money. So it's HUD
The
money.
source of the money is HUD,
Which goes to the whatever it is.
interagency. Correct.
Okay, and
Exactly.
did ICH give a reason for why they were redirecting it?
Well, the ICH ranks everyone. Our ranking was low enough this year that they took, and there were 5 organizations apparently that were not funded by HUD funding. But exactly why, I don't know. And I don't know why our ranking was so low. And we have asked HUD to reconsider and to give us reasoning. I don't know whether the ICH made the recommendation or whether the recommendation was made at HUD. It was a decision that was made at HUD, but this is a very not transparent process. So we have not gotten any response yet from our protest. we protested this to HUD.
So HUD gives the money to ICH, which I guess is Department of Human Services. Did HUD gives
Well,
them?
it's handled by the community partnership, but the ICH provides the direction for where that money should go.
Except that you think it's possible that HUD made the decision?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, that's what we were told by the ICH, that HUD made the decision, but it was based on the recommendations that came from the ICH. That's what I understand.
We don't have our statements.
And you may be able to get more clarity than I am able.
When?
But what I know is that, it's very tight, and this, to have this program go away is just so unbelievable to me, especially given that we're talking about $200,000, which I know is a lot of money. It's a lot of money to me. We can't easily raise that extra 200, but in the district government context, we have done so much to bring resources to all of the programs, to all of our programs. There's no program we have that where we're not raising a considerable amount of money to bring to the table, and that is part of it. But this just seems to me that we're a city where we don't need to be losing programs for young people with babies.
Right, it would help, please either resend or double check that you do send your statement. That
I
would
will be
helpful.
happy to make sure of that.
All right, thank you. I have no other questions for the witnesses. Most of them seem to have disappeared.
Just me, Mr. Chairman, left for you.
Thank you.
All right, have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have a great day.
Thank you. So I'm now on page 10, witness number 202. Charles Debnam, who's chair of the DC Tobacco Free Coalition, Shelley Rep, who's chair of Committee of 100 on the Federal City, Melody Webb, who is executive director of Mothers Outreach Network, Maria Jackson, who's a mom leader, Mothers Outreach Network, Aaron Fisher, who's CEO of Bright Beginnings, Inc., Alida Monge, who is just listed as a public witness, Andrea Thomas, who's president and CEO of United Planning Organization, Ashley Weems, who's an infant toddler teacher at UPO, Brianna McGowan, Mary Lincoln, Yesham Sayin, Haley Dorgan, Andrew Hooper, Elizabeth McNichol, who's tri-chair of Washington, D.C. Poor People's Campaign, Katie DeProfetis, sorry about that, Nancy Schaefer, Nina Mack, who is executive director of the Hill Preschool, Jody Avka, who's executive director of Access Youth, Amber Hodges, Neil Richardson, who is acting convener of the DC Coalition on Long-Term Care, Cindy Duran, and Liz DeBarros, who is chief executive officer of the DC Building Industry Association, and Richard Lake, who is board president of DCBIA, and Steve Colangelo, who's vice president of the Donahoe Development Company. So let's see where we are. Charles Debnam, you're up.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today in response to the Mayor's FY25 budget. My name is Charles Debnam, and I am the chair of the DC Tobacco Free Coalition. I'm also a DC native and a resident of Ward 7. The member organizations of the DC Tobacco Free Coalition urge your support in incorporating legislation into the FY25 budget to raise tax on cigarettes by $1.50 per pack, increase the tax on e-cigarettes and other tobacco products in parity with the cigarette tax, raise and allocate 25% of the tobacco tax revenue to programs proven to help adults addicted to cigarettes quit and prevent youth from becoming addicted. Thanks to the leadership of you and your colleagues on the council, the district has been a leader in the fight to lower death and disease caused by tobacco. As a result of ending the sale of flavored tobacco products in DC, the mayor's budget explains tobacco tax revenue in FY23 was $9.3 million, a 58% decrease compared to FY22. This decrease resulted from the ban on flavored cigarettes and tobacco products that became effective in FY23. This shows that our work is making a difference and will yield a significant decrease in death and disease and medical cost savings in the decades to come. Even with this progress, far too many residents, particularly those who live in wards 7 and 8, continue to be hooked on tobacco products. The good news is that there's proven health measures you can take right away that will continue to decrease tobacco use, raising tobacco tax. According to a 2024 analysis by the American Cancer Society Action Network, Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, and Tobacconomics, raising the tobacco tax by $1.50 would deliver significant public health benefits. And I list a lot or those benefits in my testimony. Raising the tobacco tax would also bring about $940,000 of critical resident revenue the district needs annually. Similarly, in their FY25 budget, our neighbors in Maryland raised their cigarette tax by $1.25 to $5, and the district should not fall behind Maryland in protecting our residents from harms of tobacco. The council last increased the district's tobacco tax in FY 2019 budget, and as anticipated, that increase resulted in a short-term revenue gain and long-term reduction in tobacco consumption, a win-win that can and should occur again in FY25. Thank you again for your continued commitment, unwavering support to a healthier DC. We look forward to working with the members of the council and urge you to support for a raise in the cigarette tax of $1.50 per pack.
Thank you, Mr. Debnam. Shelley Rep.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the DC Council. My name is Shelley Rep, and I'm chair of the Committee 100 on the Federal City. I will use most of my time to focus on three sections of the mayor's proposed Budget Support Act. But first, regarding the overall budget, the Committee of 100 believes that the budget strikes the wrong balance between rebuilding the central core and meeting the needs of our most vulnerable residents. A number of critical programs are on the chopping block, while downtown is given priority for new funds. As for the 106-page Budget Support Act, we'd like to comment on three specific provisions. The Downtown Activation Program. This program would build on the current tax benefits for downtown property owners, freezing the tax assessment for owners of downtown office buildings for 15 years if they agree to upgrade their buildings to Class A. At a time of high vacancy rates for downtown office buildings, does it make sense to provide tax subsidies to increase the amount of Tax A space downtown? As a policy matter, does it make sense for more buildings downtown to be Class A? Don't we want a building mix so nonprofits and others that can't afford Class A rents can keep their downtown locations? We also have operational questions with this. Should the tax freeze program operate solely at the mayor's discretion, or should the council participate in decision making? For example, the legislation as proposed allows the mayor to identify eligible areas. Will the council mandate that downtown revitalization initiatives be subject to first source requirements? Second, the building energy performance standards. Despite the worsening climate crisis, the mayor proposes pausing implementation of the building energy performance standards for 3 years, 8 years for city-owned buildings. DC has been a leader in addressing climate change. The mayor's proposal, if accepted, would be a step backwards and should be rejected. Third, entertainment districts and digital signs. We believe the mayor intends the new entertainment districts that she would have authority to create under the VSA would be governed by the same regulatory regime as for entertainment areas adopted in 2017. An earlier draft of that proposal would have given the mayor authority to establish new entertainment areas. As you know, that proposal was highly controversial, and the council rejected that provision with the provision requiring the mayor to submit any proposal to designate or modify an entertainment area to the council for approval. What the mayor is now trying to do, and what we vigorously oppose, is to reverse the council's refusal to grant her standing authority to create new areas across the city where digital signs are allowed. Everyone should understand that digital signs invade upon privacy of nearby neighbors.
Mr.
Council should direct the mayor
Rep,
to
your
take
time
this.
has expired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I do have your statement. Thank you. Melody Webb.
Good evening. My name is Jasmine A. Holmes, and I live in Washington, D.C. in Ward 8. I am a single mother of 4 children. I was born in D.C. and grew up in the foster care system. I am currently a participant in the Mothers Outreach Guarantee Income Program operated by Mothers Outreach Network. I am speaking on behalf of Mothers Outreach Network, the Executive Director, Melanie Webb, and the D.C. Guarantee Income Coalition. I have testified several times before the DC Council because I am passionate about making a difference for my family and the city. DC had many programs for struggling families, but there are always conditions for them. I would like to talk about why I support priorities in the DC Guarantee Income consultation. I can tell you firsthand that taking care of kids is work. I don't have that family support where I can just have a mom or dad help me out with the kids, every single part of taking care of my kids and my responsibility. Last spring, I joined Mothers Up Guarantee Income Plotted Program as the incentive started by Mothers Outreach Network. Through Mother Outreach, starting a year ago, I began receiving $500 per month and will do so for another 2 years. I am currently a participant in the Mothers Outreach Guarantee Income Program, which is a 3-year guarantee income programs for Black moms and local DC communities who have had some involvement with the child welfare system, regulation system. We believe you should support parents with cash and other resources, not punish them by removing their children. Poverty is way too often confused with neglect, so this will help us address the problems that show up in the system. Because of this program, I was able to save money and move into a house a few months ago. Other issues I want to mention are how a number of benefits should be better protected in the budget. Don't cut any funding from the access to justice legal system because they allow mothers who need assistance with their case in family law and tax credit to help from programs like Mothers Outreach Network. NONS help a family obtain their son's birth certificate after many months of delay, and the story was in the Washington Post. Don't cut the earned income tax credit payment because giving worker people extra money to buy groceries and clothes for children that keep outgrowing them is important. Whenever I got a job or had another kid, my rent would go up. This made it difficult for me to have enough money to take care of my kids. The earned income tax credit helped with those in need. Don't cut pay of our early child care workers. As a mother of 4, it's so important to me. My children go to a home-based center, LCH infants and toddlers, and that is so important to me. Please encourage the DC Housing Authority to fix the benefit cliffs to allow people in guaranteed income products in DC to keep the cost of the rent from getting higher. Due to funding for
Thank
the
you. Your time. Thank you. Your time's expired. You are Yasmin Holmes.
Yes.
Okay. Your screen says Maria Jackson, and apparently you registered as Melody Webb.
Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of her. Miss Melanie Webb.
All right, is Maria Jackson here? All right, Erin Fisher, is she here? Alida Manj, is she here? Andrea Thomas, Miss Thomas?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Again, my name is Andrea Thomas, and I'm President and CEO of the United Planning Organization. UPO is the district's community action agency and has been working since 1962 to improve the economic security of DC residents with low incomes. We offer more than 30 programs and services in areas such as early childhood education, youth development, job training and placement, health and wellness, housing, and volunteerism. I'm here today to express UPO's concern that the proposed FY25 budget will deepen economic hardships for thousands of residents with low incomes, leading to increased housing instability and food insecurity. UPO clients say that food insecurity and housing instability are their greatest challenges, and we know that without addressing these needs, residents struggle to survive. With that in mind, I would like to highlight the cuts we consider most serious and urge the council to reverse and to lift up revenue-raising options. The Pay Equity Fund. You've heard today from many early educators, including from UPO, that the Pay Equity Fund has brought them the dignity they deserve as educational professionals and the income needed to support their families without constant struggle. We support and appreciate your proposal to devote $217 million to the Pay Equity Fund, but want to point out that this may not be enough to fully restore it and the $10 million cut to the child care subsidy program. Please keep your promises to early educators and fully restore these. 31,000 low-income district renters are behind on their rent, according to the Census Bureau. We urge the council to maintain or increase the FY24 $63 million ERAP budget. Give SNAP a raise. The DC Council effort to raise SNAP benefits this year, amounting to $80 a month for a family of 3, has been essential to families struggling with food prices that have risen sharply. We urge the council to maintain Give SNAP a raise in fiscal year 25. We also support the earned income tax credit. And as you know, the wealthiest 5% of residents pay a smaller share of their income in taxes than the bottom 95%. So we suggest 2 key ways that the council could bring in more resources. Taxing capital gains at a higher flat rate of 13%, paired with a credit to offset tax increases for families in the bottom 80% of incomes, and raising property tax rates on homes with a taxable value above 1.5 million, which would impact only 5% of homeowners. Council, we thank you for the opportunity to testify today and urge you to take serious look at those items that would impact those with the least resources in the city and not do things that would hurt them further. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Alida Manj. Please proceed. You need to unmute yourself.
Buenas tardes, presidente Madelson y miembros del comité plenario. Gracias por la oportunidad de dirigirme al consejo hoy. Mi nombre es Elida Monge y soy educadora de la primera infancia y a la vez madre de 2 hijos, uno de 6 años y otro de 8 meses. También apoyo el trabajo de Under 3DC, quienes abogan por asegurar que todos los niños pequeños y bebés tengan un comienzo sólido. Mi testimonio de hoy se enfocará en lo importante que es seguir financiando el pago de equidad salarial. Cuando mi hijo mayor era un bebé, decidí prepararme para ser maestra de educación temprana. En ese entonces era yo estudiante de inglés de la escuela Bría y mi hijo asistía conmigo a las clases de educación temprana. Con tan solo 5 meses de nacido, Vi el entorno de aprendizaje en el que estaba mi hijo desarrollándose, cómo las maestras apoyaban a mi hijo para que fuera desarrollando habilidades de lenguaje, sociales y cognitivas. Fue mi experiencia participando como familia y el apoyo de parte de maestros y también la necesidad de tener más conocimiento para apoyar a mi hijo en casa, lo que me inspiró a convertirme en maestra de educación temprana. Ya antes había trabajado en educación en mi país, pero no con niños pequeños. Y cuando estudié para enseñar a niños pequeños, me di cuenta de que la sociedad depende del trabajo que se haga con los niños de 0 a 3 años, ya que es cuando podemos sembrar esa semilla que florecerá y haga del mundo un mejor lugar cuando los niños crezcan. Tengo 5 años sirviendo como educadora de bebés y niños pequeños. En este tiempo me he dado cuenta que las maestras de educación temprana estamos sentando las bases para que los niños tengan éxito en la primaria. Somos nosotras las que podemos brindar la experiencia de aprendizaje en la edad temprana para que estos niños desarrollen sus pensamientos, razonamientos y todas esas habilidades cognitivas, sociales y de lenguaje y poder prevenir enviar a niños con problemas de aprendizaje a la primaria. Invertir en la educación infantil es aprovechar esos cerebros nuevos para crear seres humanos competitivos y con más habilidades sociales y que se enfocan en cosas positivas. De esta manera podemos tener una sociedad mejor. Las maestras enseñamos a los niños a comer de forma sana y promovemos así el desarrollo físico. No están expuestos a pantallas. Por eso considero que es mejor tener un niño en un centro de cuidado infantil que en una casa con una niñera, pero a veces el costo del cuidado infantil es tan elevado que no podemos pagarlo. Pero como maestras que trabajamos duro y nuestros salarios son iguales o más bajos que en otras profesiones. Si quitan el fondo de equidad salarial, muchas perderemos mucho apoyo crucial. Gracias por su atención y tiempo.
Thank you. And Ms. Monge was testifying that she's an early child educator and that it's important to continue funding pay equity. Thank you for your testimony. Ashley Weems,
Hello, I'm here.
please proceed.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman and the members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ashley Weems, and I'm an infant toddler teacher at the United Planning Organization Early Head Start Center. I'm here today to urge you to fully fund the Pay Equity Fund in the Child Care Subsidy Program in the FY25 budget. The Pay Equity Fund has made a tremendous benefit on my life being a single mom. With this pay raise, I was able to move into my own apartment, get a new vehicle, and be able to afford and keep up with the cost of living. Before the Pay Equity Fund was introduced, I had already decided to go back to college to further my education. For me, it was a personal goal that I needed to accomplish. I was a single mom, and my CDA wasn't enough for me anymore. I wanted to grow, and I wanted a pay increase. One of the major announcements for educators was the introduction of the Pay Equity Fund. Educators will receive a lump sum of money based on their credentials. Happy, shocked, confused, thankful, and blessed were all the emotions I felt. I worked very hard and was finally about to receive the recognition we early educators deserve. Early educators are more than babysitters. We are teachers, we have degrees and credentials. We also play a valuable, if not the most important part of a child's development. Children can enter childcare as early as 6 weeks until 3 years old. Within the 3 years, we are laying the foundation to getting them ready not only for school, but as an adult. We're building and fostering social and emotional skills, building language skills, and school readiness skills. Yes, children in childcare play, but that's how children learn through play. We also offer early interventions that assist kids with delays in therapy sessions inside of childcare centers. The Pay Equity Fund gave early childhood educators hope that we will be seen as real teachers making the same pay as our K-12 colleagues. The Pay Equity Fund was the boost that educators needed to return to school and obtain a degree. With the Pay Equity Fund, we was promised a salary and many went back to school. Now, less than 2 years later, Mayor Bowser proposed cutting this program or making shared sacrifices, as she said. Educators have worked hard and we are finally making progress, and to be pushed back and losing a salary that so many people have depended on will be devastating not only for teachers but for parents as well. I would like to end it by saying the only ones that are making sacrifices and continue to make sacrifices are the early educators. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Weems. Brianna McGowan. Don't think she's here. Mary Lincoln, please.
Howdy, council members, and shout out to my fellow early childhood educators in DC. My name is Mary Lincoln. I have been an early childhood educator for 3 years, but have been in the education space for 7 years. My testimony consists of my personal beliefs and not those of my employer. I implore the council to fully restore the funding for early childhood educator pay equity, childcare, and early childhood subsidy programs in DC's fiscal year 25 budget. Early childhood educators are often just as qualified as K-12 educators. While the importance of our work has historically been financially underappreciated, we still took on these qualifications to do this important and necessary work. We early childhood educators work with children at critical development stages with certainty to promote their future success in not just the K-12 educational systems, but also as cooperative and caring individuals in our society. Restoring the pay equity funding for the fiscal year 25 is a testament to the importance of supporting DC children at every age, allowing educators to focus on brightening the lives of these youngest community members and their families, whilst not having to worry about personal financial hardship. The pay equity funds gives us educators the freedom to pursue and have longevity in a career that we love. I love DC. I love teaching in DC. I love living in DC. I feel that it is currently a privilege to be able to both live and work in this city, when rather it should be attainable and commonplace for us educators. The pay equity program has been life-changing. I have seen it both in my own life and also through the shared joy and experiences of my colleagues. Since pay equity has been a reality, lives have changed. I have been witness to educators being able to pay off student loans or helping their loved ones with financial burdens and mutual aid. I have been able to provide even more for my community, my family, and my friends thanks to these funds. With pay equity, we teachers have begun to comfortably live in the community that we teach in. We can dream of owning a home and contributing back to the DC community through organizing, collaborating, and through purchasing power. Thanks to pay equity funds, these dreams are so tangible. I urge the council to fully restore the funding for pay equity in the upcoming fiscal year and to remind the educators in the district that we are truly valued for the work we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lincoln. Yeshim Sayin, I believe is not here. Haley Dorgan, I believe is not here. Andrew Hooper, I believe is not here. Elizabeth McNichol, online.
I'm here.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members, and thank you for allowing me to testify. I'm Elizabeth McNichol, a longtime DC resident and one of the chairs of the Washington, DC branch of the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival. Poverty is the 4th leading cause of death in the US, and this is not the result of a scarcity of resources, but a scarcity of political will. Poverty is a policy choice that's abolishable and unnecessary. And until our leaders invest the great riches of this nation in ensuring equal justice for all, beginning with the poor and low wealth residents of this nation, we can't be silent. Elected officials like yourself make choices that have lasting impacts on poor and low wage people. These decisions directly affect people's wages, healthcare, education, housing, and welfare. The experience of the pandemic showed that poverty is a policy choice. Federal programs like the expanded child tax credit and earned income tax credits reduced poverty, but since they expired, poverty has been on the rise again. And the proposed DC budget will make this worse. Cutting budgets for vital programs and services like baby bonds, the DC EITC, the Pay Equity Fund, and rental assistance will hurt the city's poor and low-income people and disproportionately harm Black and Brown residents. There is an alternative, taxing wealth by taxing capital gains at a higher rate than ordinary income, raising property tax rates on homes valued at more than $1.5 million, for example, would give DC additional resources to invest in our communities while also making the tax system more equitable. A more equitable distribution of resources in our abundant city means that everyone can thrive. By increasing rather than cutting investments in the people of DC, the council has the opportunity to move towards a moral public policy agenda that can begin to end the crisis of death by poverty and low wealth rather than deepening it. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. McNichol. Katie DeProfetis, I'm
Here.
struggling with that. My apologies.
It's okay. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee and staff. My name is Katie DeProfetis, and I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm also a school psychologist and the president of the board of directors at the Hill Preschool.
I can hardly hear you.
I'm sorry.
That's much better.
Sure. My name is Katie DeProfetis, and I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm also a school psychologist and the president of the board of directors at the Hill Preschool located in Ward 6. Our school is currently enrolled in the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund, and I'm here today to testify in support of the reinstatement of that fund to the city's 2025 budget. I'd like to start by thanking you, Chairman Mendelson, and all the council members, including our Ward 6 council member, Charles Allen, who have continued to speak out in favor of this fund. I first testified before this body last month, just after Mayor Bowser's proposed budget was released, confirming that the Pay Equity Fund was to be cut from the district's 2025 budget. During that testimony, I spoke about the profoundly important role the teachers of our preschool have played in the life of my family and in the lives of my 3 children in particular. I spoke about the importance the Pay Equity Fund has played in the lives of our teachers, how in just 1 year, it has allowed them to greater flexibility to care for their own families, make choices about housing, transportation, and education for their own children. As you've heard today, this flexibility greatly alleviates the stress of living and raising a family in this region. It has also allowed them to seek out and pay for the continued education that OSSE requires of them to remain certified in the field of early childhood education. Today, I will focus on what I see unfolding from my seat on the school's board of directors. Since we learned that the Pay Equity Fund has been cut from the mayor's proposed budget, we've accepted the resignation of one of our highly qualified teachers to a non-teaching position outside of our school. And we've learned that one of the most longstanding early childhood centers in our neighborhood is due to close at the end of the school year. While these situations were likely due to a number of factors, there is no question in my mind that the looming end of the Pay Equity Fund is partially to blame. Early childhood centers across the district have been struggling since the start of the pandemic to maintain enrollment, retain highly qualified teachers, and keep their doors open. Working in early childhood education is hard work, and the majority of these educators are incredibly dedicated and passionate about the work they do. Many are increasingly unwilling to struggle to live comfortably, provide their families with stability as a cost of remaining in these positions. At this point in time, the promise of fair compensation is what is keeping many of these educators in their roles. The loss of expertise and institutional knowledge that would come with their departure would be catastrophic to our program and our city, and particularly damaging to families with children under the age of 3 who have no public pre-K option. The need for childcare in the district is not going away, but the state of high-quality childcare, high-quality early childhood education is at great risk of decline if we do not continue to invest in this critical workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have a copy of your statement.
I'll upload it as soon as I leave the building here. Thanks.
Nancy Schaefer.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the committee on the whole. Thank you for your time today and your ongoing openness to hear testimonies on the budget issues. My name is Nancy Schaefer. I'm a proud Ward 6 home and business owner, and today I'm here as a member of the Hill Preschool Board of Directors, an early childhood advocate, and I'm also here as the grandparent of 2 former HPS alumni and 1 future HPS student. They have not only thrived within early child education, but they have gained a love for learning that will last a lifetime. They have become wonderful stewards and socialized children, and that is all to the wonderful educators who are at the Hill Preschool. I'm here to express my belief of the importance of fully funding the Equity Pay Program. My commitment to and passion for educators is in my DNA. Early childhood education is what I was raised with. My mother was an early childhood educator. My parents were both educators. She was a Head Start teacher. This is where healthy children get to thrive and families get to feel as if their children are safe because they're in the care of loving, smart, educated, talented teachers. But as you've heard over and over again, if we lose this fund, we will lose our teachers, as we have lost one already, and we're watching other schools close. This is a critical time in the lives of children. It's a critical time in the lives of families, and it's a critical program and support and commitment to education as a whole for everyone in this city. I love this city. I don't want to go anywhere. I am an advocate of this city, and I believe in it. And I believe that the board will support us in truly fully funding, this program. It's critical. Someone said earlier, it's not just play. Play is children's work, but play is guided by educated teachers who deserve to be paid fairly. Our teachers are on a 12-month contract, so it's even longer. They don't get the summertime to go off, and they still come back. But we want them to have the same type of lives as many of us do, and want to come to school every day, not just because they love their children, but because they're being paid fairly. We appreciate everything that you have done. I appreciate all that you have said and everybody else on the council to try and make this come to be. They are our future, and they are our most critical citizens at this particular point in time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. Nina Mack is also online.
Dear Chairman Mendelson and respected members of the City Council, my name is Nina Mack and I'm the Executive Director of the Hill Preschool. I'm here to testify once again as to why it's so important to keep funding the Pay Equity Program and Healthcare for Childcare program in our city. If we lose funding for the Pay Equity Fund, there's a huge risk that many talented educators will leave for better paying jobs with better healthcare benefits. And that would be a huge loss for our community. We will lose some of the best teachers we have, and that will affect the quality of our children's education. The Pay Equity Program is not just about money. It's about fairness and respect for the amazing people who shape the future of our community, our early childhood educators. This funding is not just about attracting new educators. It's about honoring the dedication and hard work of those who are already in the field. Regardless of the school size, all early childhood programs rely on this funding. Without it, we will struggle to pay our teachers fairly, and that's not fair to them or to the kids they teach. And let's not forget about the Healthcare for Childcare program. This program has been a lifeline for many early childhood educators, giving them access to free or low-cost health insurance benefits. But if we take away this support, many of them will be left without health care and face significant out-of-pocket expenses they cannot afford, or they will have to rely on Medicaid once again. This is not just an issue of financial burden. It's a matter of basic health care and accessibility and equity. Now think about the financial side of things. Without funding for the Pay Equity Program, childcare providers will have to raise their prices. All of us know that childcare costs are already high, making it tough for lots of families to afford quality care for the kids. Consider how difficult it would be for teachers if their income suddenly decrease, especially if they have bought a new car or a house, or if they decided to go back to school to get their advanced degrees. I'm asking the City Council to think carefully about what might happen if the pay equity and the healthcare for childcare programs are not funded. Fair pay for early childhood educators is not just about dollars and cents. It's about recognizing the immeasurable value of their work and ensuring the best possible start in life for our children. Thank you for listening and considering this important issue.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mack. Jody Ovka.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. I am Jody Ofka, Executive Director of Access Youth. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the proposed FY25 budget cuts to middle and high school truancy prevention programs funded through the DC Office of Victim Service and Justice Grants. As you know, Access Youth is the longest running OVSJG high school truancy prevention grantee following the passage of the Attendance Accountability Amendment Act in 2013. This year, we will serve over 800 students at Anacostia, Ballou, Eastern, and H.D. Woodson high schools, and Hart, Johnson, Kelly Miller, and Kramer middle schools. If funding is eliminated, these 800 students will be left without these critical supports, and the decade of expertise we have built will disappear. Access Youth programs improve attendance. They generate 18% lower rates of unexcused absences, 10% higher ISA rates, and 7% higher promotion rates among all the students we serve. And this year, we're on track for 100% graduation rate. We provide daily in-school support. We meet these students where they are and where we all want them to be in school. Our program managers are full-time on-site in the schools, building relationships with students and families, providing life skills and socio-emotional support opportunities for students. They work with students to set and meet specific individualized goals and empower them to maintain accountability as they work to increase their attendance, behavior, and academic performance. The proposed funding cut would cause a devastating gap in service that will increase rates of truancy and chronic absenteeism. The current budget proposal includes a $7 million increase for the DHS PASS program, which would serve just 500 students at an average cost of $14,000 per student. That's 4 times the cost of Access Youth programming, which only costs $2,600 per student for a full year of programming. Currently, PASS serves close to 300 students, and it will take them months to ramp up to 500, and still they will only cover less than 1% of truant students with only 6 months of programming. During that time, thousands of students will slip into chronic absenteeism and truancy without the proactive preventive support. We ask you to ensure this does not happen by restoring funding to Access Youth and other community providers who are already in schools and successfully delivering results. We enroll students at the earliest point, 3 to 5 unexcused absences, and we work to address the root causes of absenteeism. We cannot abandon the existing preventive programs that have proven effective. We will not only fail current students receiving services, but we will also fail to meaningfully address the district's absenteeism crisis. Chairman, we ask you to reinstate funding for effective community-based truancy prevention programs as part of a comprehensive strategy to improve student attendance and educational success. Thank you, and I will submit my written testimony.
I was going to ask, thank you, Ms. Avka. Amber Hodges, I believe is not here. Neil Richardson, I believe is not here. Cindy Duran, I believe is not here. Liz DeBarros.
Yes,
DCBIA.
I'm here.
Yes, you are. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, committee members and staff. I'm Liz DeBarro, CEO of DCBIA, the District of Columbia Building Industry Association. We represent the real estate development industry. I'm a longtime Ward 7 resident, and thank you for the opportunity to discuss the mayor's FY25 budget. In the interest of time, with so many witnesses, I've submitted longer testimony for the record. I'm also here with Steve Colangelo from Donahoe Development Company and Richard Lake. He might be on. I think he's having some technical difficulty. If he doesn't come on, he will submit his testimony for the record. My testimony centers on the economic reality as our members deal with the daily economic and physical realities of building sustainable projects and communities every day. As we are hearing from the witnesses today, the district is currently facing challenging financial times. The mayor's proposed budget reflects tough choices like cutting or reducing funding for important social programs, increasing sales tax, and applying a hotel occupancy 911 surcharge. Amid these financial challenges, we are all aiming for a resilient fiscal future. DCBIA supports measures in the mayor's budget that promote revenue growth, attract investment, and bridge expenditure revenue gaps. Relying solely on high earners or property taxes does not generate enough revenue to cover all recurring expenditures. Notably, we support the mayor's decision against raising property taxes to preserve the district's appeal to businesses and residents. Specifically, DCBI supports the Downtown Activation Program Amendment Act, which is a $13 million freeze on property taxes for office to other use conversions downtown, encouraging development and revitalization. We also support the BEST Act to simplify business licenses. We support funding for streetscape in downtown for Gallery Place and DuPont Circle and the dollars to boost tourism. Closing the expenditure revenue gap by FY29 is crucial. New revenue isn't keeping pace with post-pandemic spending growth. We recommend evaluating and optimizing programs to ensure efficient service delivery and resource use. Revitalizing downtown is paramount. It will help attract investment and enhances revenue needed for special social programs. Neglecting the risks stagnation and drives away business visitors and residents. We are recommending a specific change to DDOT to let owners know about the final inspection before the deposit is forfeited. This is important because permittees don't know the final inspection is needed. It will be helpful to have this information included in both the subtitle and regulations. In conclusion, mayor's budget balances opportunity with tough decisions, aligning with our goal of DC's vibrant, sustainable future for all. Downtown investments drive revenue and fortify our entire city. It cannot be understated the critical importance of economic resilience to build a stronger, prosperous future for all. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm available to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barros. I am going to call Richard Lake to see if he's here. And he's not. And Steve Colangelo, who's Vice President of Donahoe.
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and committee members. My name is Steve Colangelo, and I'm Vice President at Donahoe Development Company. Donahoe is a full-service commercial real estate company founded in Washington, D.C. in 1884. And we are vertically integrated, means we're the developer, we're the builder, and we're the operator once the project opens. These projects include hotels, multifamily apartments, office, and retail. I'm here today to support the commercial real estate tax freeze that's proposed in the fiscal year 2025 budget. As Liz was mentioning, DC has a major challenge right now with millions of square feet of vacant office buildings. And these office buildings really need to be converted to new uses or upgraded to attract tenants. Unfortunately, construction costs and interest rates, which are two major inputs for these redevelopment projects, have skyrocketed over the past 4 years. I included a chart in my written testimony, but it shows construction costs up about 30% since 2020, and interest rates are 2.5 times what they were in 2020 for construction projects. So these increases are really lowering investment returns to the point where projects are no longer financeable. And, because of these headwinds, there are numerous projects that are just on hold. They're waiting for something to happen. The commercial real estate tax freeze is a necessary stimulus that will help these conversion projects move forward. It's critical that the stimulus is granted at the time of acquisition to actually attract the investment. And as these development projects do occur, other taxes will increase, including income taxes for more residents living in DC and paying income taxes, hotel room taxes from more hotel nights. In summary, I really believe that the commercial real estate tax freeze will encourage redevelopment of these vacant office buildings, and it will really help bring back the vitality to DC that we all enjoyed prior to the pandemic. With this vitality will come the tax revenue. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Colangelo. I believe that's going to complete all the testimony for this group. I don't think there was anybody online that I missed. I'll just double check real quickly. I want to thank you all. No, actually, I'm remembering something here. I think maybe it was just I want to say I especially appreciate people who are in person. Black Swan folks will like that too. I said this earlier, the mayor had was thinking about some reductions in the pay equity fund. But she wasn't going to eliminate it. She didn't want to eliminate it. The CFO has insisted that a reserve fund has to be replenished outside of what the law requires. The law requires that it be filled with year-end surplus. The CFO has been insisting on an appropriation. The only way to be able to fund that was to zero out the pay equity fund. I think the CFO has exceeded his authority, and we actually have a formal opinion from the Attorney General that says that there is not the authority to require of the mayor or the council. So that 217 million, which is the amount, is I intend to, when I present the budget to the council on May 29th, that will be reversed. So there'll be 217 million. I realize that's not 100%, and the rest of it is what we're trying to figure out, but the major portion will absolutely be restored. That's my intent, and I believe, I'm trying to think of how I can say this, because there's no question in my mind the council will agree. Everybody on the council has had this concern. So I want to thank you for your testimony. I'm looking at the two who are here in person and everyone else who was online who I guess has gone back. Thank you all. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back to the Black Swan Academy folks. And I think the way I'm going to handle this, folks are in person, there are only 4 seats, but I think what I'm going to do is just go through all of them. So that means people will get up and give their seat to the next person. Marcus Williams, Shadley Ross, whatever. Crystal Lewis. So a few less than what you had signed up, which is nice. Thank you. All right. So I don't know who anybody is. But why don't you just get people up at the table? I'm being a little flexible here, but not with regard to the time. You get 3 minutes each. Cut you off at 3. So who's first? And your name is? Please proceed.
Good evening, councilman and staff. My name is Marcus Williams. I'm 16, junior at Anacostia High School, and I'm writing to you for the continuation of funding to housing programs. The reason I'm speaking on this is because I struggle with housing within my Ward 8 area, and it's began to become unbearable to live in. Although we may have a sense to keep our house clean, it's hard to actually do that when the quality of your home is breaking down. There has been an innumerable amount of times where something in my house, whether that's the toilet, sink, bathroom sink, or even a tub, has gotten broken. And it's not because of the people who live there or an accident. It's because of the state of our buildings. it makes me very upset to have to live in a place like I live now because everything is falling apart. Not only is the places we live in falling apart, but almost everything around Ward 8, including the buildings, are either old or just falling apart. And it's beginning to become expensive as well. Research shows overall 1 in 10 DC residents, 12%, are experiencing housing insecurities, corresponding to an estimate of 82,452 DC residents. And it's sad that the people of my community has to go through this detriment because there's enough money to be funded for housing. Furthermore, not addressing this issue with housing can start to affect more people, not just me and my family. This research that I've stated is actually recent enough that over the next few years, these numbers are going to grow and continue growing until something is changed. This is why I'm asking you to fund housing programs, anything that has to do with housing, because personally, I'm tired and I know my family is tired, along with so many people in my community. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Who's next? And your name is?
Taylor Jackson.
All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Taylor Jackson. I am a middle school youth leader with the Black Swan Academy. I am currently attending the Social Justice Middle School in Northeast. I am in the 6th grade and live in Ward 4. Thank you for your time today. My testimony is about housing in Washington, D.C. I had chosen housing because people are paying a lot of money for rent in apartments that are in really poor conditions. In 2018, almost a third of the district public housing units were nearly uninhabitable due to lead paint hazards, electrical problems, water damage, mold, rodent infestations, and more. People advocate about these issues, but nothing changes and no one tries to fix the situation or even think about the impacts that the situation could cause. From my experience, I have lived in apartments where there were not timely or quality repairs to basic things like plumbing, AC/heating, electricity, power, etc. I'm asking you to provide more money in the budget for quality and affordable housing. Thank you for hearing my testimony today.
You know, you got quieter when you got to the ask. I'm asking.
Oh.
So what were you asking for? What was the last sentence you said?
I'm asking you to provide more money in the budget for quality and affordable housing.
Thank you. Who's next?
My name is Stephen Cook. I'm a youth leader with Black Swan Academy. I attend Kramer Middle. My name is Stephen Cook. I'm a youth leader with Black Swan Academy. I attend Kramer Middle School in Southeast, and I am in 7th grade. My campaign is about school sanitation and the why it's important to increase funding for deep cleaning in schools and ensure timely repairs in DCPS. In Ward 8, most schools don't have access to emergency resources and proper funding for school repairs. Our personal experience with school sanitation relates to student safety. Most of the time in my gym, the tiles fall. The gym ceiling tiles falls out, and there are cracks in our roof. At times, we experience random blackouts during the day. There was a time when the power went out, and we have restrictions on almost everything. Another time, it rained, and I slipped and fell because there was a pool of water on the floor. As I stand before you today, I'm asking you to increase funding and more effort to school repairs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cook. Who's next?
Me. Hello, my name is Kalea McCoy. I am a middle school youth leader at Black Swan Academy. I attend the social justice school. I am in the 6th grade. I live in Ward 5. Thank you for your time. Today I am here to talk about housing. Housing is important because I believe all youth people and their families deserve affordable quality housing. In my personal experience, I can tell you housing is a real problem. Seeing homeless people on the street, especially children, makes me extremely sad because I got everything I could ask for. And I feel like homeless youth should be treated the same as me. They deserve housing, hygiene products, and fresh clothes. I would also like to request that you expand homeless shelters for youth. I am asking you to increase access to affordable quality housing and ensure housing is available for youth and youth families. Additionally, I'm asking you to ensure timely quality repairs for public housing and low-income people. Thank you for listening to my testimony, and also thank you for your time.
No, thank you for your time. All right, who's next? I guess we'll go from left to right. And you are,
My name is Anisha Perry. Good evening, council member and staff. My name is Anisha Perry and I'm 17. I live in Ward 7 in the Benning Heights Temple City community. I attend Anacostia High School and I'm in the 11th grade. I'm a youth organizer with the Black Swan Academy. I'm a youth advocate because I'm the youth of the city now and the adult of the future that is and will be facing challenges. I feel like because I am a youth and experiencing challenges firsthand, I should use my voice to change it for the youth coming up under me. I'm here testifying today for mental health and healthcare. I'm testifying because there are ongoing problems when it comes to this issue that me and my peers are tired of facing. Although we keep using our voices to speak up, it's like it goes in one ear and out the other, like our voices doesn't really matter. When the reason we speak up is because we face these issues 24/7, 365 days around, and it need to be changed. Mental health is important to education because ever since third grade elementary, I have dealt with it in the worst way. It seems like it was always something. There was problems at home, in school, and in my community, and etc. I just couldn't find an escape. I had a social worker, my first ever social worker, and I would talk to her about a lot. But then one day I slipped up and told her something so atrocious that happened to me. And instead of her comforting me, she called CPS on my mother. Can you imagine an elementary child going through so much in a different places, trying to find an outlet, and she thinks she has one, and then they turn around and do the complete opposite of what you wanted? I never wanted to get taken away from my mother. I just needed someone to talk to. And this carried on. Even till now, I don't talk to anybody about anything I'm going through. Because of that one incident, I'm afraid I might say the wrong thing and get taken from my mom. Could you imagine what that does in my mental health? Could you imagine how that impacts my everyday living as a youth? Could you imagine how that impacts me mentally and physically in school? And for this reason, we need non-mandated reporters. I'm tired of not talking and switching social workers every month because they feel like I'm fine and getting a new one because I'm having a mental breakdown in school because I'm lashing out at home and can't control my emotions. Have you thought that maybe other youth have went through this and had no one to talk to, so maybe that's why they commit suicide or self-harm? I've coped with these challenges by self-harming since middle school, and that's the only thing I know to do to cope. When I'm going through something, I have to let go. We also need social work. We also need more social workers in school, and we need caseworkers in the community that get you out the house. My social worker is in school for only there 2 to 3 days out of the week. I meet with her one of those days, or she might not give me good advice, and I'm wasting my time. But there should be enough social workers in my school that I could go to in that time that I need to go to them, or a caseworker for when I'm home and I need to get out the house so I don't feel like I'm bundled up at home, like I'm trapped in my own pity or depression. Did you know that a DC survey in 2017 found that about 17% of high schoolers reported having attempted suicide compared to the national rate of 7.4%? 19.3% of middle schoolers and 25.4% of high school students reported that their mental health was most of the time or always not good, including stress, anxiety, and depression. In conclusion, I hope that my testimony has moved you to listen to why we need non-mandated reporters and more social workers and counselors in school and in my community. Thank you for giving me the time to speak today.
thank you. I was about to cut you off. Who's next?
Hi, my name is Star Short.
Say your name again.
Star Short.
Please proceed.
Hello, council members. My name is Star Short. I'm in the 11th grade and I attend Dunbar High School. I am also a youth organizer at Black Swan Academy. I am here today to talk to you all about citations in schools and the ways that you can ensure that youth have a safe, clean, and welcoming learning environment. I want my schools to be able to support students with their personal hygiene, feminine hygiene, and physical well-being overall. I envision a school where period products and reality available to young women and girls, as well as spare clothes for those particularly rough days, where hygiene products like deodorant and toothpaste are available to all students. And the bathrooms are always stocked with soap and toilet paper. I want the school to be a place where conversation and personal hygiene are a regular part of our interactions and teachers and our friends at the very least. I want there to be clean, cold, refreshing water available to students for clean, working water fountains and water bottle filler stations. I love that we have access to a doctor at our school, but I wish that they had the medicine that I need when I need it. All of you can be the catalyst for these changes by showing their support for Black Swan Academy most recent Black agenda through your budget decisions. One, provide more funding and training for deep cleaning for our schools. Two, provide more funding for the timely repairs of our schools. Three, expand funding for better support young people with emergency needs like cleaning products, toiletries, food, and clothes. For other class funding to put personal hygiene, product vending machines in community schools. Five, and allocate funding to install water bottle fillers. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Short. And you are,
Hello. Hello, my name is Tyler Dawson. I am a senior at Anacostia. Senior. I am a sophomore at Anacostia Senior High School, and today I will be talking about why Black Swans Hear Us, Heal Us request is important to me. This issue is important because it shows how it may not be enough safe space resources in DC public schools. This is a problem because I've had friends that have been impacted by this, watching them deal with these really hard things and have no space. No safe space to talk to. I have seen and heard many examples of this, and I have noticed that when kids don't have enough resources to talk about their problems, sadness can quickly turn into anger. My command is to have more non-mandated reporting counselors in schools, so possibly more issues can be prevented, and children can have more places to vent without them having to worry about the feeling of having anything that they don't like happening to them. This tells me that mental health is a big issue in schools, and suicide, built up anger, or built up sadness can be prevented or treated with more non-dated reporters in schools. This is my testimony on why we need more non-dated counselors or social workers. Thank you for your time.
thank you. So and then there are two folks on one.
We have Kelsey Payne and her mother, Kiana Swan. And Kelsey and her mother should be on one Zoom link.
Okay, why don't we start with Ty Duckett.
Hello, council members. My name is Ty Duckett. I am a youth leader of Black Swan Academy. I attend Dunbar High School and I am in the 9th grade. I live in Ward 3. I am 15 years old. I am writing you in the support of continued toward housing in DC. I care about advocating for housing because when I walk around my community, I see that there are many people in need of resources and that houses are not well maintained. I feel worried and upset when I see these problems continue in my community. I found it troubling to know that many public housing units are unsafe to live in due to poor city maintenance. We often hear about Black crime on the news, but we do not often hear about the conditions of housing in Black communities, the challenges that leave Black families at risk of homelessness. I am asking the council to consider our Black Swan Academy agenda toward housing. We demand and increase access to affordable quality housing and larger unit availability for large families, expanded funding and access to utility assistance, new affordable housing developments use quality materials, timely quality repairs for public housing and low-income housing, and offer financial education courses in K through 12 grade curriculum. I hope you take the time to consider the needs of youth in our city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Duckett. And Kelsey Payne. Says you're connecting.
Okay, I'm other phone because mine isn't working.
I can
Okay, I'm about to
hear you, but not very well. Could you speak more loudly?
Okay. I said I'm going to use my friend's phone because mine isn't working.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, council members. My name is Kelsey Payne. I am a youth leader of Black Swan Academy. I'm a ninth grader at Dunbar High School. How are you doing today?
Good. Good. But
Me
you
too.
the questions.
Yes.
Please.
Today I will be speaking about an issue that is important to me, which is housing. I've been a resident of my ward in my entire life, and I've been evicted. When I was either 8 or 11 years old, when a few adult men came banging at my apartment door. Around that time, my mom had just given birth to my little baby brother. He was just a few weeks old. When I looked through the peephole, I told my mother someone was at the door. When she answered, the three men rushed into our home, into our rooms, and started tossing our stuff outside. We didn't have a storage unit to transport our stuff into, so we had to grab what we could and figure it out. This impacted me emotionally as a child because I shouldn't have to experience anything like that. DC residents in our rent-controlled buildings are facing exorbitantly high rent increases, which has been noted as the highest increase in history of district's rent control statute. This is unacceptable. I am asking you politely to prioritize the accessibility and affordability for DC families by supporting our Black youth agenda and allocating funds to increase access to affordable quality housing. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. And Kiana Swan. At the moment, you're muted and we have a great view of the ceiling. Ms. Swan?
Hello, council members. My apologies. I'm here.
Please.
Hello. I'm sorry.
I said, please proceed.
Yes. So the issues that I have concerning housing, I am a resident of Ward 8, and I see in my community there are a lot of people who are displaced, who are living with other family members, who are awaiting the process of housing. And the constant complaint you hear is the process is just taking very, very long. That's all that I have to say, council member.
Okay. I don't have any questions for any of you. I want to thank you for your testimony. I will say this, that because several of you talked about housing. Housing is an issue, affordable housing is an issue that the council and the mayor have been struggling with for years. The need for affordable housing is far greater than the ability to build new housing. And so over the years, the government has put a lot of money into either preserving existing affordable housing or building new housing. When I say building, it's essentially a public-private partnership where like nonprofits or other developers are building and the government helps to subsidize to make it affordable. It's a challenge that we continually are not able to come up with enough since the need is so great. A couple of you testified about what I'll call social emotional learning in school, which is actually a struggle we're having with this budget to just maintain budgets for individual schools, which may not have enough in it for counselors, but at least that's better than seeing them cut. I may not be saying this very well, but a lot of schools, about 80 of the DCPS schools, are looking to have to lay off some teachers or counselors or other faculty in the school, and we're trying to reverse that. And the council has passed legislation to try to guarantee that there are hygiene products in our schools, just trying to respond to some of the issues you brought up. They're important needs, issues that you brought up. And I don't want you to think that we're not dealing with it, and it's important to hear. You were saying that there needs to be more because it reminds us that there needs to be more. So with that, thank you all. Thank you, the three of you who are here in person. And I'm not quite sure if it's 2 or 3 that are online at the moment. Yep. So I'm going to turn to 2 other witnesses. Jacqueline Pena and Kelly Ukun. You're both with Empower Ed. Ms. Pena?
Good evening, and thank you so much for this opportunity. On September 26, 2023, I was on my way to work. A block away from where I needed to turn off of 16th Street, another car T-boned me from the driver's side. I was tossed inside of my car and suffered internal injuries. A pinched nerve in my neck caused a nerve block underneath my first rib. The inflammation was so severe, it was causing my clavicle to lift and my bone had to be forced back into its place. I lost feeling in my left hand and my pinky and ring finger were swollen. I could not get my wedding ring off. My left arm went numb and tingling. I could not walk upright, so I was given physical restrictions to adhere to at work. I could not sit or stand for more than 60 minutes consecutively. A sharp pain in my hand soon became stiffness. I struggled with concentration as headaches and dizziness occurred randomly. In a span of 7 months, I was seen 5 times by primary care and referred to an orthopedic doctor who sent me for an MRI. I was admitted to urgent care on 3 separate occasions, once for symptoms of a heart attack. My doctor concluded that the nature of my work was affecting my mental and physical health, not allowing my body to fully heal. I was put on medical leave to complete treatments that consisted of injections of lidocaine to my neck and shoulder area, 12 injections total, as well as physical and occupational therapy. My name is Jacqueline Pena. I am a pre-K 4 teacher in Ward 1. I am the grade level team leader at my school, and I am a mother of 2 boys ages 3 and 4. Due to this accident, I exhausted my leave hours and took many days without pay. FMLA is still pending, going on 2 months. Thank God for insurance, who still hasn't paid me either. My sudden absence has affected the lives of 20 students and their families. My school's administration has been quick to respond to the needs of my classroom, though it has not been easy. Days before going on leave, I had to prepare 8 weeks worth of lesson plans. Thankfully, my school houses permanent substitute teachers whom my students have at least seen before. I strongly believe every school needs them. Another teacher on my team just went on maternity leave that makes 2 substitutes staffed for a long period of time. I ask that by school year 25-26, you require all schools, DCPS and charter, to have 1 full-time permanent sub per 250 students, particularly the schools with higher needs. I urge you to require OSSI to spend $2 million in unspent ESSER funds with funding on flexible scheduling to find other funding through OSSI and DCPS.
Flexible scheduling should give educators back their time, not place additional burden on us. It should be used to restore capacity so that we can show up at our best. In DCPS alone, almost half of our educators are parents with small children. Restore 1 million, cut to the flexible pilot programming and increase it by 2 million more. A medical professional should never have to conclude that the work of an educator is detrimental or a hindrance to their health and well-being.
Thank you, Ms. Pena. Ms. Ukun?
Yes, good afternoon, esteemed members of the DC Council. My name is Kelly Ukun, and I'm a fellow at Empower Ed, an elementary humanities teachers and former special education teacher at Mundo Verde, bilingual PCS, Ward 5. I'm also a proud member of DCAX, which is the Charter School Union, DCAX Local 1927, AFT, AFL-CIO. I want to first give a shout out to Capital City Public Charter School for winning their union election by overwhelming majority. And I also want to say good luck to DC International, who will also win their election on Monday, May the 6th. The picture that you see here are about 55 fifth grade students from Mundo Verde standing on the steps of the Wilson Building and engaging in some of the council members on April the 22nd, Earth Day. Here to speak, they were there to speak to you about outdoor learning and the Green New Deal for public schools. Some of the things that my students had talked to some of your colleagues about were outdoor learning gets them connected with nature, promotes their social emotional well-being because nature is naturally calming. They also talked about outdoor learning gives them a break from the regular routines of the day and makes learning more engaging and fun being outside, as well as outdoor learning gives them more opportunities to have hands-on experiences and instead of always using paper and pencil and computers. I'm here on behalf of my students to promote equitable access to experiential learning. So please establish an experiential learning micro grant so teachers can apply quickly for funding, prioritizing with more at-risk students and/or without PTO funding. Mundo Verde is one of several charter schools that follow expeditionary learning model. My students learn about real-world connections in history, science, technology, and the arts, as well as advocacy and activism through project-based learning curriculum. My students are becoming change agents through this type of curriculum because this curriculum also brings equanimity, promotes their social wellness and equity in learning with rigorous hands-on, scaffolded, multisensory approach to learning, something that all students deserve and need. So you see, my students are met you not just for themselves, but for other students, because we also need you to prioritize the students who otherwise have the most needs in our community. Every year, our students are fortunate enough to travel to Puerto Rico for their fifth grade capstone, and we'd like that opportunity for all students to be prepared for any type of international or national types of field trips. Every student should get to experience project-based learning, field trips, travel, and exposure to new experiences. However, some schools cannot fund the international trips and experiential learning in DC, but Live It, Learn It plans to do that and works with schools and teachers to give all students exciting opportunities. So please provide a $300,000 grant to the Live It, Learn It organization to administer experiential learning opportunities to schools in DC. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I don't have any questions. I do appreciate put a little bit more context, if you will, around these issues. So thank you.
Thank you.
That is going to take us to page 11, witness 226, Deborah Kilpatrick Bird, Emily Smith, Brian Smith, who's with Bright Beginnings, Erica Greenberg, Malcolm Fox is Executive Director of Opportunity DC.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
I can, but I haven't asked you to speak yet. Melody Webb, I already called her. Qadir El Amin, Director, Right to Life, A4O. Gretchen Vanderveer, Steering Committee Member, Coalition for Nonprofit Equity. Minor Hernandez. Zara Graves. Danelle R., Navia Simpson, yes.
Sorry, I wanted to ask, Minder isn't here, so could I go in for his place? I'm with, Latin American Youth Center.
Who do you want to go for?
Minder Hernandez.
Yes, he's here.
There's also 2 spots under his name.
Yeah, we're not adding people. Sorry. Leela Arno, Latoya Young, Jayla Richards, Hassan Green, Esther Jolayami, Dominique Williams, Destiny Smith, Damian Jenkins. You said the 251. Khalik Barnes, Ayana Hubbard, Arika James, and Raymond Whedon, who's Executive Director of Thurgood Marshall Academy. I think I'll cut it off there. We'll begin with Deborah Kilpatrick Bird.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I'm gonna make sure you can hear me. Good afternoon, distinguished council members. Thank you for holding this opportunity and for allowing me to speak before you. My name is Deborah Kilpatrick Bird. I am a 22-year proud and dedicated resident of Ward 5, Woodridge community. I am very active in my community and my career. One of the highlights of my career is that I see the unfortunate effects of how funding can influence individuals out of poverty. But I'm here before you today. In my career now, I actually am witnessing so many individuals in poverty, and I am asking for reconsideration of the reduction in the budget for the Commission on Poverty, with the efforts to get that particular effort back up and running, back funded, and possibly into a new agency so it can reach the individuals that it really needs to affect. So just to reiterate, I am humbly and graciously asking this council for the following: reinstating the 100,000 originally slated back into the budget to fund the Commission on Poverty, identify a new DC agency such as DHS or DBH for the Poverty Commission to ensure that the commission is aligned to reach the intended recipients and to be managed by an agency that has vast knowledge for the many factors and solutions of poverty. No one child or adult deserves to go hungry or experience any contributors to poverty. In addition, I am also the Director of Homeless Services at the Downtown DC Business Improvement District. I oversee the operations of the amazing Downtown Day Services Center, which we are funded by the city, which we are truly appreciative of that, serving over 300 homeless men and women daily. Under my role as Director of Homeless Services, I want to commend the council and the mayor for allotting $64 million for the federal city shelter renovation. So thank you in advance for this priority and maintaining this allotment. But just again, going back to the Poverty Commission, certainly hope that you would see an opportunity to reinstate the budget to support this, because many of us look forward to assisting those out of poverty into stable lives. Thank you for your time and consideration, and truly appreciate all the hard work that you do.
Thank you, Ms. Bird. Give me just a second here. I'm pausing because I'm trying to straighten out this LAYC witnesses. When we have this many witnesses, which is 312, for the hearing that started at 10 o'clock this morning and it's probably going to go till close to 8 o'clock. I'm much more strict about the witness list. And I find that when I make exceptions, then it's hard to, then more people ask for exceptions and then more people ask for exceptions and it becomes difficult. I understand there's 3 people from LAYC who are here who want to testify. So why don't 2 of the 3 go to the table and one of you will get up and let the last person testify. But I'm going to take the other people in order and then go to the LAYC. So you can come up to the table now. So the next witness, if she is here, is Emily Smith, Brian Smith, Erica Greenberg,
Thank you.
please.
Thank you, Chair Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Erica Greenberg. I'm a senior fellow at the Urban Institute and a principal investigator of the DC Child Care Policy Research Partnership, which focuses on the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund. The views I share are my own and should not be attributed to the Urban Institute, its trustees, or its funders, including the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, which supports our partnership work. I'm also a Ward 4 resident and a parent of a first grader enrolled in a DC public school and a toddler enrolled in a licensed child development center in Ward 1. Today and every day, the expert early educators at that center commit to their jobs, and so I can commit to mine. Our team has been tracking the Pay Equity Fund debate closely. We understand the financial issues at play, and yet evidence shows that this debate is creating a false dichotomy. If the goal is to put forward a healthy budget and to do what is best for the people of DC, then it makes sense for the fund to be restored in full. I have submitted written testimony to the council that goes further into the data and will share a few main points with you today. Our research shows that the Pay Equity Fund wage supplements improve early educators' financial well-being. In 2023, surveyed early educators reported median annual wages of $35,000, about $19 an hour. The fund increased these wages 37% for lead teachers and 31% for assistant teachers. Nearly all payment recipients we surveyed said the Pay Equity Fund helped them pay for essentials like housing, utilities, and food, and allowed them to pay off debts, cover emergency expenses, and save for the future. This amounts to thousands of DC residents with disposable income, sometimes for the first time in their lives. These payments attract and retain qualified educators, make it possible for early educators to stay in their profession, and allow educators to focus on quality instruction and caregiving, stabilizing childcare in DC at a time when many jurisdictions are in crisis. 49% of Child Development Center directors agreed that the payments have made it easier to attract qualified new teachers to their facilities, while 61% agreed that the payments have made it easier to retain their best teachers. Our research indicates that cutting or even reducing the fund, combined with the proposed cuts to childcare subsidies, PKEEP, and the end of healthcare for childcare, will likely make it harder, not easier, to replenish reserve funds. These funds could lead early educators to leave their jobs, dissuade new educators from entering the field, and diminish care quality. In turn, unstable or inaccessible childcare options may lead families to reduce their work hours, lower their productivity, pay less in income tax, or exit the workforce, threatening DC's financial future. The Pay Equity Fund has become a beacon for policymakers nationwide, including in jurisdictions seeking to increase compensation for their own early educators. And the data are clear. DC cannot choose between its budget and its early educators. When it comes to public investment in childcare, financial soundness and pay equity aligned, just as the Pay Equity Fund intended. Thank you, and I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Greenberg. Malcolm Fox, I believe, is not here. Kadir El Amin, Gretchen Vanderveer.
Good afternoon, or should I say good evening, Chairman Mendelson and council members, staff. My name is Gretchen Vanderveer, and I'm the CEO of Fair Chance, a 21-year-old nonprofit organization representing over 200 nonprofits in DC who provide direct services to children, youth, and families in the city's most under-resourced neighborhoods. Fair Chance believes that community-based nonprofit service providers are critical players with the city in combating the effects of racism and poverty on children, youth, and families. And I am here today on their behalf, as well as a member of the steering committee of the DC Coalition for Nonprofit Equity. Both Fair Chances Network and the larger network of nonprofits represented by the coalition strongly oppose the many human services cuts in the mayor's proposed budget. All the data and common sense tells us that flat funding for human services and social programs, with additional scaling back of other important programs for children and families in the district's budget, will disproportionately harm Black and Brown residents. We believe there is an alternative. I urge the council to reverse cuts by raising recurring revenue in the 2025 budget. The district has a tremendous amount of wealth that goes undertaxed, while DC's poorest residents face unaffordable housing, food, childcare costs, and more. Now is the time for us to be all in to generate the revenue necessary to protect essential services and create a fair budget where all residents can thrive, even in these tight times. Years of not having true costs covered through indirect cost rates that are not complete, flat funding, and increasing costs to nonprofits have created an untenable situation. Adding to this strain, charitable giving in 2023 was down year over year, with fewer donors giving and many nonprofits experiencing a 20 to 30% decrease in fundraising revenue. When funding for social programs and services is inadequate and unreliable, or funded and then defunded, this creates a strain on nonprofit budgets and staffing structures, and too often means severing ties and undermining trust with the young people and adults we are trying our best to serve. In contrast, when the district contracts with for-profit companies, their overhead expenses are baked into the bids and invoices they send to the district. Even as the district likely reduces the number of for-profit service contracts in this tight budget, private sector contract payments will continue to pay out adequate overhead and indirect cost. Nonprofits must be treated equally in this respect. We are asking the council to pass a budget that at least begins to acknowledge that the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act of 2020 should never have been passed without the research behind a lacking fiscal impact statement. Therefore, we are asking for you to at least put money in at least one budget for this specific purpose. Thank you for this opportunity to share and for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderveer. Minor Hernandez, who's online. Minor Hernandez. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Good evening, council members. My name is Minor Hernandez, a high school graduate from Theodore Roosevelt High School in DC. And I am on behalf of LAYC asking if you guys can keep funding for OVS JV, as they were the ones who helped me to keep pushing in high school. They were there to help me, and they supported me along throughout my whole journey in high school. I graduated in 2020, and during the pandemic, everything was very tough. And with the help of LAYC, I was able to actually graduate. So that's my testimony, and I appreciate you guys' time, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. So let's go to the other three from LAYC. Start with you. And you are. Please proceed.
Okay. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee as a whole. Thank you for allowing me to come before you and express my concerns today. My name is Saida Tomlinson, and I am a junior at Multicultural High School and a student at the Latin American Youth Center, LAYC. I am enrolled in the LAYC College Access and Retention Program, which helps high school students prepare for college once enrolled. The College Access and Retention Program has assisted me in finding college scholarships and developing leadership skills. Initially, I was unable to actively participate in the LAYC program due to my school schedule and could only participate in the monthly program check-ins. With my busy school schedule, the staff had my best interest and paired me with a mentor. My mentor and I connected instantly, and she helped me overcome the anxiety that comes with being a teenager in high school and my busy course load. The goal of the Latin Youth American Youth Center is for every young person who walks through their doors to develop the skills and self-confidence to make a successful transition to the adulthood. Discontinuing the LAYC program will result in children not having the proper guidance and support needed to succeed in high school and later in college. The LAYC program provided students and me with the abundance of educational resources, support, and team-building opportunities throughout the school year. In conclusion, LAYC has been important in my educational and life development as a student and young adult. LAYC supports students' development into purpose-driven young adults academically and socially. They build the right relationships and get the foundation that they need for their school endeavors. Maintaining the funding for the LAYC program is crucial for the development and support of at-risk students, first-generation college-bound, and students like me finding their purpose in life. I want to thank you for your time and hope that you consider keeping the funding for LAYC and other programs to come.
Thank you. And you are, tell me your name again.
Amy Arias,
Last name is spelled,
Arias, Portillo with a hyphen, Portillo. I want to thank you for this opportunity. So I'm going to get started now. I'm currently enrolled in DC International School. I participate in the College Rising Mentorship Program and the Promoters Pathway Program with the Latin American Young Center. I have uploaded my full testimony on the website provided. As a low-income student who benefits extremely from this program, I cannot describe how much the budget cut of this program would be a mistake. This would leave the termination of this program. Many students in this program don't have many resources outside of Latin American Young Center. So we depend on this program and their people to help us when we are in need. I found out about this program when I worked with them during my summer young employment program. This was a great relief finding out that there was programs that are able to help us when we're in need. The people at Latin American Young Center knew the right connections and have always been supportive of me and my family. Recently, with the passing of my grandmother, my mom has been unemployed. Latin American Young Center was able to help me with $150 with a Walmart gift card. This was a huge support from my family, but not just that, but Latin American Young Center has helped me with my success. I have participated in internships with Mobilized Green, Smithsonian, and Departments of Recreation and Parks. Latin American Young Center has taught me skills of advocacy and knowing my rights at such a young age. With those skills, I have gotten far. I think rather than cutting the budget for this program, they should expand it so other students in DC could receive the skills that I have. By expanding this program, more students can know about the resources that they provide that they may not be aware of. I urge you to reconsider the proposed budget cut and instead reconsider expanding Latin American Young Center programs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your persistence. There was one more person from LAYC. If somebody could give up their seat.
Hello, my name is Good afternoon, Chairman and community. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Bessie Rivera Martinez. I'm a student of Roosevelt High School, and I'm part of the LYC program. And it will be like a shame if some programs of this organization close, because this organization is like a safe place, and it's a place of superation for us students, because this place gives us many opportunities to get ahead in life, such as mental health programs and more. The workers of these programs are like guide for us students, because they help us on receiving the support that we need. And for example, in school, most of the LYC programs, such as promotores and college access, benefit this generation because of all the support that they give us, in such as support with homeworks. This helps students a lot, because students will like not be frustrated on their homeworks anymore. And also when student needs like support on applying to university, so this organization gives the opportunity to the most of the youngsters, because youngsters that they really need the support. And this organization is the place where you can count with them, and it's like an important place for us students. So thank you for listening to me, and that's all.
Thank you. Your name again was?
It's Bessie Rivera Martinez.
All right. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Wait a minute, I actually do have a question, and it's for Ms. Greenberg. You said the cuts regarding pay equity, quote, will likely make it harder, not easier, to replenish reserve funds. What's the basis for saying that?
Thank you for your question. The basis is the survey responses that we've conducted throughout the district with the district's early educators, saying that the pay equity funds have helped them stay in their job longer than expected in DC childcare programs, deliver higher quality care, and focus on the needs of children and the development of children in their care, to stay within the sector and increase their education and training. And so were the cuts to be made, it stands to reason that all of those points of progress would be reversed.
The theory being that with less employment or lower employment, that there would be less income to the district, and therefore that would adversely affect the district's revenues and therefore the reserve funds.
Yes, exactly. That fewer parents would be able to work or work at their full productivity. They would pay less in income taxes. Early educators would pay less in income taxes as well with the lower incomes. And so all of that would mean a hit to the budget in the future.
Okay, the word attenuated comes to mind. I mean, I do support the pay equity fund, but when we're talking about reserves with tens of millions of dollars, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you for explaining it.
Thank you.
Give me just a second here. Sorry for the pause. All right, I'm at witness 252 on page 12. William Pierre Lewis Jr., Destiny Sharp, Olivia Golden, Kyle Maurer, Robert Harvey, Elizabeth Kane, Maria Ayala, Karen Spangler, Amelia Gordon, Jill Barrett, who is Board Chair, Tiny Findings Child Development Center, Jacqueline Pogue Lyons, President of the Teachers Union, Regina Bell, General Vice President, Washington Teachers Union, Kunta Bedney, Council Representative with the Carpenters Union, Brian Dominguez, Minitri Martin, Organizing Manager, Education Reform Now Advocacy, Gregory Anthony, also with Education Reform Now, LaDan Johnson, also with Education Reform Now, Fritz Kessler, Chris Thompson, who's Chief Executive Officer of Calvary Women's Services, Laura Pukach, who's Chief Advocacy Officer with Miriam's Kitchen, and Avram Reisman. I'm guessing that the last two are online. All right, so I'm going to go back to where I started. William Pierre Lewis Jr., and thank you for being here in person.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is William P. Lewis Jr., and I am a DC resident living in Ward 6. I represent the Fair Budget Coalition, a coalition of over 40 member organizations advocating for policies to address racial, economic, and social inequities in the district. We urge the council to consider a series of revenue-raising measures that target the wealthy to address the immediate and long-term needs of all DC residents, and reverse the mayor's proposed budget that threatens racial equity and places an undue burden on low-income residents. Cutting budgets for vital services will only disproportionately harm Black and Brown residents. A small sliver of residents hold an immense share of wealth, while Black residents burdened by historical disadvantages continue to struggle. Our current tax system worsens this disparity, allowing the wealthy to accumulate vast fortunes through preferential treatment of capital gains income by paying a smaller share of their income taxes. Here is a series of revenue-raising measures that we propose to address this issue. Introduce a robust DC child tax credit. A robust DC child tax credit can be funded through taxing wealthy individuals for an amount of $1,500 per child for families up to 300% of federal poverty line. This investment will directly benefit low-income families and improve long-term outcomes for children. Increase taxes on millionaires' wealth, increase tax rate on capital gains, increase residential property tax, expand Schedule H property tax relief. This council has the opportunity to create a more equitable tax system and a stronger, more just DC. We urge this council to consider these proposed tax policies that address immediate and long-term needs promote economic stability, and ensure true shared sacrifice. By incorporating these policies, we can build a brighter future for all DC residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pierre-Louis. Destiny Sharp. Olivia Golden.
Thank you so much, Chairman Mendelson and council members. You can hear me, right?
Yes, I can.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify and for your commitment to restoring funding to the Early Childhood Pay Equity Fund. My name is Olivia Golden. I'm here to testify both as a national advocate for decades for family policies, including childcare, and as a district resident and former director of the district's Child and Family Services Agency. I'd like to summarize 3 points that are documented more fully in my written testimony. First, early childhood pay equity is foundational to the district's success. Childcare plays a triple role in supporting the district's success. It's a foundation for child well-being, for family economic security, and for a strong economy. It's not just any sector, it's the foundation for all the other sectors. That's because when families have good care, staffed by workers whose salaries are enough to keep them in the sector they love, children thrive, parents can work, and the other businesses in the district's economy benefit because they can recruit and keep staff. Sadly, that's not where childcare is now in the district or nationally. As the Washington Post's Catherine Rampell has pointed out, when public funding drops and childcare salaries slide, caregivers turn to other jobs, programs shrink, parents cut back work hours, and other businesses shrink because they can't keep staff. We need to keep the pay equity fund to transform that dangerous cycle into a positive one. Second point, the district's pay equity initiative leads the nation and will likely inform the next round of national child care legislation. My written testimony has more on this point. In brief, the national child care reform legislation that passed the House in 2021 and almost passed the Senate included pay equity provisions very similar to the district's. So we're a national leader on that front through the pay equity fund. As long as we stay the course and continue to fully fund the pay equity fund, we'll be in a position to shape the discussion the next time childcare is considered in Congress. That's good for the district because if new legislation passes, the district is perfectly positioned to tap into a major federal investment. Third, as a former director of CFSA, I want to highlight that childcare in general, pay equity in particular, are necessary to achieving the district's commitment to prevention and strengthening families. My testimony offers research and more on this point. In conclusion, as a district resident in Ward 3, I support higher income and wealth taxes at the top end to fully fund childcare pay equity and other crucial family supporting investments. The district's commitment to equity for early childhood caregivers and a strong childcare sector is crucial for children, parents, workers, and a strong economy, and it places us in an excellent position to lead the nation forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Golden. Kyle Moore. Robert Harvey.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and Council. Today I will be speaking on behalf of housing equity as a whole, at large in the city, because I advocate on housing on behalf of the city. I appear here today on behalf of housing. The mayor's slogan for her budget proposal was shared sacrifice. This is our issue. Shared sacrifice carries different connotations depending on education, finance, and social status. The office of mayor has a budget increase for her office written into the budget. So in reference to sacrifice, it appears as if sacrifice means increase. In DC, a person earning $100,000 a year has a purchasing power of $44,000. African-American residents here are 7 times more likely than their white neighbors to be unemployed. Back in 2020, I worked to form the Wardman Hotel Strategy Group. We encouraged the city to purchase the Wardman Hotel property, a 16-acre space that would have been perfect to address the housing shortage west of Park Creek. Now we're campaigning for the Harrington Hotel property. A current report from HUD assessed that we had a 12% increase in the overall shelter population nationwide. with family and children seeing a 16% increase. The DC SNAP program continues to be a debatable program, while at the same time having one of the worst application processes in the country. Give SNAP a raise. DCHA has received a scathing federal audit about maintenance and conditions in habitation. Visit Museum Square before it's torn down with 70 elderly residents still in place. This year's budget has grown to an estimated $21 billion. When the mayor first took office, she had a budget of $14 billion. That's a difference of $7 billion. Business tax breaks are set to exceed $6.8 million in 2027. I say this to pivot to the development coming to downtown. The Wallop House was built in 1982, making it the oldest affordable housing complex in Chinatown. At one point in time, we had a robust Asian community of roughly 3,000 residents. Today, that number has dwindled to roughly 300. 90% of the citizenry has been displaced. The new 9-story hotel you have planned for downtown and the expansion to the arena is showing, and that is going to end up in inadequacies in housing and displacement. The Museum Square residents already have their RAS permit posted. A building of 302 units located centrally in the city will be torn down in the near future, all because of a dispute that the company doesn't want to sell the building on topo rights. The new proposed building prospectus is no different than a brand new Lanes apartment building at Florida Avenue, Northeast. This is less than 1.4 miles away from Museum Square property. This building has 110 units with 89% occupancy, but it's entering into foreclosure. Please consider building more equitably and filling these houses that we have, these apartments that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Elizabeth Keene. Maria Ayala. Karen Spangler.
Hi.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for the chance to testify this evening. My name is Karen Spangler, and my family have attended David Starr's Child Development Center in Petworth since 2019. So I would like to speak to the Pay Equity Fund for Early Childhood Educators. Years before I had my 2 daughters, I asked a boss of mine who was a successful government relations professional, a former Hill staffer, not somebody who could be considered underprivileged by any means, what the most surprising thing was about becoming a mother. And she said, Karen, the off-ramp would have been so easy. Finding childcare was difficult and expensive, and it would have been so easy not to come back. When I had kids of my own, David Starr's was there so that I could feel good about returning to work. Because of their work, I could work. And when they reopened after the first month of COVID-19, and many childcare centers around the country did not, we had access to quality childcare rather than one of us needing to leave our job. And because I could work full time, we were able to buy a home in Petworth in 2020, just a few blocks from David Starr's. My daughter now attends John Lewis Elementary School and loves to say hi to the teachers when we pick up her little sister. Many people have and will testify very expertly to the economic and equity importance of this fund. But just to tell my personal story, I know that this is a budget hearing and budgets come down to dollars in and out. And my personal experience, if you're concerned about commercial real estate, ask who will occupy that storefront if a child development center goes out of business, because their model for pay is unworkable. If you're concerned about revenue, you will generate less income tax and sales tax when parents have to limit work or leave work without childcare, especially women. Housing in DC with the price that it is, who will buy the homes or pay property taxes if families with small children cannot afford to live and work here? And on a personal note, I want to say that the professionals are part of our community. Directors and managers have rearranged their staffing. Teachers have spent countless nights and weekends to get the required education. Their work has made my life, my career, the progress of my career, the taxes that I've paid, and my home here in Washington, D.C. possible since I became a mother 5 years ago. And I want us to keep our promise to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spangler. Amelia Gordon.
Hi, good evening.
Please.
Sure. My name is Amelia Gordon. I'm a middle school social studies teacher for the District of Columbia Public Schools. I'm a DC resident in Ward 3, and I'm also the parent of 2 little girls who attend an early childhood daycare and preschool in our city that benefits from the Pay Equity Fund. That's what I'm here to speak about today. As a mid-career K-12 teacher, I know the impacts of teachers at all levels. The field has always been concerned about how to close the gaps between our most privileged children and everyone else. We know that highly trained, highly motivated teachers with resources and time can make a huge difference. But the gaps that we see in literacy, numeracy, executive functioning, and social emotional skill don't start in middle school and they don't start in elementary school. The research says they begin in infancy and are exacerbated by the access to high quality education and experiences. By the time children reach kindergarten and beyond, our interventions and our solutions in our public schools are reactive. Investing in early childhood educators and increasing access to quality daycare and preschool is proactive. At my daughter's DC center, they have parent-teacher conferences 4 times a year where they can share how my girls are progressing academically and emotionally compared to their same age peers. The girls participate in dental and vision screenings, and they have up-to-date immunizations. I receive 4 to 6 daily pictures with detailed updates, so I know what they're learning and what to talk to them about at home. And the center provides parent training, meetings, and social events for my entire family. Imagine the effect on those stubborn K-12 gaps if every child in DC had the same privileges. I have 2 master's degrees, 12 years of classroom experience, and I did not become a parent until I was 33 years old. And despite being employed by DCPS, where teacher wages are significantly higher than other parts of the country, I would not be able to afford my current childcare at my current site without the assistance of my partner who has a better paying job. And even still, with all of our privileges, it's tight, and we're counting on a drop in cost for preschool. What does it mean for the health of our city if our teachers, even those with advanced degrees and several years of service, can't afford childcare? It means your teachers, especially your early childhood educators, live far from the city. What does it mean for their investment in our community, their stamina in an already taxing profession that is hemorrhaging talent, and their ability to juggle their own children's needs in an entirely different community and school system? It does not bode well. Early childhood education is work. It requires field-specific knowledge, ongoing training, and a special set of skills. It is in-person work that cannot be done on a screen or while sick. And it's not work that just anyone can do, nor would we want anyone doing it. We must pay early childhood educators like the professionals and experts that they are. This failure to recognize their worth and expertise is a racist and sexist holdover from an era we'd like to pretend is over. So let's actually end it. Thank you.
You're over your time, but I have your statement, so thank you very much. Jill Verrett.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Mendelson and members of the council for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Jill Verrett. I am the current chair of the board of directors of the Tiny Findings Child Development Center. We are a nonprofit child development center located in Ward 6, serving approximately 60 families. I'm also the parent of 4 children, some of whom you might hear behind me, all of whom received excellent, high quality, compassionate, and loving care from the outstanding staff at Tiny Findings. I'm very heartened to hear your support and intent to restore funding to the Pay Equity Fund and the many statements of support for full funding of the PEF from other organizations, educators, and community members across the district. Our board would like to add our voice to this and strongly urge you and the members of the council to ensure that this funding is restored. Tiny Findings, like many centers across the city, chose to participate in the Pay Equity Fund to better support and retain our teachers. We believe we've been able to achieve this through the support of the PEF. For instance, we've been able to increase our teachers' pay, in some cases by up to 40%. This has had a profoundly positive impact on our staff. You've heard very compellingly from many educators already, but in the case of our staff, some of our educators have made life changes and financial decisions based on the financial security that the PEF has provided, where they've chosen to pursue education to be eligible for the salary minimums associated with the PEF. Cutting the PEF would be detrimental to our incredibly dedicated staff and may increase turnover in a field that, as you know, already has a high turnover rate. Like other centers, and as others have testified, we would be unable to sustain salary minimums set by the PEF within our current budget. And increasing tuition to cover this cost would make our center largely unaffordable to families in our community. Our amazing staff has provided high quality care to families in our community for decades. With a continuation of the PEF, we know that they will continue to do so for decades more while being paid in a fair and equitable way as the true professionals that they are. So once again, I would like to urge you to fully restore funding for the PEF, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ferret. Jacqueline Pogue Lyons. Regina Bell. I believe neither are here. Kunta Bedney.
Hello, council members. My name is Kunta Bedney, and I'm a council representative with the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters. I am a native Washingtonian. I want to speak on the importance of prioritizing DC residents during these upcoming budget discussions. When you drive past a city-funded project, please understand that these jobs could be six-figure jobs for one of your constituents. Instead, too often, companies are given first source waivers without checking with all of our training programs in the city, including unions for DC residents, and those six-figure jobs go to men and women who do not even live in this city. To the men and women who live in Washington, DC, we should be given first priority on all of these construction jobs that our tax dollars fund. The money to do the right thing is there for residents who want to become skilled and trained on these city-funded projects that pays David Bacon wages. If all of this tax money is going to men and women who don't reside in DC, it means that we are skipping an entire generation of Washingtonians of making history as we rebuild our cities, such as the beautiful Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. If our tax dollars and job opportunities on these funded projects continue to not benefit our returning citizens and underserved communities, we can see what happened with the crime. It's a problem. We need to do some real soul searching as a community. We do not need no more job fairs and career fairs. We need fair jobs and fair careers. I look forward to any discussion related on how we can prioritize DC residents with all of these city-funded projects up and coming and making our budget one that cycles back into the community, creating revenue while elevating the working men and women of our great city of Washington, DC. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Dominguez. Manitri Martin.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Manitri Martin. I'm a Ward 4 resident and organizing manager for Education Reform Now Advocacy DC. Today, I urge the DC Council to fully fund the Early Literacy Education Task Force recommendations with an additional $10 million. Fund the Mathematics Education Improvement Amendment Act of 2024 at $300,000 and restore the 3.1% increase to the charter facilities allotment funding at $11.66 million. The urgency is clear. 78% of our students can't do grade level math. 66% aren't proficient in English language arts. And there is a shocking 49.8% illiteracy rate for adults in Ward 7 and 8. Recent polls, even completed by 325 participants, revealed that 87% of DC public school parents agree that math ranks as one of the most important subjects for their children's future. And as for literacy, 2 years ago, the DC Council passed legislation to create the Early Literacy Education Task Force. And now the council must finish what it started by investing in high quality instructional materials and evidence-informed training for teachers. Additionally, investing in math in a math task force would revolutionize how math is taught in DC and chart a course for reforms across the country. We applaud Councilmember Zachary Parker and the 7 co-introducers for the Mathematics Education and Improvement Amendment Act of 2024. Now let's get that funded. We also asked DC Council to restore the 3.1% increase to the charter facilities allotment funding. This funding is crucial for public charter schools to create safe and well-maintained learning environments for our students. Let's make sure that we're being the heroes of our students' stories and helping them to become their own. Fully fund the Early Literacy Education Task Force recommendations, the Mathematics Education Improvement Amendment Act of 2024, and restore the charter facilities allotment increase. Before I close, it is important that we maintain the mayor's investment in secondary education initiatives that provide students with greater access to college-level courses and career readiness programs. These investments include $668,000 for the Office of Education through Employment, which will work to increase seamless transition from high school to post-secondary education and the workforce. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Gregory Anthony? LaDan Johnson?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. I am LaDan W. Johnson, a resident of Ward 7 and an employee and PhD student in the Higher Education Leadership and Policy Studies PhD program at Howard University. As a civic leader for Education Reform Now Advocacy DC, I advocate for equitable educational opportunities in Washington, D.C. Tonight, I am here to urge you to fund the Mathematics Education Improvement Amendment Act of 2024, estimated to be $300,000, $3 per student. Fully fund the Early Literacy Education Task Force recommendation with an additional $10 million, and maintain the mayor's proposed investments to build secondary college and career pathways to expand dual enrollment opportunities for students. In my current role as the Student Affairs Specialist and Advisor for Computer Science at Howard University, I found access to math literacy in early college through dual enrollment increases persistence for students pursuing higher education. This is true for many of the students on my advice in the Computer Science program who participated in dual enrollment prior to enrolling at Howard. Many of my advisees who participated in dual enrollment and had solid math and literacy skills have excelled in the Computer Science program. Math and literacy proficiency are essential for success in higher education and the workforce. They provide critical thinking and communication skills needed to thrive in today's economy. Dual enrollment in early college programs in turn help students build on these foundational skills while addressing stagnant college participation rates and socioeconomic disparities in educational attainment. Despite some progress, only 30% of adults in DC have obtained a bachelor's degree over the past 2 decades, and educational attainment gaps persist, with just 1 in 4 young adults holding a degree. Yet 58% of jobs requiring one. The need to strengthen math literacy and dual enrollment programs is clear. Currently, only 7% of public high school students participate in publicly funded dual enrollment programs. Are asked, we urge the DC Council to build on the mayor's proposed investments by taking decisive action to fund the Mathematics Education Improvement Act of 2024, estimated to be $300,000. The task force will be comprised of local and national experts to recommend implementation of a statewide math strategy that includes 5 elements: daily math instruction with high-quality content and instructional materials, support for students' assessments, and parent notification, interventions, and resources for family and caregivers. Maintain the mayor's proposed investments to build secondary college and career pathways to expand dual enrollment opportunities for students. These investments include the following: $668K for the Office of Education through the employment pathways and $22 million for investments in the advanced technical centers, dual enrollment, Reimagine High School, and internships. Still, there is much needed progress that is needed to ensure these investments are well spent. Enhance marketing for these programs, provide robust data collection on student outcomes and transparency, develop strategies for expanding in-person cohort-based dual enrollment programs, especially for students facing significant barriers. Thank you for your consideration for these crucial steps towards making a more exclusive and equitable education system in DC. Thank you.
Thank you. Lara Pukach with Miriam's Kitchens. Please proceed.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Lara Pukach, and I'm the Chief Advocacy Officer at Miriam's Kitchen, where we offer on-site meals and case management, street outreach, and permanent supportive housing. We also convene the Way Home campaign, an advocacy movement to end chronic homelessness supported by 7,000 people and 110 organizations. Unfortunately, the mayor's proposed budget fails to fund proven and urgently needed programs to address homelessness. It includes no new housing vouchers, decreases current capacity of street outreach, and cuts rapid rehousing for singles in half. At the same time, the budget fails to address one of the root causes of homelessness in DC, our affordable housing crisis. If passed, this budget will harm those who are already struggling and increases the risk of homelessness for our neighbors living on the lowest incomes. As you know, PSH is a proven practice for ending chronic homelessness that saves lives. CAP data shows that as many as 2,000 unaccompanied residents currently need PSH. While DC must accelerate its housing process, frustrations about implementation do not justify flat funding the program. Only 385 PSH vouchers for singles remain to be implemented, and these vouchers will be matched by the end of the fiscal year. Without new funding, if someone experiencing homelessness needs PSH come October 1st, at best, we'll be able to tell them to wait an entire year before they can even begin the housing process. As homelessness increases across the country and DC criminalizes those sleeping outside, a budget with no new PSH vouchers is unacceptable. The mayor proposed $7.4 million for 24 FTEs for the sole purpose of PSH implementation at a time when she's not expanding the program. We recommend that some of this funding be used for additional vouchers. The mayor's proposed budget also flat funds PSH for families, despite over 500 families in need, all while planning to terminate 2,000 families from rapid rehousing. These decisions will hurt families and have dire consequences for the homeless services system. We call on the council to invest $36.6 million for PSH for singles and $22.8 million to serve an additional 580 families. Homeless street outreach connects individuals living outside with life-saving services and housing support. And while the mayor's budget maintains local funding for homeless street outreach, there's no money to make up for federal funding losses or to account for increased need. Decreasing street outreach capacity while the city is poised to evict 70 people from tent encampments this month who have nowhere else to go is woefully short-sighted and downright cruel. This approach is proven to harm residents and to make homelessness worse. We urge the council to fund an additional $2.7 million for street outreach and to use money allocated for clearing encampments to fund housing-focused outreach services instead. Currently, the Singles Rapid Rehousing Program serves 600 people, which is just half of those who need it. The budget cuts this program in half, which means it will serve 300 fewer people, and that wait times, which are already as long as 4.5 months, will increase dramatically. We call on the council to restore the cuts to rapid rehousing for singles and expand the program to meet the need. My written testimony includes the Way Home campaign's full recommendations.
I have to cut you off here,
Oh, sure.
but I have your written statement. Thank you. Avram Reisman. Avram Reisman. Fritz Kessler.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much, Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Fritz Kessler. I moved here with my wife about 2 years ago with our 2 children, ages 2.5 and 5, who are enrolled in early education programs at Friendship Children's Center in DC in Ward 3. I'm a supporter of Under 3 DC and their work to ensure outstanding care for every infant and toddler in DC. And I'm heartened to hear so much support for the Pay Equity Fund today and add my voice to everyone advocating for the importance of restoring the fund. First, I want to just share that the amazing teachers and staff at our kids' school have been incredibly important to both our children, particularly our 5-year-old. In the isolation of the pandemic years and subsequent challenges in finding access to early childhood care really took a toll on his mental health that we didn't fully recognize until we actually had him in preschool and saw how much more brighter and fulfilled he was. That change in his development and happiness over the last year has been profound. We attribute it very directly to the compassionate support that he received from his teachers and staff at preschool, and I know that the Pay Equity Fund has played a vital role in keeping those people here teaching in DC. In addition to being a parent, I'm the child of middle grade and university educators. I know what rewarding work supporting young people is and how grueling it is, how challenging it is. I know the extra hours it takes because I saw it with my own family. I know the thanklessness you can expect and how chronically underappreciated and undervalued education is in our country. And I believe intentional targeted programs like the Pay Equity Fund should be the very beginning and certainly not the end of how we support early childhood education and education holistically. And lastly, I'll close just by saying I know that the proposed budget was released with the idea of this being a sort of shared sacrifice. But I think that really undersells what would happen if the Pay Equity Fund is eliminated. I think it's not so much sacrifice. I think this would be real damage, and it would be damaged very disproportionately imposed on our most vulnerable communities, our most vulnerable people in the form of our kids, and imposed on the incredible, outstanding individuals who care for our kids every day. And with everything we know about the importance of early childhood education, that is damage that's very difficult to repair. So I'm here just again to add my voice to ask the council to put a stake in the ground now and commit to funding the Pay Equity Fund. And please show communities here and around the country that it is possible, even in times of stress, even when faced with really difficult choices, as I know you are, to recognize the importance of early childhood education, to prioritize our kids and support the brilliant and dedicated people who make brighter futures for them possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kessler. Chris Thompson.
Hi, good evening, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Chris Thompson. I am a 30-year resident of Ward 6 and the Chief Executive Officer of Calvary Women's Services. Calvary works at the intersection of homelessness and domestic violence, providing transitional and permanent housing to women. Calvary is a member of the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, the Victims Assistance Network, and Women's Housing Providers. As you make the difficult and final decisions on the FY25 budget, I ask the council to ensure that women and survivors of violence have access to safe housing and vital support services. In 2023, the dual crises of homelessness and violence intensified in DC, making it imperative that the council increase its commitment to meeting the needs of women who are disproportionately impacted by these realities. DC's 2023 point-in-time data revealed a 10% increase in the number of individuals experiencing homelessness, with women making up 30% of those individuals, an increase over prior years. Additionally, 27% of adults experiencing homelessness reported a history of domestic violence, and over half of those said that domestic violence caused their homelessness. We also know that wards 7 and 8, where most of the women in our programs live, are often overlooked when resources are tight. I'm joining the chorus of advocates urging the council to allocate the necessary funding to OVSJG and to DHS to maintain a full continuum of housing and support services. I specifically ask that the council reverse the $2.7 million cut to the victim services budget and provide the full funding of $51.87 million, the baseline of funding needed to ensure safe housing and support services for survivors. The earlier error in the OVSJG budget created a false impression that funding would be maintained in FY25, but we now know that victim services faces serious cuts if the council doesn't act to restore funding. Safe housing is the #1 unmet need for survivors of violence in the district, and it cannot be compromised in this budget. I also ask that the council restore $33 million to the DHS budget. Without full funding, DHS programs that make a measurable positive impact on women experiencing homelessness and violence will be lost. Women represent a third of the people experiencing homelessness in the district, but just 4% of the housing is dedicated to them. Women are uniquely vulnerable to violence during periods of homelessness, making it imperative that the district ensure parity in the housing units available to women in FY25. Budget cuts to OVSJG and DHS will lead to a breakdown in the social safety net that survivors, including women served by Calvary, rely on to flee violence, heal from trauma, and end their homelessness. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and council members, for the opportunity to speak, and I will submit a copy of my testimony in writing.
I was just going to ask, it would help to have your testimony. Thank you. Avram Reisman.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you. My name is Avram Reisman. I live in Capitol Hill in Ward 6. I'm a member of Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. JUFJ is a member of the Fair Budget Coalition, the Way Home campaign, and All In for DC. My testimony today will focus on the importance of ending chronic and family homelessness. I've lived in DC for about 10 years now. I'm originally from rural Maine, where I lived in a very tight-knit community. I was glad to move to DC, and I've managed to find a wonderful community here. I'm an active member of my synagogue, my neighborhood, and I volunteer in local politics. One of the hardest things to adjust to when I first came to the district was people experiencing homelessness, not because they were scary. As someone who has been raised around people of varying economic classes, I was quite comfortable talking with these folks and helping when I could. I was pained, however, by how much misery these people lived in and how they were ignored by 9 out of 10 people on the street. Since living here, it seems that the chronic homelessness crisis has gotten worse, and people's unwillingness to even speak to people experiencing homelessness has been exacerbated by the pandemic and other causes of social isolation. Our Jewish tradition, in fact, one of the wisest Jewish sages, Rabbi Hillel, teaches us not to separate ourselves from our community. But the problem of homelessness encourages us to do precisely that, to ignore, to look away, to walk to the other side of the street, to pretend that that which affects our community members, who we do not acknowledge as such, will never affect us. By ending chronic homelessness, we can not only shelter the poor and misfortunate and give them the housing that they deserve, that their dignity demands, we can also heal our communities and promote connection to one another. The vast majority of people experiencing homelessness in DC need permanent housing subsidies to maintain housing stability. Additionally, due to recent laws providing for more opportunities for release from incarceration, there is an urgent need to fund housing for DC residents returning home and rebuilding lives post-incarceration. Recently, poor agency coordination and administration have caused unnecessary delays in housing DC residents and left valuable resources unused. However, even when those voucher resources are effectively distributed, the need for housing exceeds the resources provided. One type of voucher does not serve all of DC residents in desperate need of housing. DC needs to fund multiple types of vouchers and outreach to serve the varying needs of those experiencing homelessness and increase oversight of DHS and DCHA to reduce delays in voucher processing. JUFJ and our partners recommend investing $155.18 million across voucher and outreach programming to end chronic homelessness. This is a low price to pay to house our neighbors, and it could easily be paid through progressive taxation policy. Considering the problem, higher property taxes on high-value homes seems like an appropriate means to do so. Perhaps the people who own those homes would even understand that they are paying, so our community is no longer so disconnected and we can end chronic homelessness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Reisman. That's going to conclude all the witnesses with this group. I want to thank each of you for your testimony, and given the lateness, I want to thank you for your patience as well. So I have no questions for you. You all are excused, and I'm going to go to the next group of witnesses. On page 13, number 271, Michelle Lewis Pratt, Etai Mizrav, Maura Brophy, who is president and CEO of the NOMA BID, Sharon Twitty, William Alsop, I think I called him earlier, Teresa Romero, Executive Director of Bambini Child Development Center, Rosanna Wilcox, Jackie Carter, Christopher Maxwell, Joanna Alejandro, who's Gender and Health Manager at La Clinica del Pueblo, Mackenzie Pollard, Youth Leader at Black Swan Academy, Francis Aponte, Parent Coordinator at Cardozo, Chris Weiss, Executive Director, DC Environmental Network, Rachel Aguilar, Eddie Cohen, President, Institute for Educational Leadership, Coalition for Community Schools, Maria Acosta, Jacqueline Gomez Sakach, who is a student. The next 3 or 4 are students at communities and schools of the nation's capital. Jacqueline Gomez Sakach, Brian Peromo, Exo Valorio, Jana Crutchfield, and Jeffrin Vasquez Martinez. And I'll stop there. That's what we do. All right, so I'll start calling the names again. Michelle Lewis Pratt, Etai Mizrav. No, please proceed.
Hello, and thank you. My name is Itai Mizrav. I'm a DC resident, Doctor for Educational Inequality, and a senior researcher at American Institutes for Research and a professor at Georgetown University. This is my own honest professional advice. It is baffling that early education teachers are often considered less important than K-12 teachers. They face lower salaries, shorter training, and higher turnover rate. Yet research is unequivocally shows that early childhood educators are in fact the most vital in our education system. It's crucial to highlight the disparities in learning opportunities for children from low-income families. These families have limited resources, for example, for enrichment activities. One report suggested the gap between the lower income and higher income families spent on enrichment activities by $8,000 annually. And these same children are often unable to attend preschool due to cost of availability, leading to lower high school graduation and college attendance rates. This is why the Pay Equity Fund, aimed at improving the pay and training for early childhood teachers, was a brilliant policy. It countered stereotypes about early childhood education and ensured that teachers are more adequately compensated. Budget cuts are sometimes inevitable, but cutting this specific program is a misguided decision. I urge the Council to reconsider the proposal, and I'm optimistic by the Chairman's earlier optimistic remarks. The justification for this cut, cited as lack of cash flow and plateaued revenues, is ironic. Access to early childhood education with well-trained and well-paid teachers is a crucial driver of economic growth, and particularly equitable economic growth. By cutting these programs, we are metaphorically scheduling future budget cut discussions on other valuable programs. Lastly, if I may, I would like to touch on another proposed cut to the community schools program at ASSI. At the recent American Educational Research Association conference, evidence was presented demonstrating the potential of these community schools to improve students' lives, provide more effective learning environment, and benefit the quality and diversity of the teacher workforce. Based on this evidence, I suggest that greater, not lesser, investment in community schools is required. In conclusion, I ask the Council to reject the proposed cuts to these crucial programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Misrav. Maura Brophy.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm delighted to be here to testify on the fiscal year 2025 Local Budget Act of 2024. My name is Maura Brophy. I'm the President and CEO of the NOMA Business Improvement District, and I'm testifying today in support of the Mayor's inclusion of $50 million for the FY29 in the Capital Improvement Plan for the construction of the 3rd Street NOMA pedestrian tunnel. NOMA is a neighborhood that thrives due in part to its accessibility and the richness of its transportation assets. We are well connected to the city and the rest of the region through 2 metro stations, commuter rail, regional rail, as well as bus, pedestrian, and bike facilities. The NOMA bid has worked hard to ensure that these facilities maximally benefit the neighborhood as it continues to grow. To that end, the bid is a champion of an additional connectivity to Metro, and specifically of a new entrance to the NOMA Gallaudet Metro Station on 3rd Street Northeast. The bid has worked closely with DDOT, WMATA, and other partners to advance the project and its implementation. Importantly, with the help of partners at WMATA, we were able to get the project named in Metro's capital plan, a critical step in the path forward. We have also garnered support from the surrounding communities in wards 5 and 6, as well as the immediately affected advisory neighborhood commissions, ANC 5D and ANC 6C, which have previously passed resolutions endorsing the project. I'm very pleased that after many years of hard work by council to fund this project, that it was included in the mayor's budget proposal for the first time this year. It is difficult to conceive today, but for decades, there was no metro station on the Red Line between Union Station and Rhode Island Avenue. In retrospect, the wisdom of the infill metro station is obvious. In the first decade following the station's opening in 2004, it had a nearly $5 billion impact, including producing more than 17,000 residential units, more than 20 million square feet of office and retail space, and 2,600 hotel rooms. It has anchored growth not only within NOMA, but also in the neighborhood surrounding it. Maintaining mixed-use, transit-oriented neighborhoods throughout the city is going to be key for the district's economic recovery in the coming years. As powerful as the impact of the station has been, however, there is still value that has yet to be tapped. Inadequate transportation infrastructure in the area and dangerous conditions for pedestrians and cyclists on Florida Avenue limit the station from delivering on its full potential. Thankfully, the new proposed metro entrance addresses these issues. It will eliminate the circuitous route between the west and east and make it easier for people to take metro. The council has been a leader in supporting this project since 2001. With funding set aside in the mayor's budget, we are positioned to see this project become a reality. We'd be very grateful if the council were able to continue its support by funding this project and by considering bringing it forward to an earlier year than anticipated by the previous capital improvement plan allocation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Brophy. So you're asking that it be moved forward a year?
At a minimum, we are asking for the funding to be protected, and if council was able to accelerate the allocation of funding as previously anticipated by the capital improvement plan, we would be a proponent of that as well.
Thank you. Teresa Romero.
Good evening, teachers, director, parents, advocates, and council members. My name is Teresa Romero, and I'm executive director at Bambini Child Development Center. And it's my honor to stand before you in testament to the incredible dedication our early childhood educators. Every day, I witness our teachers nurturing the potential of every child. They address each challenge, whether it is walking, talking, crawling, eating, or socializing, with profound care and dedication. Our educators do not merely supervise, they are mentors, guide and unwavering support to our children's growth. They collaborate tirelessly with parents, forming a united front to ensure no child is left behind. The diligent observation and evaluations has often been essential, allowing to provide timely intervention that significantly improves our children's development trajectory. By the time children leave our early education schools, they are not just prepared, they are equipped with necessary support system by physical therapists, speech therapists, or any specialist. Thanks to our proactive educational framework, our teachers stick to a meticulously crafted curriculum where every activity is designed to foster development across cognitive, social, emotional, linguistic, and motor domains. It is not surprising when parents tell us their children are already familiar with the pre-K curriculum. It is a testament of the effectiveness and foresight of educational strategy. Yet today, the essential program and very livelihood of our teachers are under threat. The proposed removal of pay equity fund and potential cuts of DC Lead scholarship directly undermine the value of our educators and by extension our children's future. Removing these resources implies that the hard work and continued professional development of our educators are undervalued. It sends a disheartening message not just to our teachers, but the entire community, that education is a second priority. This could not be further from the truth. Education is the cornerstone of a successful future. It prepares young students, not just academically, but as global citizens of tomorrow. When we deprioritize education, we risk the very fabric of society. We must ask ourselves, what message are we sending to our children and future generations? I urge every member of the council to reconsider the vote, this critical issue. Think about the long-term consequences of this decision. We are shaping the future with every choice we make about education today. Let's choose a path and continue to uplift our children, support our teachers, and prioritize education. The success of our nation depends on it. And I'm going to send a message, special message to our Latino community. Estamos aquí, no están solos, estamos juntos en esta lucha. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rosanna Wilcox.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Rosanna Wilcox, and I'm a parent and resident of Cleveland Park, Ward 3, and a proud Community Kids parent. I've lived in the district for over 20 years. I am a supporter of Under 3 DC, a coalition committed to securing a strong start for every infant and toddler in DC. My testimony today will focus on the importance of restoring full funding for the Pay Equity Fund to ensure a strong, effective, and connected early childhood system in the district. I am the parent of one child, Talia, who is 3 years old. My partner and I are a two-income household. However, spending $2,600 a month on early education has really stretched our finances. While we wish that accessing high-quality early education was more affordable, we are very, very pleased with our child's educators. The teachers at Community Kids are amazing. They don't do this job for the money. They pour their heart and soul into the work, and they love these kids. You can see it in the way they interact with the kids and in the detailed reports they provide about our children. I am especially outraged that Mayor Bowser is threatening to eliminate healthcare benefits for these early educators. Healthcare is a basic human right. We are not a district that lacks resources to ensure that those who teach our littlest learners are not distracted by health emergencies. That is why I urge the council to commit to full funding of the Pay Equity Fund and the Child Care Subsidy Program in the fiscal year 2025 budget. This funding is a small amount compared to the enormity of the district budget, but will have a massive impact on our children, families, and educators for generations to come. You've already heard from dozens of other parents, early childhood educators, and early education program directors during this budget cycle about the importance of the Pay Equity Fund. I know you understand how essential it is for you to pass a budget that fully funds this program. You know that almost every ward in the district has a shortage of childcare seats, and that fewer than half of families seeking infant and toddler care can find it. You know that eliminating the Pay Equity Fund would cause early educators to lose tens of thousands of dollars in wages, access to free, high-quality health insurance, and financial security and independence. You know that without stable, quality childcare, economic resiliency and growth will be impossible for the district. To enable the district to allocate ample resources for programs that serve our children, youth, and families, I support a tax system for justice. A tax system for justice would tax wealth, increase taxes on high incomes, make business taxes fair, and help low and moderate income households make ends meet. DC has worked hard in recent years to create and sustain a high-quality, equitable early childhood system. Eliminating the Pay Equity Fund and cutting funding for the subsidy program would erase that progress. In order to move forward, not backward, and support.
Ms.
Pardon?
Wolf, your time is up.
Okay. My full written testimony has been uploaded to the committee hearing portal. I'm pleased to answer
Yes,
any questions.
I do have it. Sorry to cut you off, but I've been holding everybody to 3 minutes. If witnesses are testifying virtually, there should be a clock on the
Yes, I see it.
Jackie Carter, Christopher Maxwell, Joanna Alejandro, Mackenzie Pollard, Francis Aponte, Chris Weiss.
Good afternoon. Is this working?
You're on.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and Budget Director Budoff and Evan Cash, who you guys always seem to be together at the end of these hearings. I'm here to testify on Mayor Bowser's cynical attempt to, through sweeps and corporate favoritism and impose budget actions, not only to fund a huge part of the district's sustainability equity-driven program, but also her over-the-top aggressive efforts through proposed changes to the Budget Support Act to fundamentally disassemble her own climate crisis programs. I'm also here to support, in order to prepare for the future, DCEN supports the All-In for DC's People's Tax Plan. The DC Environmental Network supports taxing wealth, increasing taxes on high incomes, making business tax fair, and helping low and moderate income households make ends meet. The Just Recovery DC Coalition has laid out many options for DC lawmakers to consider with the goal of ensuring an equitable and just future for DC. And lastly, I kept changing my plan of what I wanted to do. I want to share some comments from other members of the DC environmental movement, their thoughts on the budget, and I'll just keep reading them until it beeps, the stop button beeps. Nathan Harrington from Ward 8 Woods shares the mayor's budget would undermine the award-winning work of Ward 8 Woods by cutting park maintenance, trash trap maintenance, and trash-free community grants. These programs provide green jobs for DC returning citizens and others, and also remediates trash pollution at very modest cost. Jimoni Overby from Nature Forward shares, many residents have great mistrust with district government. Mayor Bowser's raid of the climate crisis equity and education programs will break any trust of faith residents have with DC government to follow through on the promises and commitments they have made to support the intersectional environmental issues in the district. Laura Levinson from the Climate Committee of the Sierra Club DC chapter shares, restore all funding to the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, including for the Healthy Homes Act, and eliminate the mayor's budget gimmick that plunders energy programs for low-income residents to pay the district's utility bills instead. Steve Coleman from Washington Parks and People shares at a time when crime and violence outside have skyrocketed in many of our most long forgotten neighborhoods. The mayor's proposed budget continues a multi-year trend of disinvesting in outdoor park safety, stewardship, and sustainability in the very place where this is most urgently needed. And I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. And I have a copy of your statement.
I handed it to you.
I actually had two copies. Rachel Aguilar, Eddie Cohen,
Yes.
please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Today I'm offering testimony in support of funding for full-service community schools. My name is Eddie Cohen. I'm a resident of Ward 4, a proud parent of 2 DCPS students at Whittier Elementary. And I know through my personal experience the transformative nature of community collaboration. So I've been in education for most of my adult life. I'm the former chief of staff of a district of 90,000 students that face similar budget constraints. And I'm currently the president of the Institute for Educational Leadership, a DC-based national nonprofit that leads the Coalition for Community Schools, which is a nationwide network of community schools. In short, we're the nation's leading advocate and subject matter expert on full-service community schools. So I am here to testify in opposition to Mayor Browser's budgetary cuts to community schools or connected schools in DCPS. So 3 quick points. First, defunding or underfunding is moving in the opposite direction of national trends. So jurisdictions across the country are doubling and tripling down on community school strategies because of the social and academic outcomes. In fact, even the Biden administration has increased funding of community schools 5-fold from $25 million in 2020 to $150 million. California is investing $4.1 billion. And even our neighbors in Maryland have committed to $3.8 billion. Meanwhile, we are, quote, sharing sacrifice, I think, on the back of our students. Secondly, this is one of the most moral and cost-effective ways to provide value for children by blending and braiding funding. From a fiscal perspective, we've done the research. Every dollar invested in community schools has an average of $15 return in services to students and families. So you aren't just creating new cost centers, it's an investment. There are currently 17 community schools in DCPS, the majority of which serve students living in Ward 8, which I've watched this testimony and they predominated the testimony. These schools have over 215 community partnerships when you think about the value. So third, when done right, community schools are really catalytic in building social capital of under-resourced schools. They construct really a new ecosystem that transcends just being wraparound services. They foster highly integrated and personalized coordination among communities' assets and the resources that already exist. So in closing, I'll say that community schools and the coalition that we run at every state in the country are a sound investment that should not be cut. Through decades of our research, districts who are combating things like chronic absenteeism or just a lack of high quality STEM activities from Maryland to Florida to Mississippi to Arkansas have all fully adopted a community schools model. So thank you for your time, and I will submit written testimony as a follow-up as well.
Please do, and I may have a question for you at the end of this.
Okay.
This is Maria Costa, Jacqueline Gomez Sakach, Brian Peromo, Axel Valorio, Jana Crutchfield. These folks are all with communities and schools. Jeffrin Vasquez Martinez. Mr. Cohen, I'm interested in seeing your statement and understanding this a little bit better. My understanding is that the district government right now has 2 similar programs, connected schools within DCPS and community schools, which is funded through our Office of State Education, OSSE. I think what I've been what I heard at the hearing where Ossie testified was that they thought that the community schools program that they provide, or the grants that they provide, could be replaced by federal grant dollars.
Yeah,
That's
so
correct?
so for the Biden administration, there's been about 30 new communities that have been funded. We've helped facilitate those grants. Part of the criteria is what is the local investment? What's the buy-in from both the government, the local school districts? As a matter of fact, there are 60 communities that are currently sponsored by the federal government, but that's on top of local funding that comes to our convening every year. And there's a lot of good work in this region around community schools. And so we were shocked to see sort of the stepping back of this particular model at DCPS.
But I think the thinking was that half the program, that is Connected Schools, will continue. Half the program will continue, and the other half could be replaced by federal grants.
Right. But those are still competitive grants, those federal grants. So for some communities, for example, got $500,000, others got $2 million, which is Lexington, Kentucky, for example. And again, the criteria for the federal government evaluating those, it's a nationwide competition. It's not sort of earmarked or guaranteed for a particular jurisdiction to receive those dollars.
So it's a little, so it is theoretically possible that the cut to OSSI could be replaced by federal grant money, but that perhaps it's a bit too rosy to say that's what will happen.
Correct. I mean, you think about community schools in every state and jurisdiction, all of the school districts around the country apply for these dollars, right? So yeah, it's, I think Maryland, for example, is one of the recipients of a full service community school grant. Very experienced ecosystem in community schools there, as well as $3.1 billion over 10 years investment from their state government as well. I think that helps to bolster. And just like DC, I think any government, the federal government included, doesn't necessarily want to create a sole dependency to fund community school work if there's no buy-in locally.
Is there a way, are there measures of the effectiveness of these schools?
Oh, absolutely.
And I don't mean generally, I mean individually.
Sure.
So a measure of how effective DCPS's connected schools are, a measure of how effective OSSI's community schools grants have been.
Sure. And we can submit that with testimony, right? So we work with all community schools. Some just focus on wraparound services. So for Cincinnati, for example, some of their community schools deal with a homeless population of over 70%. So their academic outcomes look different, and how we evaluate them is different. But we'll submit all of the accompanying data for you to look at, both nationwide, what are the best practices, and for DC as well.
Well, if you submit nationwide and it's a couple hundred pages, I probably won't look at it.
We'll try to skim it down for you of just here are the best practices.
Okay, well, because I mean, the agenda behind my last couple of questions is that what I had heard was that DCPS's connected schools have been pretty effective and that the community schools have not been. And if there's some data that shows how effective they are, one versus the other, and then either of them versus national data, anything you could provide, that as long as it's not bulky and lengthy and
Sure.
requires more reading than I have time to do.
Yep, we'll do that. Well,
That'd
thank
be
you.
great.
Thanks
Thank you.
so much. All right.
I do not have any other questions. I'll ask Mr. Weiss, since you're here. We like folks who are here. And you've also shown more patience than, probably shouldn't say this, to 282 witnesses before you, since it's now 7:30.
I'm worried about the rest of them, so let's make this quick.
I assume that the environmental organizations, including your own, have testified in detail with the Committee on Transportation and the Environment.
Absolutely. It was on Monday, last Monday, I believe, and we had
Okay.
80 participants. It was actually one of the best hearings I've ever participated in. So lots of good feedback and expertise.
Okay, because I'm hopeful that the chair of the committee will be very helpful to the
I would just
council.
say, after the markup, there'll be a lot of work still to do with the Budget Support Act. And the environmental movement folks are really urging all the council members, as many who have an interest in this, to really work with Charles to help him get through that, because there's a lot of really important changes that need to occur even after the budget, the
Sure,
committee budget
but
comes
a
out.
lot of the BSA provisions regarding the environment have a fiscal impact.
Which is why, he couldn't deal with them necessarily in his committee report, right?
Yeah, well, that's where we need help.
Yeah.
Because if there's something that scales back some of the improvements we've made with regard to environmental policy, but they don't have a cost, well, it's pretty easy to just not do what the changes are. But if there's a cost, then it comes down to finding money. So it's
Right.
not just the sweep of the SETF, but it's also I think BEPS might be one where there are
Mhm.
changes in the BSA that have a fiscal impact. So
Well, it's actually,
fixing the
one of them
BSA.
doesn't, but we can fix, and that can be dealt with in the committee report. At least this is what I was just told today as I was meeting with different offices. But Charles introduced the bill, and the idea would be we could consider those changes as this bill goes through the legislative process, and we wouldn't have to, so we could just, I would guess, eliminate that subtitle in the Budget Support Act. But anyway, it's going to need some work, and that's my biggest point, and especially from you, and let us know how we can help out. And
Sure.
we have lots of expertise in that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn now to page 14 and witness number 294, Amber Harding. Brittany Ruffin. I left out titles. Amber Harding is Executive Director, Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. Brittany Ruffin, Director of Policy and Advocacy, Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. Alan Knight, Legislative Volunteer, American Cancer Society, Cancer Action Network. Nicole Rentz, Stephen Kletter, Cam Morris, Mary Proctor. Mary Proctor is a member of the Workforce Development Subcommittee of LTCC. I think that's Long-Term Care Coalition. Clarice Mendoza Davis, Chief Executive Officer of the See Forever Foundation, Maya Angelou Public Charter Schools. Levi Ekman, teacher at Maya Angelou Public Charter School. Cyril Pickering, school psychologist at Maya Angelou Public Charter School. Eustace Alexander and Alyssa Williams, both with Maya Angelou Public Charter School. Oh my goodness, the table's filling up. Where did I leave off? Kati Peter, I think, is not here. She's with Aoba. Eric Jones. I don't see him. I don't think they're online. Shamira Beckham. Mackenzie Barris. Gwendolyn Lose, who's an ANC commissioner with ANC 2E, and Kathy Henderson, who's an ANC commissioner with 5D06. Give me just a second. There are a couple of people who have not accepted yet. Let's start with Amber Harding, who is online. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Amber Harding. I'm the Executive Director of the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. Since 1987, the legal clinic has envisioned and worked towards a just and inclusive community for all DC residents, where housing is a human right and where every individual and family has equal access to the resources they need to thrive. My testimony today is going to focus on the impending mass displacement of 2,000 families from rapid rehousing. One of our clients facing termination has been in rapid rehousing for several years. In that time, they have spoken with the caseworker only a handful of times. When they entered the program, they were asked what their goals were. 1, help getting permanent housing. 2, help getting a high school diploma. 3, help getting a job. They got 0 help achieving any of these goals. As far as they know, they've never been assessed for permanent supportive housing or targeted affordable housing, despite the fact they qualify for both of those programs. No referrals to GED programs, job leads, but their child is finally stable and thriving in middle school, seeing their grades improve. They're in a safe neighborhood where they feel comfortable going outside. The parent said, "I don't want that taken from us. They do not care about us or our kids. They gave me false hope. They promised they would help me with housing. They said I had nothing to worry about." The mayor had a choice when faced with the growing numbers of families in rapid rehousing. She could have admitted what we all know, that the gap between people's income and market rent is just too high to bridge with a time-limited program in DC. She could have invested more in permanent housing subsidies and transitioned the majority of families out of rapid rehousing. She could have been more strategic about how many and which families were placed in the program. But she didn't choose to manage the growth of rapid rehousing in a responsible or humane way. She continued to add hundreds of families a year into the program, ballooning its costs while failing to fund an off-ramp. Then she chose the most harmful way to right-size the program, a strict 12-month time limit with no possible extensions for any reason at all. 2,000 families thrown into chaos. 2,000 families unable to pay their rent. 2,000 families unable to access eviction prevention funds that she claims people don't need, even as she actively drives the need up to a historic level with these terminations. 2,000 families evicted, many forced to return to shelter, but also to abusers, abandoned buildings, to tents, because DC doesn't have even 200 open shelter beds for families, much less 2,000. 2,000 families who will see their kids suffer, grades and attendance in school decline, mental and physical health worsen. For those who make it into shelter, they'll get placed back in rapid rehousing, and the cycle will repeat. All of that is just this year's rounds of exits. There's no end in sight for the cruelty of this program. Rapid rehousing is the most expensive, most harmful, and worst performing housing program in the district. Next year, we'll bring more exits unless you intervene, because the only plan the mayor has to stay within the budget for rapid rehousing is to terminate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harding, and we do have your statement. Brittany Ruffin.
Good evening, council member. I'm Britt Ruffin, Director of Policy and Advocacy. For another year, the mayor has put forth a plan to underfund programs and agencies that provide critical services and safety to those who need the most support, leaving those who struggle the most to live in DC to fight for and provide meager resources. We urge this committee to put an end to this trauma-inducing cycle in FY25 and prioritize the needs of its residents. Homelessness has increased by 12% in 2023. Despite that, the mayor's proposed a budget with no funding for new vouchers in FY25. Without council's intervention last year, there wouldn't have been a single new voucher for DC residents this year. DHS has confirmed that all existing vouchers will be matched to a person or family that needs it by the end of FY24. So without council's intervention again, there will be no new vouchers for anyone in FY25. DC must fund all types of permanent vouchers, PSH, TAH, and non-DHS LRSP vouchers to serve the varying needs of those experiencing homelessness. We, along with our partners, recommend funding of $155 million that would end homelessness for approximately 5,000 households. We urge council to recognize that need and fund a substantial amount of housing voucher resources to house those who need them in FY25. 0 vouchers simply isn't acceptable. We're pleased to see that the mayor's continued commitment to funding public housing repairs. We, along with our fair budget partners, continue to ask council for a recurring $60 million commitment. And additionally, council should require quarterly reporting on how those funds are utilized and include language in the BSA to memorialize DCHA's stated commitment of the right to return, which was previous legislation introduced a few years ago. Council should also examine the harm of DCHA-related BSA subtitles and the impact on the funding and operations of the agency. Relatedly, council member, we appreciate your commitment and intention to override the mayor's baseless veto of the LRSP eligibility amendment, which is important legislation that minimizes barriers to housing in DC. Regarding the trust fund, we Council should ensure sufficient LRSP matching operating funds so that deeply affordable housing can be created, and create additional legislative protections around the money specifically meant for 0 to 30% AMI, which is supposed to be 50% of the fund, to achieve better transparency and fund distributions. We were pleased to see the mayor funded the $13 million needed to operate the 2 planned non-congregate shelters. But additionally, we urge council to dedicate $1.5 million for secure storage sites, because residents who are experiencing homelessness should not have to choose between their belongings or access to shelter. 24-hour single shelter access has been maintained in the budget, but funding should be increased so that the same access is extended to those who are getting shelter in OMS shelters. We continue to urge the suspension of all full encampment clearings, especially now without housing resources and shelter capacity. Ending encampment clearing saves money, and if housing resources are being cut and underfunded in FY25, DMHHS certainly shouldn't keep funds in FY25 for unnecessary displacement and trauma. We support all of the funding requests for ERAP that have been previously mentioned and restoration of funding. And we support the Just Recovery campaign and encourage council to implement revenue-raising proposals that would increase funding for necessary programs and contribute to a more equitable DC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ruffin. Alan Knight.
Good morning, Chairman, or good evening, sorry, Chair Mendelson, council members. Thank you for this opportunity to address this committee of the whole. I would like to speak to this committee about discouraging the sales of tobacco products, specifically increasing the tax on a pack of cigarettes by $1.50, period. My name is Alan Knight. I am a statistician who resides in Ward 1. I started smoking when I was in my late teens, and I quit for good when I was diagnosed with a large brain tumor at 29. It's not an easy thing to talk about. My life was saved on my 30th birthday by the same surgeon who treated Senator Ted Kennedy's glioblastoma, Dr. Alan Friedman. I had just begun working myself at Duke University as a researcher studying Alzheimer's disease. It has been very tough to recover from all this, but thanks to an enormous amount of expert care, I can stand or sit and speak to you today as a member of the American Cancer Society's Cancer Action Network. Brain tumors tend to disproportionately impact younger folks. My own rare condition's cause has yet to be determined, but there is an undeniable consensus that nicotine usage is one of society's greatest cancer drivers. The silver lining is that it is one of its most solvable as well. More than 1 in 6 high school students surveyed in the district say that they use nicotine products. Making them too expensive will stop many from ever taking up the habit in the first place. That extra $1.50 taken in normal revenue under this proposal is hiding an enormous shadow. The smoking it dissuades should yield an enormous savings down the road. It is a modest intervention against an enormous issue affecting us all. I want to help the kids I see smoking around my home in Parkview. Please help save the lives of those kids by increasing tobacco product taxes and help keep them from acquiring tobacco-related cancer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Nicole Rentz. Stephen Kletter.
Yes, hi, good evening. My name is Steve Kletter, and I'm a practicing economist who has lived and worked in the district for over 25 years. I have 2 children that attend Jackson Reed High School. For FY25, fully funding our school should be a top budget priority, but for the mayor and her team, it isn't. The inadequate school funding proposed by the mayor will result in the loss of 200 school positions citywide. Of this loss, a whopping 40%, over 80 positions will occur in the historical Jackson Reed feeder system, despite bare bones existing funding and an increasing expected student headcount in FY25. For example, the losses will be 12 positions at Lafayette Elementary, 13 positions at Alice Deal, and 16 positions at Janney Elementary. Such cuts are reckless and will result in a severely degraded educational outcomes. While there are many problems with the new DCVS funding model, as well as with its flawed predecessor, one big problem is that the model severely underfunds large schools, falsely believing that there are never-ending economies of scale exhibited as schools grow in size. As a result, students are punished simply because they attend a large school. In economics, it's widely recognized that labor-intensive service firms and organizations do not typically benefit much from economies of scale. This is particularly true in nonprofit organizations that are not operated by efficiency-obsessed MBAs. Schools are a textbook example of labor-intensive nonprofit organizations. While studies show that small schools benefit from economies of scale as they grow to medium-sized schools, the opposite is true when medium-sized schools grow to become very large schools. From a per pupil cost perspective, the sweet spot is medium schools. To maintain the same level of quality, large schools are more expensive to operate on a per pupil basis. In fact, this is exactly what the state of Maryland recently determined in a rigorous, detailed study of schools. Despite raising this issue with DCPS on multiple occasions over multiple years, DCPS continues to fund large schools as though they benefit from never-ending economies of scale. This leaves these schools dramatically underfunded. To take just one example, Hardy and Deal middle schools have virtually identical student needs as measured by the percentage of students classified as at-risk, ELL, and SPED. The only difference is that Deal is more than twice the size of Hardy. Despite similar needs, Hardy receives $1,500 more per student. If Deal had the same per student funding as Hardy, it would add a whopping 24 FTEs. Thinking about it in reverse, if Hardy had Deal's per student funding, Hardy would need to eliminate 11 FTEs in addition to the 2 FTEs it will already lose in FY25. That would be an additional FTE cut of 15% of Hardy's existing staff, which we know from the budget cuts Hardy suffered last year is already bare bones funding and staffing. In closing, please fix the big school underfunding problem and fund all schools properly in FY25. I've attached a set of tables and charts that detail the losses we expect to see in the Jackson Reed feeder system.
Thank you. Cam Morris, Mary Proctor, Clarice Mendoza Davis.
Good evening, Chairman.
Please proceed.
Sure. Once again, good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the DC City Council. I'm Clarice Mendoza Davis, CEO of the Maya Angelou Schools and Steve Farber Foundation. First, on behalf of our team of 200 plus educators and our learning community of over 1,000 scholars and families, thank you for all of your support this school year. We are grateful for the policy and fiscal decisions that you've championed and that in turn have allowed Maya to continue the critical work of serving DC's opportunity and justice-involved youth. After me, as you'll see here at the table in front of you, you'll hear directly from my colleagues as they share more about their work with our students, examples of not only improving student achievement, but also of our young people changing the trajectories of their lives for the better as part of their educational journey with us. Because of Maya's unique makeup, I'm here today both as a charter school leader and the leader of the 3 schools in our city's detention centers. As a charter leader, I'm thrilled by the significant investments proposed by the mayor in the upcoming year's budget for our schools and the professionals who serve within them, particularly the 12.4% increase to the UPSFF. Still, I understand this is a very challenging budget year and that you will have some very difficult decisions to make. As you consider the FY25 budget, I ask you to support increasing the adult learner weight from 0.91 to 1.0. Doing so ensures that we can continue to expand our career and technical education programming for the nearly 300 emerging adult students at Maya's Young Adult Learning Center. I also ask that you maintain the annual 3.1% public charter school facilities allotment increase that the mayor has proposed repealing in the coming fiscal year. Facilities funding is especially essential for Maya this upcoming year as we aim to convert our currently unusable auditorium into a versatile, performance-oriented space. This new space will not only serve just our students, but also our East End community partners and organizations in Ward 7, providing a venue for after-school and weekend programming, as well as special events. As the leader of the Maya Angelou Academies that we operate in partnership with DOC and DYRS, we are also thankful for your continued support of these particularly unique learning communities. Because of your care, we've been able to reach and teach our incarcerated scholars in both innovative and authentic ways. And we've also been able to find the best teachers and education practitioners to do this very special work. Today, I urge you to continue support of Maya Angelou schools at DOC, YSC, and New Beginnings. More specifically, I ask that you help us ensure that there is adequate funding in our agency partners' education budget lines so that Maya can competitively compensate its teachers and staff who have yet to be included in the teacher pay equity initiative that took place earlier this past spring and fall for the rest of the city's teachers in both DCPS and charter schools. I've attached more detailed information regarding this request to my written testimony. My final ask tonight, Chairman, is that you come back and spend more time at Maya Angelou Academy campuses at YSC New Beginnings. Whether you come to one of our upcoming graduations or come visit our classrooms, there's nothing more insightful and meaningful than you and your team being in community with
No,
our
I've cut everybody off when they've gone over, but how can I cut you off when you're busy inviting me to
I
something?
know. Oh, you caught on to my strategy. That was the end, Chairman. Thank you. And I'm happy to take any questions. And again, regarding my specific request for compensation for our teachers and staff at our secure site campuses, I've attached specific details to my written testimony.
Actually don't think I have your testimony.
We will make sure that we resubmit it, sir.
Please, thank you.
Sure.
Levi Ekman, I believe is online.
Hello and good evening, Chairman. My name is Levi Ekman, and I speak before you today not only as an educator, but also as a staunch advocate for human rights, particularly in the realm of education. Having relocated from Massachusetts to the nation's capital to serve with the See Forever Foundation at the Maya Angelou Public Charter School, I've witnessed firsthand the transformative power of education, especially for our most vulnerable youth. As educators, we understand that providing access to quality education is not just about filling seats in classrooms, but rather it's about fostering an environment where every student, regardless of their circumstances, has the opportunity to thrive. In the case of opportunity and justice-involved youth, this often requires more than just our traditional academic supports. It necessitates a holistic approach, one that addresses the myriad challenges these young people face both inside and outside the classroom. At the Maya Angelou School and all schools under the See Forever Foundation, we are committed to providing wraparound services as we recognize that sustainable learning cannot occur in isolation. By addressing the socioeconomic, emotional, and psychological needs of our scholars, over the past 25 years, we have committed to creating a foundation upon which they can build successful futures. But our work extends far beyond the walls of our school. I reflect on a parent of one of my junior English students who saw her son lose not one, not two, but 3 male role models in his life to gun violence, all within the span of 30 days. Had it not been for a community of teachers, social workers, and professional staff waiting with open arms for this young man when he returned to our campus, I worry that his educational journey might have been cut short. I worry that without the proper social and emotional supports that we were able to give him, that a scholar who is now working to make honor roll would have instead never wanted to re-enter a classroom because of this grief. When we invest in the education of youth, particularly those who have been marginalized or forgotten by society, we are not just investing in their future. We're investing in the future of our entire community. As demonstrated by my testimony, the city's continued investments in our public education system is helping us better serve our students and families in the most effective ways possible, including here at Maya. We've been able to reach and teach scholars in innovative and authentic ways. These investments help further retain the best teachers and, of course, the best educational practitioners to do this work. Today, I strongly urge you to support Maya Angelou schools at DOC, YSC, and New Beginnings in the same way that you've supported traditional systems of education in our city. I ask that you help ensure there is adequate funding for Maya to continue providing excellent educational programming to DC's incarcerated youth and young adults, and to help us continue to provide competitive compensation for our instructors and our staff, who have yet to be included in any teacher pay equity initiatives that took place either last spring or this fall. In conclusion, I encourage additional funding for programs that support opportunity and justice-involved youth. My testimony has been submitted. Thank you so much, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ekman. Cyril Pickering.
Good evening. My name is Sorrel Pickering. I am a Ward 8 resident, and I'm the school psychologist at Maya Angelou Charter School. More specifically, I'm the psychologist for the Maya Angelou Academy inside of the DC jail. A lot of people, when I tell them where my school is, they're often surprised and confused. Many of them don't even consider that a school would be inside of a jail. It's kind of an oversight in their thinking. The dedicated educators at the district secure sites, that being Youth Services Center, New Beginnings, and the DC jail, We work every day to prepare our students with the tools that they need to thrive when they're back in the community, as some of our council members, you yourself, Mr. Mendelson, have seen with your own eyes. We work with our scholars not just on academics, but on emotions. We work with them on emotional regulation, on goal setting, on behavior management. Just this week, I was working with a scholar on what I call my first week plan. I gave him a booklet that has him set goals in a number of areas of his life that he wants to improve on when he returns home. And then we set an action plan for those goals. This scholar in particular immediately identified that he wanted to take up a trade, working construction, because he enjoys working with his hands. He also said that he wants to mentor young children because he wants to ensure that the generation that comes after him don't make the same mistakes that led him to end up in the DC jail. We could talk for hours, and I see I only have less than a minute and a half of sharing stories of the youth that we work with. So can my fellow educators. There's a common axiom in psychology that if you want to change a behavior, you have to introduce a new behavior to replace it. And I'm proud to be a part of that effort within our schools. My colleagues are going to share some more of those stories. Community safety is a topic of much conversation these days, and I'm grateful to be part of the rehabilitation of our youth and young adults. Today, they're my students, but tomorrow, they're going to be our neighbors. We want to make sure that they hit the ground running to prepare to go home. An investment in their education now is an investment in the safety of our communities. I want to thank the council in the many ways that they've already recognized that, and would hope that these unique schools would continue to be on your mind as you consider your upcoming budget. I want to echo my colleagues who have wanted to express the need to invest to retain the best teachers, the best practitioners, social workers, staff members, so that we can continue our unique approach, particularly at our secure settings at DOC, YSC, and New Beginnings, and ensure that the education and equity plan that was rolled out last spring and fall apply equally to these sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pickering. Eustace Alexander. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, councilors. Good afternoon to my fellow witnesses. My name is Eustace Alexander, and I'm the science teacher at the Maya Angelou School at the DC jail. Today, my testimony is based on one of the many success stories of the school, which we got because of effective monitoring and dedicated batch of teachers who work with our students tirelessly to ensure that the academic successes are achieved and there's positive behavior changes in the future. Our school at the moment serves about 65 students at the facility, but for the purpose of this presentation, I'd like to highlight one success story of a student who we may call Trevon as a hypothetical name. Trevon, like all the students in the department, are disadvantaged youths, and they came from vulnerable communities. And these students, they recognize the importance of having a high school diploma, but because they're incarcerated, they feel that it's not necessary for someone who's incarcerated. And this is where we come in as teachers, not only to have them being academically successfully, but to relentlessly provide motivation for them to pursue that goal that they have achieved their high school diploma. At present, Trevon, like some others, is currently enrolled in our GED program, and he's one of the eligible students for the CTE programs at the school. Now, the strategy we use there, like I said earlier, is based on dedication, mutual respect. But I want to highlight now what emerged from Trevon on graduation day. I can still remember on graduation day, he said in his reflection speech, today, I've overcome one of the biggest obstacles in my life. I have proven that my past cannot deter my future. Just hearing that was an accomplishment for me, and I'm sure my other colleagues felt accomplished. So the success story here highlights the importance of teachers at secure sites to relentlessly pursue the students' goal and provide support for them to become successful. As you can see from my testimony today, I'd like to reiterate what my colleagues have said. We need some increased funding so we can have the best teachers working for us, and we can have bigger programs to achieve greater successes at the school. We really respect what you've done already, and we'd like to improve on these successes. We want to thank you and look forward for your continued support. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Alyssa Williams.
Sorry. Good evening. Members of the committee, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Alyssa Williams, and I'm a special education teacher and case manager at Maya Angelou Academy at the Youth Services Center. If you may not know, we provide education for all incarcerated youth in Washington, D.C. Our school is located in Ward 5, and I serve about 80 students that range from 6th to 12th grade. My decision to teach was directly influenced by the circumstances in which I was taught. I was always labeled as smart with lots of potential, yet highly distracted. And as I grew, those comments quickly escalated to aggressive, hard to manage, and incapable of grasping grade level content. At the time, I internalized those beliefs and almost dropped out of school completely. I always felt like I didn't belong. I was the student that most teachers gave up on. I'm also the teacher that refuses to believe that any student is beyond the reach of rehabilitation. Each day, myself and a team of extraordinary educators make the decision to teach within the confines of secured classrooms. We meet scholars where they are, which at times is 3 or more grade levels below what is expected. We listen to our students as they share their apathy toward their education and at times their own goals. We model emotional regulation and coping skills. We also make a clear commitment each day. We commit to teaching each scholar irrespective of race, disability, or grade level. This commitment is a large undertaking, yet we make this decision with the end goal in mind. This goal is to make sure that each student receives a rigorous quality education with wraparound services to succeed. I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to teach in this environment and to change the society in which we live. The only way to make foundational and lasting change is through education. Will you invest in the future of Washington, D.C.? Will you allocate what is needed to change the trajectory of our city and our youth? We are all aware of the crisis our youth are facing. Will you be a part of the solution? As you can see from my testimony today, the city's continued significant investment in our public education system is helping us serve our students and families here in the best and most effective way possible. Including here at Maya, we've been able to reach and teach our scholars in both innovative and authentic ways. These investments also help retain the best teachers and education practitioners to do this work. Today, I urge you to support Maya Angelou schools at DOC, Youth Services Center, and New Beginnings in the same way. Help ensure that there is adequate funding for Maya to continue providing excellent education programming to DC's incarcerated youth and young adults, that our organization and competitively compensate its teachers and staff who have yet to be included in teacher pay equity initiative that took place last spring and this fall for the rest of the city's teachers in DCPS and charter schools. Chief Mendelson, thank you so much for all that you've already done and all the advocacy that you continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. My title's actually not chief, but thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Kati Peter from Aoba, Eric Jones from Aoba. I don't think either are here. Shamira Beckham, Mackenzie Barris. 2 ANC commissioners, Gwendolyn Lose, chair of ANC 2E, and Kathy Henderson, who's a commissioner with ANC 5D06. I'm going to ask you a question. My understanding is Kathy Henderson has logged on, but she hasn't accepted, so she has to accept to be promoted to be able to testify. We'll see if that happened. I had a question for Stephen Kletter. Your testimony was interesting with regard to for pupil and similar schools. I was aware of that. You make the point quite strongly that larger schools actually do suffer from a lack of economy of scale. But what struck me about your testimony is you said nothing about the current law, which is schools first in budgeting. So you talked about DCPS's model, which I have to say we have never seen, even though we've asked for over a year. But you said nothing about schools first. Under schools first, roughly half of the cut to Jackson Reed would be restored, just for example. So
Yes, yes, great, yes.
are you aware of schools first in budgeting, the law?
Absolutely, yes, 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 I am.
Okay, do I dare ask you why you made no comment about it?
I've commented on it in past testimony in front of the committee. And so in this case, I wanted to focus again on the economies of scale point, only because it's we've got this budget model that's going to be in effect. It's very flawed in many respects, as I said. Until that model changes, we're going to be coming back to this every year. And so I was trying to address kind of what I think is the underlying problem, which is this, this mysterious budget model that they keep referring to that none of us can make sense of from the outside. But I do appreciate the law. Until this budget model is fixed, that law is the only thing that's preventing some really bad outcomes across schools in the city.
They're not supposed to follow that model. They're supposed to follow the law.
Yes, no, I agree. But they won't need the law, and the model should be, should work together so that the law doesn't have to kick in.
But let me say that the goal of schools first in budgeting is stability.
Yeah.
And, stability doesn't equal, I'm going to say doesn't equal equity. It doesn't equal exactly what schools should be getting. So you make a good point that a large school should be getting more. And that arguably is more than even what schools first would say, because schools first just says you can't cut them.
Yes.
Oh, that there are schools with a large population of at-risk students who really ought to have more resources than they've been having. But schools first says you can't cut them. And
yeah, schools first at least does that, yes, and that's super valuable.
And what's so frustrating about this budget, once again, from the chancellor and mayor, is that they cut schools, even though the law says otherwise. That was my only question. I want to thank you for being here in person. You make a good point about the good work of Maya Angelou, so thank you for that. Has Kathy Henderson managed to sign on? Say what?
She has her hand there. Okay, now.
Commissioner Henderson, you stand between us and adjournment, so please proceed.
Good evening, Chairman. I was initially delayed by some acrobatic, illegal motorcycles. I'm driving. I'm like 2 minutes from the hearing, but I will go ahead and pull over and begin my testimony. Good evening. I am Kathy Henderson, Commissioner representing Single Member District 5D06. I appreciate this opportunity to provide testimony on our budget. I want to begin by thanking everyone for their work on this budget. However, I believe that we need a more nuanced approach to the budget. And what do I mean by that? I think we need to look at how each agency's funding or underfunding certainly impacts the larger issues that we are facing as a community. And crime is still out of control. We thank MPD for doing their best to rein in out of control crime, but we're not there yet. We're looking at Child and Family Services, their budget. They are top heavy in staff, but they only received a modest 0.9% increase, which is really not enough to do the job that's necessary. We have juveniles that continue to drive the crime in the District of Columbia. We have 7-year-olds that are routinely going into our local stores and walking out with merchandise with impunity. I mean, these are children. So these children should have, or probably already have, had some connection with CFSA. However, that connection has not resulted in any type of meaningful interaction to reduce what is clearly neglect. Parents need to be held accountable. Parents also need to be given support to be parents. Your children should not be in any store in the metro or out after school doing things that are unlawful. They should be at home. They should be in school each day and they should do what they need to do. With regard to the Housing Production Trust Fund, we can't make a credible argument that we support creating affordable housing when we've reduced our contribution to the Housing Production Trust Fund by what, a whopping 41%, that's just really unacceptable. The Department of Human Services, again, their agency is top heavy, but they're not meeting the needs of the city as a whole. Frustrated, disenfranchised residents are committing crimes, encouraging others to commit crimes, and they're creating a really serious problem for the city as a whole. DC Water and Sewer Authority, they're nickel and diming residents, cutting off service for small amounts of money, and then charging service reconnection fees, which really amount to an unofficial rate increase at the taxpayer's expense. So we need to take a look at these things.
Commissioner, you're over your time.
Okay, well, I will be submitting my testimony
Please do.
where I address these issues in depth, and I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be the final word on looking at our budget and doing so with a more nuanced eye. And thank you for this opportunity.
You are the final word. Thank you. So that's going to conclude all the witnesses for this hearing. I want to thank all the witnesses who testified, before me, who are in person, the others who are online, and everyone before. It's been a long day. This concludes the hearings that the committees of the council are having on the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2025. As I indicated before, there are actually 5 bills before us. The record with regard to the Federal Portion Budget Request Act will close on Monday because the council will be voting on that on Tuesday. That's the Federal Portion Budget Request Act. With regard to the other bills, the record will close. Typically, we keep the record open for 2 weeks. The council scheduled, well, all the committees are marking up next week. But those are recommendations to the committee of the whole. The committee of the whole is scheduled to mark up on May 29th. It's a Wednesday. And that will be first reading by the council at a legislative meeting. The second reading on the Local Budget Act for fiscal year 2025, the revised Local Budget Act for fiscal year 2024. Second reading will be on June 12th. So, as I said, the record will be closing for the federal portion Monday and everything else in 2 weeks. The time is now 8:15 p.m. This hearing is adjourned.